Chapter 1, Night. Night bar. Nanny's head was dizzy. She had been drugged and her body felt limp. The man in front of her was slightly cool to the touch, and it felt exceptionally comfortable to press up against him. Nanny's voice was soft and seductive, with an unbridled recklessness. "Do you want to go somewhere else?" Yuzhou narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze drooping as he surveyed the woman in front of him. She had a small face, delicate features, fair and delicate skin, sparkling eyes, and a rosy red eye end. She was a complete beauty, and her curvy figure was also a rare treasure. In the past, there were not a few women who used various means to get in front of him, but the woman in front of him. Yuzhou had to admit that she was very attractive to him. For some reason, he raised his hand and caressed the woman's waist, which was easy to hold. His voice was full of magnetism. Nanny leaned close to Yuzhou, and her warm breath hit the man's face. Her fingers pressed against the man's broad chest, her red lips parted slightly, and her voice was seductive. If you listen carefully, it's a little sad, but at this time, Yuzhou didn't notice. "Take me away." Yuzhou's eyes darkened, and he bent down to pick up Nanny and carry her out. Yunding Hotel. The bright moonlight spread between the heavens and the earth, and the dim room had a charming atmosphere. Soft curls spread out on the bed, her skin was white and tender, and her voice was pleasant. Yuzhou's eyes were deep and his forehead was covered in sweat. This woman was not at all as mature and sophisticated as she looked in the nightclub. It was actually the first time. It was this woman who took the initiative to provoke him. Yuzhou prided himself on not being a good person, and naturally would not let Nanny go so easily. As a result, the woman began to cry. But the sound of her crying was so seductive. "Damn it!" Yuzhou lowered his head and tenderly kissed the reddened corner of Nanny's eye, and his large, broad palm covered hers. "Be good." The voice was low and exceptionally pleasant to hear. Nanny felt as if she were floating on the surface of the sea. She was unsure and insecure. Nanny couldn't help but climb onto Yuzhou's shoulders. She looked like a good, soft little white rabbit, and the sight of her made Yuzhou's heart melt, and he couldn't help but smile softly. Nanny frowned in dissatisfaction, her voice soft. "Hug me." Nanny tilted her head slightly, and leaned over to kiss the man. Her slender neck curved into a graceful curve, like an elegant white swan. Yuzhou looked down, deliberately not giving her what she wanted. "What do you want?" His voice was cold, but if you listened carefully, you could hear the desire he was trying to suppress. "Kiss me." Nanny's voice was soft and pliable, sounding a little pitiful, and there was also some impatience that didn't know how to act. Yuzhou's breathing suddenly became erratic, and he couldn't hold back anymore. He lowered his head and kissed Nanny's little mouth heavily. Her pink lips were so soft that they were indescribably soft, and he didn't want to let go. "MMM." Nanny wrapped her arms around the man's shoulders and cried quietly in his embrace. It seemed that this made her feel exceptionally secure and she could ignore the sadness of being abandoned. The heat in the room increased, and the ambiguity escalated. Nanny thought dazedly, she really had grown a lot of courage. She actually got on a boat with a strange man, and she didn't know how she was going to face it tomorrow. Chapter 2, Thin Waist, Long Legs. Early the next morning, Nanny woke up first. Her head ached, and her bones felt as if they had been run over by a car. Her back was leaning against a warm chest, and a strong arm was around her waist. Nanny woke up instantly, her eyes suddenly wide open, and she didn't dare to move. Her consciousness slowly returned, and she remembered. Last night, Qingwan had used the excuse of throwing her a bachelorette party, and kept pouring drinks down her throat during the meal. While she wasn't looking, she spiked the drink with drugs. Nanny still remembered the words Qingwan had said to her before leaving. "Nanny, the reason our family hasn't kicked you out is because we're afraid of affecting the Nan family's reputation. But you said, if your reputation is ruined, wouldn't that be great? Don't glare at me, this is also what my parents want. I've found you the latest products from abroad, which are said to be particularly potent. Have a good time tonight." Qingwan seemed to be looking down on ants, arrogantly leaving the drugged Nanny in the dangerous nightclub. What did Mom and Dad mean? Nanny felt like laughing coldly in her heart. Because she didn't want to ruin her reputation, she had to ruin her reputation so that she would be kicked out of the house for granted? After so many years of affection, it was ultimately a joke played on her alone. Nanny was left alone in the nightclub, and she sensitively felt that the stares on her gradually became more explicit. A mix of resentment and grievance. Nanny gritted her teeth and shook off those people. But as soon as she walked out into the corridor, she was too weak to keep from falling. In her blurred vision, a tall figure appeared. Yuzhou was dressed in a tall, handmade suit, with a stern face, especially those dark, deep eyes that looked down on the world. Nanny thought, since there was no escape, why bother to humiliate herself? Why not find a man with a good figure and a good face? In her 22 years of life, she had never been so ridiculous. Thinking about this, Nanny blushed with shame and anger. Before the man woke up, Nanny got out of bed quietly. As soon as her toes touched the carpet, her body softened and she almost knelt down. It hurt so much. Nanny bit her lip and glared at the man who was still asleep in bed. She went to the bathroom first and took a shower again. Her skirt had been torn violently, and she couldn't go out wearing a bath towel for a while. Nanny rolled her eyes and had an idea. When Yuzhou woke up, Nanny was no longer in bed. He sat up and rubbed his forehead. Recalling last night's experience, he couldn't help but laugh at himself. Yuzhou prided himself on not being a person who indulges in lust, and has never cared about romantic matters. But last night, when he saw the woman's wet eyes, and the way she was clearly afraid but was trying her best to be brave, resembled the stray cat he had raised as a child. Yuzhou, against all odds, indulged himself. He never imagined that the taste of a woman would be even more delicious than he had imagined. She had fair skin, a thin waist, long legs, soft breasts, and a voice that was so sweet it was unbelievable. It was as if she was covered in hooks, and he just couldn't stop. For the first time in so many years, Yuzhou indulged himself. After a simple shower, Yuzhou noticed that his clothes were gone and only a torn, skimpy skirt was left on the floor, oozing with sensuality. Yuzhou couldn't help but laugh out loud, his eyes filled with an inexplicable light. Interesting. Zhou Xing, bring a set of clean clothes to the top floor, take care of last night's business, and investigate someone else for me. Zhou Xing handed the clothes to Yuzhou without blinking, but inside, he was already in a state of turmoil. His boss was naked. No, he was wrapped in a bath towel. His back looked like it had been scratched by a young cat. Over the years, there had been many men and women who had tried to climb into the bed of the boss, but who had succeeded? Who had not been twisted into a pretzel and thrown out in the end? Last night, Shao, who was suspected of being frigid, and who would frown at the approach of others, actually. Who is so awesome? Chapter 3, Raising her for more than 20 years. Nan's family villa. When Nanny returned to the Nan family, the 4 members of the family were sitting in the living room, staring at her with bad expressions on their faces. Bitch, where have you been fooling around again? You didn't come home all night. Nan's mother asked sternly. It's not good for a girl to stay out all night at a bar, and it's not good for people to hear about it. What will people think of our Nan family's daughter? Nan's father said. Where did you go last night? I couldn't find you and I was worried sick. Nan Qingwan bit her lip pitifully, looking innocent, but a trace of resentment leaked out from her eyes. Last night, the people she had arranged to watch her told her that Nanny had disappeared. A bunch of useless people, they couldn't even watch a woman who had been drugged. But the drug was so strong that Nanny couldn't handle it herself. So even if it wasn't those people, there would have been others. Thinking about this, a flash of smugness passed through Nan Qingwan's eyes. If I didn't know how Nan Qingwan was, Nanny would have been easily deceived by her hypocritical appearance. Thinking about the things Nan Qingwan said last night, Nanny clenched her fists in anger. You're probably wondering how I spent last night, aren't you? Why do you say that? I was worried about you last night. Yes, Qingwan was worried and didn't sleep all night, but you, on the other hand, stayed out all night fooling around with men. You really are a despicable person. Nan Mu hugged Nan Qingwan and kept accusing her. We have raised you for more than 20 years for nothing, and you should be grateful that we haven't thrown you out. Qingwan is so sensible and generous, can you learn from her? You're about to get married, but you've caused such a scene, can the Lin family still want you? What a shame for the family. Sure enough, she's not part of our Nan family's bloodline, she has a fiancé but still fooled around with other men, slutty and shameless. Nan Juntai, who was sitting nearby, spoke up. Nanny folded her arms and looked at the family with amusement. Who told you that I fooled around last night? Nan Qingwan? Or did you actually arrange all of this? Nanny's calm gaze swept over the family members, who were feeling guilty. We arranged what? Don't talk nonsense. Nan's mother argued. Nanny nodded knowingly. That was what Nan Qingwan had said. Didn't you say that you couldn't find me last night? How did you see me fooling around with a man again? As a Nan family member, why didn't you stop me? Isn't this bringing shame to our family? Nan Qingwan paused, biting her lip and continuing to act innocent. No, I didn't see you. You spread rumors about me without seeing me? Is this the kind of bloodline the Nan family runs in? Nan Qingwan was silenced by the rebuke, and Nan Juntai immediately took up her sister's cause. You didn't come home all night, do you need me to guess? Besides, just look at the clothes you're wearing. What do you think you were doing, if not fooling around? Nanny looked down at her outfit. The sleeves of her shirt were casually rolled up and tucked into her black suit pants, showing off her slender waist. The pants were a little long, but Nanny was wearing 12-centimeter heels, so they just reached the ground. It was obvious that they were men's clothes, but she looked capable in them. What's wrong? This is the latest unisex lazy style, what do you know? Nanny was serious. I slept in the hotel last night, don't say anything without evidence. Nanny glanced at Nan Qingwan in the corner of her eye, with a warning, and turned around and went upstairs. She was really tired. She had experienced so much that day, and she was actually being strong. Being framed by her family and sleeping with a stranger. Both broke through her previous outlook on life of more than 20 years. No, just a month ago, they had stopped being family. That day, Nan's father stood in the doorway, leading a soft and weak-looking girl in a white dress, his eyes streaming with tears. This is our Nan family's precious daughter. It turned out that the hospital had switched the babies that year, so Nanny had accidentally become the Nan family's daughter. Nan Qingwan had instead stayed in the small backward village in the south for more than 20 years. Her biological parents died in an accident when she was 4 years old, and Nan Qingwan grew up in an orphanage. Nanny was shocked and at a loss for what to do about this sudden change. As for Nan Qingwan, she felt guilty. After all, she had taken the place of the cuckoo in the crow's nest, and it was she who should have endured all those years of hardship. So at first Nanny also wanted to do her best to make up for it. But Nan Qingwan was not at all as kind and gentle as she appeared to be. She was a poisonous snake in the jungle that would bite you from time to time. The Nan family wanted to compensate for Nan Qingwan's lack of affection, and they bullied Nanny even more. The reason they didn't kick Nanny out was because she had an engagement with the Lin family. Thinking of Lin Jedu, Nanny clenched her fists and her eyes were obscure and unclear. And Nan Qingwan. Because she didn't get evidence of Nanny fooling around with a man, she was like a madwoman in the house, poking holes in the bear's face with scissors. Her long hair covered half her face, and her eyes were dark and crazy. Nanny, you bitch. You think you can marry Jadwa like this? I won't let you have your way. I will make you lose your reputation and become a laughingstock. Chapter 4, Young People Are Too Unrestrained. The most high-end private hospital in the imperial capital. How is my mother? Yuzhou stood outside the ward and looked at the woman in the hospital bed through the door glass. Comatose in a hospital bed for years, it seems that time has not left a mark on her face. But her frail body tells Yuzhou that she still has not woken up. Su Yanzhao is standing idly in a white coat. Same old story, nothing has changed. Seeing the low pressure in Yuzhou's furrowed brow, he pats his shoulder in consolation, saying that no change is the best news. At least it hasn't gotten any worse. Yuzhou let out a breath, took one last look at his mother in the hospital bed, and turned to walk out. Su Yanzhao told him that the United States had recently developed a new drug, which might be useful after successful trials. Before he reached the office, the door to the gynecology department opened from the inside, and a thin figure walked out. Thank you, doctor. The voice sounded familiar, and it had been whispering in Yuzhou's ear last night. Yuzhou lifted his gaze. The figure in casual clothes that covered her graceful figure was none other than Nanny. She was holding a few slips of paper and walking out, her head down and her face slightly flushed. President C. The gynecologist happened to be leaving. Yuzhou lifted his chin slightly, implying something. What's wrong? Su Yanzhao looked at Yuzhou curiously. The gynecologist paused, looked at Nanny's back, and then looked at Yuzhou again. The patient's condition is private, but this is the majority shareholder of this hospital. In the end, she bowed her head to reality. The pain in my lower abdomen should be from my boyfriend's rough movements last night, causing uterine contractions. You shouldn't have sex for a week, and you can take some medicine. After the gynecologist finished, she couldn't help but sigh. Young people nowadays are so unrestrained. The gynecologist finished her words carefully, and then noticed that Si, who was usually cold and serious, seemed a bit embarrassed. Yuzhou coughed lightly and said, "I understand, you go ahead." After Nanny returned home, she felt a pain in her stomach. It's all that man's fault from last night. He was so patient and sweet at first, but then he turned into a beast who tore off my skin. I really don't know who was drugged last night. Nanny was in excruciating pain. This was her first time experiencing this, and she didn't know if it would have any effect, so she had to come to the hospital for a checkup. After the gynecologist left, Su Yanzhao sneaked over with a gossipy look on her face. "Yuzhou, what's going on? Do you know that little beauty?" Yuzhou kept his cool and didn't change his expression. He didn't know her. It was an inspection, a random visit. Come on, I know you. When have you ever cared about these things? Su Yanzhao and Yuzhou both came from prestigious families and grew up together. Yuzhou had always been cold-hearted and rarely curious about things in the outside world. What he did just now was so unusual. When combined with what the doctor said, could it be? No, go back to work, I'm leaving. It seemed as if he knew what Su Yanzhao was thinking, as Yuzhou spoke out to deny it. Unusual, so unusual. In the car. Yuzhou sat in the back seat of the car, looking at the message that Zhou Xing sent him on the tablet. In the upper left corner was a passport photo of a girl with a standard oval face, pure in appearance, with almond-shaped eyes. But Yuzhou knew that when she was moved, the corners of her eyes would slightly tilt upwards, like an alluring little white rabbit. Nanny, 22 years old. A graduate student in finance at Deepening University. The fake daughter the Nan family adopted by mistake 20 years ago. Yuzhou fixed his gaze on the line of text. Fiancé, Lin Jiadu. Okay, this woman is really something. She has a fiancé, but she still dares to pick up guys in a nightclub? A cold sneer appeared in Yuzhou's eyes. Lin family. Who? I don't know. As a qualified assistant, Zhou Xing is like a worm in Yuzhou's belly. From Yuzhou's meticulous face, he still sensed the other person's demands and explained thoughtfully. The Nan family makes medical devices, and the Lin family made its fortune in real estate and began shifting towards new energy a few years ago. The Nan and Lin families are considered good families in the imperial capital, praised by everyone. But it's not surprising that his boss doesn't know, after all. His boss is the person in power in the Si family. The Si family is one of the top business families in Asia. With a background like that, who would look down on a small family like theirs? But this Si young master, who is rumored to be decisive and ruthless, was actually given to buy a woman with whom he had an engagement. How exciting, so exciting. Zhou Xing silently gripped the steering wheel and spoke with deliberation. Mr. Si, the Lin family sent you an invitation 2 days ago. How many people want to curry favor with Yuzhou? A single spit from the Si family is enough to make them happy for 2 lifetimes. Before, many people also wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to get in touch with the Si family. In the end, those invitations were basically put in the shredder by the secretary. Yuzhou never participated in such meaningless activities, and even refused business interviews. He looked down on them. But now. Yuzhou closed the tablet, looked out the window, and spoke indifferently. Let's go watch the fun. Shocked, so shocked. Zhou Xing carefully looked at the expression of his boss in the rearview mirror. Boss Si, you're not going to kidnap the bride, are you? Yuzhou gave a brief glance, and Zhou Xing immediately nervously shut up and drove carefully. I said, I'm going to watch the fun. Chapter 5, Attending the Engagement Ceremony. The engagement ceremony for Nanny and Lin Jiadu was fast approaching. Nanny had originally thought that Qingwan would definitely try to stop it again. But she had been surprisingly obedient, which was really unusual. Green tea is quiet, and it is bound to be up to no good. After all, it was the marriage of 2 powerful families, and there were many guests in attendance. Nanny wore a moon-colored strapless satin dress that was simple and elegant, perfectly showcasing her waist and hip line. Lin Jiadu stood behind her, his eyes full of love and tenderness. He walked up to her and put a beautiful diamond necklace around her slender neck. Lin Jiadu embraced Nanny from behind, resting his chin on her shoulder, looking at her lovingly in the mirror. After today, everyone in the imperial capital will know that you are my Lin Jiadu's fiancé. The man had a handsome face, wearing a white suit, with gentle smiling eyes. Nanny looked at him from the mirror, her expression serene, her deep pupils looking into the distance. Jiadu, do you really want to marry me? Of course, I can't wait to get married tomorrow and bring you home soon. Really? Of course, Nanny, what's wrong? Why do you ask? Lin Jiadu broke Nanny's shoulder. Nanny shook her head, meaning something. It's nothing, I'm worried that I'll make a mistake and you won't forgive me. Lin Jiadu's eyes flashed with a strange look, before he smiled reassuringly. No, my EE, no matter what you do, I will always love you. Really? Nanny looked up, her bright eyes looking happily at Lin Jiadu. You're so good, but I won't. If you do something to hurt me, I will never forgive you for the rest of my life. Lin Jiadu froze slightly, his smile a little forced, and he seemed a little confused as he embraced Nanny. Silly, how could I do anything to hurt you? Nanny leaned against Lin Jiadu's chest, her eyes vacant and her expression indifferent. It had only been 2 weeks since she was framed and slept with a stranger. And today, she was going to get engaged to another man. There were many guests today, and Nanny and Lin Jiadu also needed to entertain them. As the ceremony was about to begin, Nan's parents' expressions gradually became anxious and restless, looking around from time to time, as if they were waiting for something. But at this time, Lin Jiadu suddenly disappeared. When the time was up, the host kept asking, and the guests were waiting. Nanny's eyes were bleak, and she took a deep breath and prepared to go on stage. However, someone else took the microphone first and announced in public that the engagement was cancelled. It was her former good brother, Nan Juntai. Nanny stood alone in the corner, welcoming the curious and searching glances of everyone. It was no surprise. They are no longer a family, and she has already experienced this, hasn't she? Nan Juntai looked at Nanny askance, his eyes full of contempt and smugness. Our family is unfortunate, we have done something wrong, we have lost face, and the reason for this engagement being cancelled is because it is immoral and against all logic. Nanny snatched the microphone and responded coldly. Nan Juntai froze, then sneered, Nanny, you know about this? Of course I know, and not only that, I want everyone to see it too. Nan Juntai thought she had gone crazy and actually wanted to blow herself up. Then, the screen behind her opened and a wonderful live broadcast began. Nanny's missing fiancé was in the storage room with her good sister. There was an uproar in the scene, and there were also 2 reporters who had been specially invited to accurately record this live broadcast. Turn it off. Turn it off quickly. Nan Juntai yelled. However, the broadcast continued, and it could not be turned off. The scene was in chaos. The 2 families looked unhappy, busy like headless chickens, but the big screen kept broadcasting in front of everyone. Nanny watched the comical scene with a cold face, and took advantage of the chaos to slowly walk out. Nan Qingwan, didn't you say that the medicine was particularly strong? Of course you have to try it yourself to see if it's such a good product. Does she really think Nanny is easy to bully? Chapter 6, Do you want to be with me? Nanny didn't want to be so extreme, but they forced her to do it. Ever since Nan Qingwan drugged her last time, Nanny had given up on the Nan family. One day when she went to see Lin Jiadu, she didn't let the servants announce her arrival. She accidentally heard Lin Jiadu on the phone, his voice full of suppressed anger. Worthless. You can't even keep an eye on a woman who drugged you. If you didn't record the video, just find a random one and superimpose her face on it. It will be a mess, who will notice the difference? Besides, she has already done this kind of thing, I'm just confirming it for her. She's just some country girl from God knows where, and she wants to marry me? She's dreaming. Hurry up and do it. Don't make Qingwan sad, I must make Nanny lose face at the engagement party. The malicious voice came through the crack in the door, and Nanny quietly left. She couldn't put her feelings into words. Sad, upset, but there was also a sense of, so it is as expected. The Nan and Lin families had a business alliance, and she didn't really have much affection for Lin Jiadu. But Lin Jiadu was charming and took good care of her. So Nanny thought, if they got married, it might not be bad. But she never imagined that it was all a sham. No one was sincere with her. So Nanny planned today's events. She used their methods against them. She just used their methods to punish them themselves. I heard that when Lin Jiadu and Nan Qingwan were found, the 2 of them were high and their bodies were entwined together and they couldn't be separated. This became the talk of the town and the circles of the wealthy, and it really lived up to Nan Juntai's words. Unfortunate family, complete loss of face. But all of this didn't matter to Nanny. She had no mood to continue watching this commotion and left in a distracted and irritable mood. She had snuck a bottle of high-proof foreign liquor from the banquet. When Yuzhou found Nanny, she was sitting on the roadside in a modest dress. She was guzzling the wine with abandon while crying her eyes out. How could she not be sad? After all, she had been a relative for more than 20 years, and she had been preparing to entrust her heart to her fiancé. In the end, they all took advantage of her. Nanny felt like she had failed in life and wanted to let off some steam. A black Maybach appeared in the blurry vision, and the back window lowered to reveal a handsome face that looked familiar. However, at the moment, the dizzy Nanny didn't even think of the fact that this man was someone she had slept with. Get in the car. Yuzhou spoke coldly, with an imperious tone that left no room for refusal. Nanny obediently got into the car. As a result, she started crying as soon as she got in the car, crying so loudly. Wasn't she quite impressive just now? Yuzhou had witnessed the whole thing. A desperate rabbit will bite. This woman really has some skills, calmly slapping everyone in the face on stage. Nanny was crying so hard she could hardly catch her breath. I pretended to sob. A strong Chinese woman who wants to succeed in life will never allow herself to show weakness in front of her enemies. Nanny spoke indistinctly as she made her accusations, and Yuzhou just listened on the side, not saying a word. Zhou Xing nervously gripped the steering wheel in front of him. His boss's temper had really improved, and he didn't even kick anyone out of the car? At the turn of a corner, Nanny lost her balance and fell into Yuzhou's arms. She looked up, confused, and the two of them were very close together. She looked into those dark, deep eyes. They looked so familiar. Nanny was a little drunk. Her mind was blank, and she didn't know what she was thinking, but suddenly she leaned in and kissed Yuzhou. It was soft and cool. Zhou Xing's exterior, eyes on the road, nose in the book, mind on the road. Inside, wow. My God, this is exciting. Yuzhou remained still, lowering his eyes and calmly watching the woman, who was like a little rabbit, lightly touching his lips. Lin Jiadu has cheated on you, so do you want to cheat with me? Nanny's voice was soft, stirring Yuzhou's heart. Have you thought it over? Yuzhou repeated the same words, as if it were the first time they met. Nanny plucked up her courage and climbed onto Yuzhou's shoulder, her body also pressing up against him. It's about time I did something a grown-up would do. She was brainwashing herself. Yuzhou's eyes darkened, and he sat with Nanny in his lap, giving her a low order. Go to Yuzhou Bay. Zhou Xing, oh my God, my boss is being reckless again. Chapter 7, the second time. Not to mention Zhou Xing, even Yuzhou himself couldn't figure out what was going on lately. He used to be quite self-disciplined, and his close friends all knew that his life was very clean. There were no shortage of people in the circle who were romantic swashbucklers with chaotic private lives, and Yuzhou had always looked down on them. He felt that was just the urge of a primitive animal. He was indifferent at heart, and believed that relationships were a burden and an added form of pretense. But this woman. Yuzhou looked at Nanny in his arms and wondered why she made him make abnormal decisions again and again. Nanny was a dazzling beauty with a contradictory personality, but the opposite characteristics were concentrated on her. She was sexy and lethal. Yuzhou's forehead veins bulged as he endured, but this woman, who didn't know when to die, was still flirting like a kitten. Don't you want to remember tomorrow? Yuzhou whispered viciously. The foreign wine was strong, and Nanny had heroically finished half a bottle, and now her head was spinning. Entirely relying on her instincts, she wanted to vent the pent-up anger in her heart. She had no strength in her body, and she leaned completely into Yuzhou's arms, resting her head on his shoulder, and blowing into his ear in an amorous manner. I'm going to let loose today. In front of her was a rosy ear, and Nanny tilted her head slightly, kissing Yuzhou's earlobe. SSSHH. Damn it! Zhou Xing almost stepped on the accelerator until it smoked. Finally, they arrived at Yuzhou Bay, and Yuzhou directly carried the person up to the second-floor bedroom. He threw the drunken woman onto the bed. Gripping Nanny's soft waist with all his strength, Yuzhou's eyes turned red, and he gritted his teeth and looked fierce. Tomorrow, when you sober up, don't regret it. Nanny's mind simply couldn't think, and she only acted on the straightforward thoughts in her head at the moment, smiling naively and seductively. Her curly hair spread out on the bed, like a blooming rose. She held the man's tie down with one hand and grabbed his hand with the other. I'm prettier than Nan Qingwan and I have a better figure. I'm much sweeter than her, too. There was a hint of grievance in her proud tone. They can fool around, but she can't? She's going to be willful and do whatever she wants, and enjoy the happiness she decides for herself. Nanny leaned closer to see Yuzhou, her eyes upturned and hooked, as if a feather was tickling see Yuzhou's heart. Don't you want to taste me? Does he still need to taste it? He already knows how sweet this woman is. It's like a deadly poppy, making people unable to stop. See Yuzhou untied his tie and pressed his palm lightly but firmly against Nanny's nape. This time I'm not going to let you off so easily. He kissed the rosy lips heavily and savored them in his mouth. The expensive dress was once again torn to shreds by the violent maniac. They arrived at Royal Lakes at 3 p.m., and when they finally stopped moving, it was already 11 p.m. They took occasional naps, but see Yuzhou. The sun and the moon bore witness to this absurdity. In the end, Nanny passed out directly, and see Yuzhou carried her to the shower. The young master carried the person on the sofa and personally changed the sheets. Finally, he embraced the little woman in his arms, looked at Nanny's sweet sleeping face, which was not guarded at all, and see Yuzhou's heart softened, and he couldn't help but kiss her twice. Since this woman tastes so good, he is not without considering keeping her by his side. Chapter 8, Haven't I seen every inch of you? When Nanny opened her eyes, she felt like she had traveled back in time 2 weeks. Her bones felt like they were about to fall apart. No, it was even worse than 2 weeks ago. Nanny moved slightly, preparing to get up quietly, when her wrist was suddenly grabbed, and her body fell into a warm embrace. Trying to escape again? A lazy and sexy voice sounded, and see Yuzhou held her in his arms, running his lips over her smooth shoulders. Nanny was startled and turned around, just to face see Yuzhou's dark eyes. I was just going to take a shower. Last time Nanny left without saying goodbye and even took see Yuzhou's clothes with her. This time see Yuzhou would not let her off so easily. I already washed you last night. Nanny's face flushed and she lowered her head in embarrassment. See Yuzhou looked down at the seductive little woman and a trace of desire stained his cold eyes. Are you tired? He asked. Nanny was actually quite tired, but her long-term tendency to please others made her subconsciously shake her head. No. Then let's remember again. Nanny didn't understand, and the next second, the man silenced her refusal with his mouth. When Nanny woke up again, it was already afternoon. Nanny wanted to cry but had no tears. She didn't dare cry because she still remembered what the man had said. Do you know that a woman's tears are a man's aphrodisiac? You look like this, I really want to take you. The door opened and a man wearing cotton loungewear entered, carrying a tray. Nanny's body trembled, and she immediately wrapped the quilt around herself and hid. See Yuzhou couldn't help but laugh as he looked at the woman in the bed, who looked like an ostrich. Nanny felt the bedside collapse, and then the quilt on her body was tugged. Nanny tugged the quilt tightly and shook her head pleading for mercy inside. No, I'm not coming, I'm really tired. She really couldn't take it anymore. It's been a long day, aren't you hungry? The man's cold voice came through the quilt. Nanny tentatively poked her head out and met the man's teasing eyes. Auntie made congee, get up and eat some. Nanny saw the bowl on the nightstand and let out a sigh of relief. Then go out first, I need to change. Nanny spoke in a hoarse voice. There was a clean women's dress on the bedside table. Where on your body haven't I seen before? Even if there are a few moles, I know them all perfectly well. See Yuzhou spoke slowly and deliberately, looking up and down at Nanny, his gaze making her blush for no reason. The man did not hide, his expression seemed to be provoking, and Nanny sat up with all her strength. After all, her face was not thick enough, and she dressed while facing away from him. See Yuzhou half closed his eyes, his dark and ambiguous gaze fixed on the woman's fair back. Fluffy curls covered her back, occasionally revealing dark kiss marks with her movements. Her waist was so thin that it seemed like she could hold it in one hand. There was not an ounce of excess fat around her waist, creating a perfect arc. Nanny's skin was delicate, and a light touch could easily leave a mark. Nanny quickly dressed, but her fingers were so tired that they trembled, and after half a day of effort, she still couldn't fasten the button on her chest. A pair of large hands with clearly defined joints came from behind her and fastened each button for her. Nanny held her breath, as if she were now in the arms of a man, and the scent of camellia flowers filled her nose. Can you hold the bowl? Do you want me to feed you? See Yuzhou's eyes were smiling, and his lips were lightly curled. No, I can do it. Nanny took the bowl in a panic and began to drink the porridge, afraid to look at the man. The porridge tasted very good. It was obviously just ordinary millet and pumpkin porridge, but it had a mellow flavor unlike anything she had tasted before. After finishing the porridge, Yuzhou pinched Nanny's chin and rubbed her thumb on the corner of her lips. When he wasn't smiling, he seemed a little cold, and his tone was as cold as his temperament. But the words he spoke were like a thunderbolt from the sky, blowing up Nanny's heart. Do you want to follow me? Chapter 9, I need to get it back. Nanny froze in place. She admitted that her recent experiences had been a major breakthrough in her previously well-behaved life. She was also not so naive as to think that having sex was immoral. A woman's body belongs to herself. Although she was not very conscious during both experiences, Nanny had no regrets. But Nanny didn't want a future either. And what did it mean to follow him? A kept woman? Nanny laughed. Sir, I am not a desperate student in trouble, nor am I a gold-digging woman who is greedy for money and fawning on power. Although I can't go back to the Nan family, I won't casually commit myself to a strange man. Nanny could tell that the man was no ordinary person. Whether it was his appearance or his demeanor, he was extraordinary. Not to mention the Royal Lakes Bay where he lived. This is the famous wealthy district of the imperial capital, worth hundreds of millions of dollars, and there are only a few villas in it. Even the Nan family can't afford 1/10 of this place. But Nanny is not so desperate for money that she would become a kept woman. Yuzhou was not offended by the rejection and lightly blinked his eyes, changing his approach. I was rude, I didn't mean to belittle Miss Nan, so how about we maintain an equal relationship and each take what we want? Friends with benefits? Does that sound less abrupt? Nanny was speechless, and the other party had obviously already investigated her. Why must it be me? Whether it's appearance, figure, or background, with the other party's qualifications, what kind of woman doesn't he want? Yuzhou lightly pressed Nanny's soft lips. Last night's kiss was fierce, and they were still a little swollen, making them look even fuller and more seductive. Probably because our bodies fit well. Yuzhou's words were straightforward, and his gaze was very aggressive, so Nanny blushed directly. The other party did make her feel a different kind of pleasure, but Nanny did not want this kind of wrong relationship to continue. Sir, this is inappropriate. Asking twice was already a special tolerance that Yuzhou had for Nanny. Whatever he wanted, he always took it directly. Having been rejected twice in a row, Yuzhou lost his patience and took Nanny in his arms tightly around her waist. The first time I helped you with the antidote, and the second time you were drunk and wanted me to take you home. Both times you took the initiative. Miss Nan, you can't just have your fun and run away. The other person was right, and Nanny felt a little guilty. She pushed the man's chest with her hands and pulled away a little. So what do you want? At least I have to get it back twice. That sounds fair. Okay. Nanny was confused and let Yuzhou take the lead, and then she agreed to the other person's request. She was completely unaware that it was Yuzhou who had enjoyed twice the pleasure. The innocent little white rabbit had fallen into the big bad wolf's trap. Yuzhou pressed his lips together in a smug smile and leaned in to kiss Nanny. I'll decide when you get it back. Nanny's face flushed slightly and she nodded apologetically. Why did he kiss her? Nanny was usually quite clever, but she always seemed awkward and naive in relationships. She couldn't stay here forever, and she always felt like the other person was staring at her, as if they wanted to eat her up. She got dressed in expensive designer clothes that fit perfectly. Noticing her slightly surprised expression, Yuzhou explained. I measured the sizes myself last night, so there's no mistake. The little white rabbit looked as if it had been cooked to perfection. I'll pay you back for the clothes. No need. Your body has already paid the debt. The little white rabbit was about to burst into flames. Yuzhou curled his lips, interesting. The daytime and nighttime versions of the same person seemed to be two different people. The daytime version was pure and lustful, and you couldn't help but hold it in your hands and protect it, but the nighttime version was like a charming demon that would ruin the country. After exchanging contact information, Yuzhou asked the driver to escort Nanny out. Are you going back to the Nan family, Miss Nan? The driver asked. Nan family? How could she go back there? No, go to Yuzhou. Chapter 10. What are all these traces? She could no longer go back to the Nan family. From the moment she decided to do this at the engagement ceremony, she knew that she and the Nan family would be forever estranged. But she had no regrets. She could not be a pathetic person who let others bully her. So she had packed her bags and left them with her good friend, Han Shuiwei. My little ancestor, where were you yesterday? I called you 800 times. If you don't show up, I'm going to call the police. What's going on? I rushed to your engagement party as soon as I got off the plane, and I heard that Lin Jiedu and Nan Qingwan got together? Seeing Nanny, Han Shuiwei led the person into the house while asking questions like a machine gun. Nanny made herself at home, grabbed a glass of lemon tea from the refrigerator, and then collapsed on the sofa. Where's Chi-hee? I knew you would definitely come today, so I drove Chi-hee to the company to live. Han Shuiwei arranged it in a big way. Han Shuiwei is a famous pianist. Unlike her noble appearance and temperament, she is a chatterbox in private. Since childhood, she had a childhood sweetheart. Once they reached the age of marriage, Chi-hee couldn't wait a moment longer and directly took the person to the Civil Affairs Bureau to register for marriage. They have been sweet and happy for so many years. By the way, what happened yesterday? Han Shuiwei was invited to perform in Vienna some time ago, but she definitely had to attend Nanny's engagement banquet. Unfortunately, the flight was cancelled due to a storm, so Han Shuiwei stayed up all night to catch a connecting flight and just barely made it to the banquet. She ended up eating a big disappointment when she got there, and she couldn't get in touch with Nanny, so she was worried and couldn't sleep all night. Nanny briefly explained what happened, and Han Shuiwei's mouth opened wide enough to fit an egg. How could you not tell me about such an important matter? I would have helped you turn the banquet upside down. Nanny knew Han Shuiwei's character, so she didn't dare tell her. Han Shuiwei had been spoiled by Chi-hee since she was young. Nanny was sure that if Han Shuiwei had known in advance, she would have cut Lin Jiedu's genitals off on the spot. Chi-hee would have said with concern, "How can our baby touch such dirty things?" The next day's news was shock. Internationally renowned pianist out of control for love? Storm's wedding venue cuts scumbag's genitals with scissors. It sounds like it hurts. That bitch Nan Qingwan is deliberately picking on you, acting like a pitiful wretch and fighting you for everything. You've never seen the world, you hick. The Nan family is sick. You're lucky to be gone, saving yourself from living with that bunch of psychos. Lin Jiedu, that scumbag, is also a loser. He's blind, and he specializes in picking through the trash. What is he good for? I couldn't stand him before, with his weak-kneed, impotent look. Yesterday I heard someone complain that when they were discovered, Lin Jiedu was acting like a little Mac. What a loser. This trick of yours worked well on live streaming, slut versus scumbag, locked up. Don't come out and plague the market. Han Shuiwei is full of emotion and doesn't hold back when she scolds people. Nanny dares not interrupt, because if Han Shuiwei doesn't stop scolding for 2 hours, she won't be able to bear it. And when Han Shuiwei is unhappy, someone is bound to suffer. But Nanny is also very relieved. It's not like she has no one to care about her. After the scolding, Han Shuiwei hugged Nanny tenderly, feeling sorry for her good friend who had suffered so much over the years. It's a blessing in disguise. Leave those trashy men behind, and your blessings are yet to come. In the midst of their conversation, Nanny's collar was pulled open a little, revealing an ambiguous mark on her shoulder. Han Shuiwei's eyes widened, and she pulled at her clothes and loudly questioned. Who? Which son of a bitch slept with my good girl? Chapter 11, Still Too Conservative. Nanny awkwardly tugged at her clothes. It's nothing, I just accidentally wet a man. And I accidentally wet him twice. So I actually gave Lin Jiedu an LV hat too. What kind of man? He should be very handsome, right? Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to stop yourself from saying yes, and you wouldn't have been able to say yes twice. And look, he seems to be a little wolf dog, with a really strong sense of possession. At first glance, it doesn't look like he's lacking in ability, and he should be able to give you a lot of sexual happiness. He's better than Lin Jiedu, who has a weak kidney and is like a Mac. Han Shuiwei's eyes were like radar, and after just looking at a few traces, he made a comprehensive analysis. Nanny's ears turned pink, and she felt a little embarrassed, with the corner of her mouth gently curled up. Well, he is indeed quite strong. Nanny spoke honestly. Wow, that's exciting, tell me more. Nanny told Han Shuiwa about her experience with Si Yuzhou and what he had said to her today. Why didn't you say yes? Han Shuiwa spoke with righteous indignation. He's handsome, rich, capable and experienced. Do you know how rare that is in the market? Just think of him as a free massage. Listen to what kind of words these are. Nanny, maybe I am too conservative. The two young ladies had a shameless discussion about Si Yuzhou. Nanny couldn't stay at Han Shuiwa's forever, or he would easily assassinate her. She had some savings of her own and was thinking of staying in a hotel, and then apply for a dormitory after school started. Han Shuiwa slapped her. Don't be polite with me, there are plenty of rooms at home, and if you're afraid it's inconvenient, he also has several properties, you can stay wherever you like. Am I the one who was inconvenienced? I'm afraid it's inconvenient for you too. He is 3 years older than Han Shuiwa, and looks like a gentleman and polite on the outside, but in the end, as soon as Han Shuiwa became an adult, she tricked him onto the boat. Every time Han Shuiwa quarrels with him, it's because he is too clingy. To celebrate your escape from the green tea and kicking the scumbag, I'll take you to a bar to have fun tonight. Han Shuiwa announced in a high-pitched voice, putting her arm around Nanny. No way, he will let you go? Oh, he won't say anything if he goes in your name. Okay, so she really wants to go. But Han Shuiwa was right, leaving the Nan family and breaking off the engagement was actually a good thing. From now on, Nanny would decide her own life. Nan family. Recently, neither the Nan family nor the Lin family dared to go out. The engagement announcement had spread throughout the rich circles, and everyone was laughing at the two families. And all of this was because of Nanny. Nanny! You bitch! How dare you humiliate me! I won't let you off the hook. Nan Qingwan's eyes were bloodshot, her anger distorting her features. That day, the hotel staff led the parents of the two families, followed by a bunch of guests waiting to see the fun. Opening the door to the utility room, a pungent smell hit them. The two were hugging each other tightly. Everyone saw her disgrace. It's all Nanny's fault. It's all her fault. Qingwan, don't be angry, Dad has already cut off ties with Nanny and kicked her out of the house. Yes, Qingwan, don't worry, without the Nan family, Nanny is nothing, she won't show her face in front of you again. The family patiently coaxed Nan Qingwan. No way. Nan Qingwan glared with bloodshot eyes, flashing a fierce glare. I won't let her go so easily. I must make Nanny pay a greater price. Chapter 12, The Marriage Alliance with the Shang Family. C Group. President C, you need to sign this document. Si Yuzhou glanced at it and signed his name after finding nothing wrong with it. The stroke of the pen was strong and powerful, like him, deep and cold. After signing, Zhou Xing did not leave, his face hesitant, and Si Yuzhou did not even look up. Something else? President C, today is the day you come home for dinner. Si Yuzhou paused, frowned slightly, glanced at the smart calendar on the table, and pinched the middle of his brow. That's right. His father had set the rule that they would eat together on the 5th, 15th, and 25th of every month. Because of that woman and her child, Si Yuzhou rarely returned to that home. The two men had been constantly competing with each other, and then Si Chang discovered that Si Yuzhou was worthy of being his child, and was even more stubborn than him. The old father lowered his head and begged for 3 days of family gatherings each month. But it was just family gatherings. Si Yuzhou still felt resentment inside for the fact that his father had cheated on his wife and was unfaithful in love. He also didn't have a good impression of the woman who had interfered in someone else's marriage. When he returned to the Si family, the nanny had already finished cooking. Fang Sihua had already acted like a hostess, smiling and greeting Si Yuzhou. Although she was ignored as usual, she didn't care at all. The 4 people at the table silently bowed their heads and ate in tacit agreement. There wasn't a sound at the table, and the quiet was a little eerie. In the end, it was Si Chang, the father, who broke the silence first. Yuzhou, Jin Xian is also getting older now, it's time for him to gain some experience in the company. Tomorrow, you take Jin Xian with you and get familiar with the company first. Si Yuzhou put down his chopsticks expressionlessly, and a low, cold aura exuded from his body. He glanced up and saw Si Jin Xian, who was slouching and smirking in the corner. Him? What can he do? He can't even read a file. You. Si Jixuan was annoyed, and was tightly held back by Fang Sihua. Fang Sihua gave him a wink, then looked at Si Yuzhou ingratiatingly. Yuzhou, Qingwan is inexperienced and doesn't know anything, so you, as an older brother, should teach him properly. My mother only gave birth to me, I don't have a younger brother, Chengzhu Group, neither you nor your mother should think about messing with me. Si Yuzhou's words were merciless. Fang Sihua was embarrassed and stunned, while Si Cheng first defended his concubine. Yuzhou, how dare you speak to your Aunt Fang like that? Si Yuzhou wiped her hands and stood up, her eyes not giving anyone else a second glance. She is of no importance, and I will treat her as such. If you don't like it, don't come home for dinner. You. Si Cheng angrily slammed his hand on the table, his face turning a deep red. Since Si Yuzhou's mother fell ill, he has never given him a good face. He is at least Si Yuzhou's father. This unfilial son. But Si Yuzhou is tough-willed, decisive, and ruthless. After being taken back into the Si family, he took control of the family in just half a year. Si Cheng has been trying to be better than everyone else for half his life, and even in this situation, he doesn't want to lose out. He grits his teeth and reminds him from behind. We'll talk about this later, but the Si family previously entered into an engagement with the Shang family, so you should go to the Shang family sometime. He knew that Si Yuzhou hated arranged marriages and business alliances. This was because this was how Si Cheng and Si Yuzhou's mother had been. Si Yuzhou had witnessed his mother's painful appearance as she struggled unhappily in her marriage. Si Cheng actually used this to disgust him? Si Yuzhou's back was tall and straight, his fists clenched tightly. A sarcastic smile curled the corner of his mouth, and his voice was cold as an ice-cold knife. Whoever agrees to marry whoever. You like young women anyway, don't you? But I'm afraid the Shang family's daughter doesn't want to find a father for herself. You, Si Yuzhou. Si Cheng was so angry this time that he really wanted to spit blood. Si Yuzhou had already lifted his foot to leave. As father and son, they understand best how to stab each other with a knife to cause the most pain. Si Qingwan calmed Si Cheng down, and then, with a shift in his eyes, he had a devilish idea. Dad, since my brother doesn't want to marry the Shang family's daughter, then I'll marry her, okay? Fang Sihua looked up at Si Qingwan and pondered, secretly observing Si Cheng's attitude. As long as Si Yuzhou was around, there was no way Si Qingwan could enter the group. But if he married the Shang family's daughter, it would be a different story. With the Shang family as his backing, wouldn't it be easy to enter the Si family? By then, the Shang and Si families will all be his Si Jixuans. He wants to make Si Yuzhou kneel on the ground and lick his shoes. On the other side, Si Yuzhou, who exuded a surly aura, got into the car, and the intimidating aura in his eyebrows and eyes looked like he was about to kill someone. Zhou Xing drove cautiously, not daring to say a word, and the car was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Just then, there was a ding-dong sound. Zhou Xing nervously glanced at his phone, and his heart immediately hung in the balance. In the midst of the struggle of whether or not he would die today, Zhou Xing opened his mouth with a death-defying attitude. Director Si. Si Yuzhou glanced up lightly, and Zhou Xing almost peed in his pants. His boss now looked like the fierce alpha wolf in the jungle, and he was the tempting lamb, ready to be torn apart and hunted at any moment. He was holding on to a high salary, but he was about to risk his head. Zhou Xing spoke carefully. Our people say that someone has kidnapped Miss Nan. Oh no, the temperature in the car just dropped. Chapter 13, Miss Nan was kidnapped. Nanny went out today to book a hotel and buy some things. Although Han Shuiwei had let her stay, it was inconvenient after all, and she also had her own things to do. Not long after she left the house, on a quiet side street, a van suddenly stopped in front of her. 3 or 4 people rushed down, covered Nanny's nose with a towel, and dragged her towards the car. Nanny struggled for less than 2 seconds before she passed out. When she woke up, she was tied up in a half-finished building. Nanny surveyed her surroundings. The place was desolate, with few people around, and she didn't have her phone with her. There were probably 5 or 6 people, and she didn't think she could get away on her own. What should she do? Laughter sounded behind her, and Nanny nervously looked at the 5 people who had just entered. They were dressed in cheap clothes and looked like thugs. 2 of them stood with cameras and tripods, while the other 3 looked at her with ill intent. Woken up, little beauty? That's good, get ready to be photographed, it's more interesting when you're awake. As they spoke, the men stepped forward, and Nanny tried to remain calm. Who are you? What do you want? Isn't it obvious what we want? The man pulled at his belt, his smile lewd. Who sent you? I'll pay double. Scoffing, you're no longer the young lady of the Nan family, so why pretend to be rich? Knowing her identity? That means they're deliberately targeting her. Apart from Qingwan, Nanny can't think of a second person who is more vicious. Nanny's voice is calm. Even so, I have money. How much do you want? I can give it to you. It doesn't matter if you want money or not, the main thing is that we've been holding back for a few days and we can't hold back anymore when we see such a pretty little girl. Sister, don't blame us, blame your bad luck for provoking the wrong people. They looked at their prey, surrounded, like hungry wolves. Nanny kept backing away. These thugs were unreasonable, their lust had overwhelmed their reason. What should she do? Who can save her? The man in charge pounced on her first. Nanny saw her chance and made a sharp turn, kicking the man hard in the groin. Ah, fuck. The man covered his crotch and fell to his knees, groaning in pain. Nanny took the opportunity to run for it. Her hands were tied behind her back, which wasn't very convenient. She fell to the ground after just a few steps, her knees sending a sharp pain through her body. But she couldn't care about that. She struggled to her feet and ran. The others quickly caught her and dragged her along. Still trying to run? I'll see how far you get. The men had vicious expressions, lecherous faces, and green eyes. Help! Nanny struggled in despair, and a tear slipped from the corner of her eye. Save her, can someone save her? Why is the heavens doing this to her? Why be so cruel? What did she do wrong? Qingwan. Nanny clenched her lips tightly, determined not to let her go. There was a sound of tearing cloth. Nanny closed her eyes in despair. No one would come to this remote place. Ah! A muffled sound, and Nanny felt a gust of wind next to her. Then the disgusting hands on her body disappeared. In their place was a familiar cool breath, and a suit covered her body. Nanny opened her trembling eyes and saw Yuzhou's frost-covered face. And in the corners of his eyes, she saw tenderness and compassion that she could understand. Nanny suddenly felt like crying, half out of grievance and half out of fear. Her mouth fell open, and tears fell like pearls. Yuzhou's heart inexplicably tightened, and he held the person in his arms, his voice unusually gentle. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Chapter 14, Why did you come to save me? Yuzhou patiently comforted Nanny, and after she had calmed down, he carried her next door. Yuzhou lowered his head and stroked Nanny's cheek with a warm, large hand, his pupils deep and serious. Wait here for a moment, Zhou Xing will keep you company, I'll be right back. Nanny nodded and crouched down, wrapped in Yuzhou's large suit. It seemed that was the only way to make her feel secure. Yuzhou gave Zhou Xing a look, then turned and walked back. The moment he turned around, the stern and ruthless aura returned. His eyes were cold and contemptuous, as if nothing could stop him. Zhou Xing swallowed nervously, then crouched down and stood guard over Nanny like a quail. Suddenly, two pale green earplugs appeared in front of Nanny. Put them in, Miss Nan, you'll need them, Zhou Xing said thoughtfully. Nanny didn't understand why, but obediently put them in. In a moment, the sound of painful wailing leaked in from the earplugs. Nanny bit her lip, probably knowing what had happened, and she lowered her head not wanting to think about anything. Then she noticed that Zhou Xing was calmly beside her, drawing circles on the ground with a twig. Yuzhou soon returned, his face as usual, his breathing steady, as if he had gone next door to negotiate. It was just that the bloodthirsty madness had not yet been completely contained. He lifted his hand to remove Nanny's earplugs, casually threw them on the ground, and carried her out sideways in his arms. Nanny obediently leaned against Yuzhou's chest, resting her head on his shoulder. For the first time, she was so well behaved. It seems that she was terrified. As a qualified assistant, Zhou Xing knew that he needed to deal with the aftermath without being told by his boss. When he went next door, he gasped. My boss. You are the living hell, Satan. The next day, when he woke up, he realized that he had fallen to second place on the list of demons. These people are not dead, they might as well be. Their lives are completely ruined from now on. There is not a single bone in their bodies that is not broken, and their facial features have all been disfigured by the beatings. Others think that Yuzhou just seems cold, but only Zhou Xing knows that he is really ruthless. There seems to be a tyrannical factor within Yuzhou's body, and those who disobey him do not have a good ending. This is someone who can fight heavyweight boxers in the ring. He can punch through a sandbag with one punch, so what are a few rotten fish? It's also lucky for you that you happened to catch our boss at home when he was angry, and you provoked the woman he cares about. That's why he took it out on you, otherwise ordinary people can't get our boss to personally intervene. The 5 people who would rather die, you call this lucky? Who's lucky? I might as well be dead, and you've crushed my balls. Yuzhou put the person in the car and kept hugging him to comfort him. Nanny still remembers the fear of those men pulling her just now. She cuddled in Yuzhou's arms, hugging his waist tightly, her eyes a little vacant. She dares not imagine what she would face if Yuzhou hadn't come today. Yuzhou felt a small wet patch on his chest. The little bunny had cried again. Ah! I want to kill someone. Yuzhou lifted his hand and gently wiped away the tear at the corner of Nanny's eye, trying hard to suppress the riot in his body. It's okay, don't be afraid, this won't happen again. Nanny let out a grunt through her nose. In Yuzhou's embrace, Nanny's cold body gradually warmed up and gradually regained her composure. Realizing that she was still sitting in Yuzhou's lap, she felt a little embarrassed. She struggled to get down, but Yuzhou held her in place. You honestly sat there, and when you were done using me, you just wanted to run away? No. Nanny didn't move, and her voice was small, and if you listen carefully, it had a hint of coquettishness to it. She leaned obediently in Yuzhou's arms, and then she remembered to ask. Thank you today, but why were you there? Yuzhou's eyes did not change, and his voice was as usual, cold and casual. That area is the new territory that the C family has claimed, and I happened to go there to investigate the situation. Oh. Of course she didn't delude herself into thinking that Yuzhou had rushed there specifically to save her. Why would Yuzhou care about a woman he had only slept with twice? But fortunately, Yuzhou happened to be there, otherwise she would be finished today. Thinking about this, Nanny was still shaken. Zhou Xing, who had already returned to drive, pressed the corners of his smug mouth, and inwardly criticized his boss. Pretend, just pretend. It was his boss who said that the Nan family was narrow-minded and despicable, and that after something like that happened in the family, they would definitely retaliate against Nanny. That's why he had people secretly protecting Miss Nan these past few days. Oh dear, in the inexperienced person's opinion, his boss, this is a trap. This is a good thing, this is a good thing. His boss finally has a bit of a human touch. Instead of being a cold machine, or a grumpy and terrifying machine. Chapter 15, A Spring Night is Worth 1,000 in Gold. Nanny was taken back to Yuzhou's house. Yuzhou held her on the sofa and whispered, medical kit, and the nanny quickly found it. Yuzhou crouched down and lifted Nanny's slender little legs. The fall had been heavy, and the bruise on her knee was bloody. I can do it myself. Nanny had forgotten her injuries. Don't move. Yuzhou's tone was not to be refused. He held the cotton swab and iodine with a cold face, but his movements were very gentle. Bear with it. Nanny was prepared, but she still twitched slightly from the irritation. Yuzhou paused for 2 seconds, then lowered his head and gently blew on Nanny's wound, relieving the irritating pain. Nanny looked at the somewhat pious man in front of her, her cheeks slightly flushed. The man in front of her had already helped her more than once. Why is he so good to her? Is he like this with everyone? Zhou Xing and the nanny stood by with kind faces, watching this harmonious scene. The gentle, beautiful word would one day be used to describe their boss. Oh my, I really want to give their boss the Nobel Peace Prize. But Zhou Xing knew that Yuzhou was a tyrannical lion, and the whole day's experience had made him extremely angry. He was just holding back his anger now. So Zhou Xing took the opportunity to whisper to Nanny. Miss Nan, please be sure to stroke our boss tonight, using your gentle and calm breath to calm his temper. Otherwise, Yuzhou will definitely explode. If he explodes, he will be reborn in nirvana, but everyone else will be blown to pieces and reduced to ashes. Nanny was at a loss for words. After treating the wound, Nanny took Yuzhou's hand and whispered, your hand is also hurt. Yuzhou's knuckles were red, probably from accidentally scraping them when scolding someone earlier. Nanny sat him down and expertly took out a cotton swab and iodine. She brought her plain little face close to the wound, gently blew on it, looking serious and careful, as if she was afraid it would hurt. Joke, he has experienced all kinds of training and competitions since childhood, would he be afraid of this small wound? But seeing Nanny being so cautious and careful, Yuzhou didn't dislike it in his heart. He even felt very happy. Apart from his mother, it seems that no one has been so gentle with him for a long time. Nanny, Zhou Xing, it's beautiful, so beautiful. Don't touch water recently. Nanny let go of Yuzhou's hand and noticed that he was staring at her without blinking. What's wrong? Nothing. Yuzhou turned his head abnormally and glanced at the corner of his eye and saw that Nanny's clothes were still covered in dust. He skillfully carried her into the bathroom, and Nanny hurriedly stopped him. Thank you, I'll just wash myself at the hotel. I was just pinned to the ground by those thugs, and I'm covered in dirt. Yuzhou looked down at her with an expressionless face. However, Nanny still sensitively noticed that the man holding her hand tightened a little, and the air around him seemed to exude a coldness. Are you not afraid of another accident? Those people's methods can go far beyond that. Nanny silently bit her lip, she was afraid. The terrifying faces of those people would still appear in her mind from time to time, making her heart race. Then, I can do it myself. You have a knee injury, I'm worried you'll fall. No. Nanny's refusal was interrupted by Yuzhou. His deep, dark eyes were like a bottomless abyss, making people shudder for no reason. It seemed that only at this moment did Nanny realize that the other party was not a good negotiator. She remembered Zhou Xing's reminder. Men are like lions with raised bristles, desperately in need of blood to stimulate the tyrannical factor. Nanny had learned her lesson. She wrapped her arms around Yuzhou's neck, her cheeks slightly flushed. But I'm shy, so can you ask the nanny to help me? Her voice was soft and flattering, and miraculously calmed Yuzhou's temper. He didn't refuse, carrying the person into the bathroom, asking the nanny to serve, and going to the study himself. President C, we have already investigated and found out that it was Qingwan of the Nan family who did it. Zhou Xing reported from the side. Yuzhou was not surprised and lightly commanded, cutting off the funding chain of the Nan and Lin families. Yes. That's it? It seems that he sensed Zhou Xing's slightly surprised look, and Yuzhou explained without hesitation, with a trace of sinister playfulness in his eyes. We need to keep them around, they can still be useful. If we don't push them a bit, how can the little white rabbit fall obediently into the trap? Hiss, scary. Huaguahao's assistant Zhou Xing arranged for someone to deliver suitable clothes in advance. Nanyi was wearing a white princess nightdress and lying on Yuzhou's bed. Just a few days ago, they had been in this bed. Nanny thought that she would never be connected to Yuzhou again. Unexpectedly, she was lying in this bed again so soon. Not tonight, too, right? Nanny had actually still been in a daze after what had happened in the afternoon. Her phone lit up for a moment, and it was Han Shuiwa sending her a message, asking her why she hadn't gone home yet. Nanny bit her lip and decided to discuss the situation with her strategist. Nanny, I'm in that man's bed. Han Shuiwa? Han Shuiwa, after you started having sex, you couldn't stand the loneliness? Han Shuiwa, that guy's technique made you so infatuated? Han Shuiwa, so soon you went to enjoy the excellent massage again? Han Shuiwa, good guy, I call you good guy. Nanny, no, there was a little accident. Nanny didn't say anything about the afternoon, for fear of worrying Han Shuiwa. But this guy's attention had obviously wandered. Han Shuiwa, was it an accident of heaven's blessing on your happiness on the boat? Han Shuiwa, okay, then I won't disturb you. A spring night is worth 1,000 in gold. Have a nice day. Nanny hadn't even had time to analyze the current situation with Han Shuiwa. With a crack, the bedroom door opened. Chapter 16, Sleeping Clothed for the First Time. Yuzhou's tall figure walked in. He had taken a shower in the guest room next door and changed into a navy silk pajama top. The fabric was light and soft, and as he walked, it showed the shape of his muscles. The puffy chest muscles under the V neckline were particularly sexy. Nanny immediately sat up straight, but her mind was a little confused in her waking state. Should I not be sleeping here? I'll go sleep in the guest room. Just as she was about to get up, Yuzhou pressed her back against his shoulder. With his other hand, he lifted the quilt, and the knuckles of his hands, which had clearly defined bones, moved up the hem of her loose nightdress, revealing a slender, smooth leg. Mr. C. Nanny quickly pressed Yuzhou's hand and looked at him for help. I was really scared today, so I can't do it next time, okay? She still remembered that she had promised Yuzhou that she would return the favor twice. Today, Yuzhou saved her again, and Nanny owed Yuzhou too much. But today was really not a good time. Nanny was still a little scared, and her palms trembled slightly. Yuzhou played with Nanny's hands and suddenly let out a light laugh, and a trace of a smile appeared in those indifferent eyes. What are you thinking about? I just want to take a look at the injury on your knee. Ah. Nanny immediately let go of her hand, and she turned her head away, embarrassed. Yuzhou, however, had no intention of letting her off the hook. He leaned in close to Nanny's ear and spoke in a low voice. But since you want it so badly, I can't say I won't oblige. You said you'd wait until next time, and counting the previous 2 times, you now owe me 3 times. Nanny's eyes widened. How did she just get herself into this again? Her refusal was taken by the other person as a desire. This man is indeed a cunning businessman. Yuzhou let go of the hot and bothered Nanny, and looked down to check the injury on her knee. It's okay, no water has entered. Put the quilt back on her, and honestly sleep next to me tonight, I won't do anything. Nanny's head was still a bit confused from the 3 times, and when she came to her senses, Yuzhou was already in bed. The man's warm body pressed up against her, and he rested his head in the hollow of Nanny's shoulder. It was like a male lion returning from a hunt, ready to rest. Nanny struggled a little, and the arm around her waist tightened a little more. If I move any further, I can't guarantee what I'll do. The warm breath hit her neck, tickling her. Nanny dared not move, and the man next to her closed his eyes. Since the dinner gathering, Yuzhou had been holding back a lot of anger. Whether it was his father, or that woman and her son, Yuzhou didn't want to see any of them. When he also encountered Nanny's accident, the tyrannical factor in Yuzhou's body rose violently. He was like a lion, marking Nanny as his territory. Nanny's accident was someone provoking his dignity. After dealing with those riffraff, he now carried the bunny back to his territory. Only at this moment could he lower his raised barbs and rest peacefully by the bunny. The room fell into silence, and the sound of even breathing could be heard. Nanny's heart, which had been restless all day, gradually calmed down. Sleepiness came over her, and Nanny found a comfortable position next to Yuzhou and fell asleep. The next day, she woke up to find that Yuzhou had not gone to work. As soon as Nanny opened her eyes, she was greeted by Yuzhou's handsome face, and she realized that she was still lying in Yuzhou's arms, her cheeks flushing. This was not the first time she had woken up next to Yuzhou, but it was the first time that they were still wearing clothes. Are you awake? Auntie has already finished cooking downstairs, so go down and eat. Yuzhou got up and went to the luxury bag at the end of the bed to get her clothes. Last night, Zhou Xing had someone buy a bunch of clothes for Nanny. She was practically a competent and attentive little nanny. Seeing Yuzhou's movements, Nanny, who had remembered something, reached out to stop her. Don't! But it was already too late. Yuzhou, who didn't know what was going on, casually stuck her hand into a bag and hooked up a white miniskirt. The spacious room suddenly fell silent, as if time had come to a standstill. Nanny sat on the bed, her hands stretched out, her cheeks red like ripe peaches. Yuzhou hooked one finger on the garment. Raising his eyebrows, he looked at Nanny and a meaningful smile curled the corner of his mouth. Chapter 17, Wear It For Me Next Time. Nanny didn't know what was wrong with Zhou Xing. If you're buying clothes, just buy clothes, why did you buy underwear? Last night, Nanny came out of the shower and found her pajamas to change into. She casually glanced at the other bags. Then she saw this hardcover dress that made people think of all kinds of things. Nanny felt as if she had been burned and quickly threw the dress back. Then she forgot about it. She didn't expect Yuzhou to be so kind just now. Why did he take the dress for her? Yuzhou hooked the blushing dress and slowly approached Nanny. He looked at the young woman, who was blushing from her ears to her neck and shoulders. He was in an exceptionally good mood, raised the corner of his mouth, and looked at Nanny with a wicked smile. Is this a surprise for me? No. I don't know, it was all your assistant's idea. Nanny was about to burst into flames, and she didn't dare to look at the piece of fabric. Yuzhou seemed to be in a particularly good mood, and he had the idea of teasing the young woman. His aggressive gaze swept over Nanny, and the tall, cold-breathed figure gradually approached. His palm followed the shapely calves up to the tender thighs, the soft, tender skin feeling extremely good. Since it was bought, it had to be put to good use. Nanny shrank back in fear, pushing her hands against the man's chest. No, I still have a knee injury. Don't worry, I'll hold you so you don't have to kneel. Yuzhou's voice was low and sexy, and Nanny blushed immediately. This man, really? Too much. No. Please, I really can't today. Promiscuity in broad daylight? With injuries and the time and atmosphere not being right. Then when? Next time. Next time I'll let you make it up to me, okay? Nanny begged for mercy. Okay, then next time we get on the boat, you wear it. Ha! Nanny opened her eyes, wondering why she felt like she was being tricked again. She had agreed to let Yuzhou get it back next time, not to wear this pathetic piece of fabric. Yuzhou got up with satisfaction, a sly look flashing in the corner of his eye. He tidied up the clothes carefully and gave Zhou Xing a big red envelope. Well done. Not only did he get an extra chance, he also got an increase. Zhou Xing was instantly full of energy when he saw the red envelope with several zeros on his phone in the morning. Today is also a day of hard work for the boss's happiness. Nanny has been staying at Yuzhou's place recently, and naturally they sleep in the same bed at night. Nanny has struggled, but it's useless. For example, Nanny, thank you for the past few days, I'm fine now and can go back to the hotel. Yuzhou, no, those people are still looking for you to take revenge. Nanny, ah. Then I'll go to my friend's place. Yuzhou, do you want to bring danger to your friend? Nanny was defeated. The simple little white rabbit could only half uneasily and half gratefully stay at Yuzhou's house. Yuzhou hooked his lips, feeling relaxed. Another example. Nanny, it's not good for me to bother you like this, I'd better sleep in the guest room. Yuzhou, the guest room hasn't been cleaned, and only this room is habitable. Nanny, it's just one more room to bother. Yuzhou, Auntie Li is old, do you want to trouble her? Nanny, who was feeling guilty, gave up. When she tried to struggle again, Yuzhou lost his patience. Nan, I saved you, so it's reasonable for you to listen to my arrangements, isn't it? He spoke with a serious and righteous expression, as if Nanny was being unreasonable. Nanny nodded pitifully, agreeing that it was reasonable. Yuzhou was a complete winner, and in a good mood, he cuddled up to the little white rabbit and went to sleep. It's strange, he's always had a shallow sleep and never felt rested. But by Nanny's side, he slept exceptionally deeply and woke up feeling refreshed. When Nanny told Han Shuiwa about this, Han Shuiwa frowned. You're not being deceived, are you? Nanny nodded dazedly, I feel it too, but I have no proof. Han Shuiwa, it's over, my best friend has been targeted by the big bad wolf. But in fact, Nanny is quite free here with Yuzhou. Yuzhou's villa is very large, and she can go to any room she likes. There is also a spacious courtyard outside. She can water the flowers, read books, and swing on the swings. Life is very comfortable. Yuzhou also brings her all kinds of small desserts every day. One day, Nanny received a message on her phone from Qingwan. She said that there had been too many misunderstandings between them and that she wanted to meet with her to explain everything clearly. She hadn't sought her out after the last incident, but Qingwan had come looking for trouble on her own. Nanny was not that stupid as to naively believe Qingwan's pretense. She ignored her, but Qingwan didn't give up. Finally, she threw out a bait. Nanny, I have the relic of your biological parents. Don't you want to take it? Nanny hesitated. Although she had never met them, they were, after all, her biological parents. But Qingwan would never be so kind, there must be a trap waiting for her. Nanny told Li Xiao that if she wasn't back by 2 o'clock, she should call the police. To be on the safe side, Nanny took the 2 bodyguards who had stayed at home with Yuzhou and went out the door. Meanwhile, Yuzhou's side also learned of Nanny's whereabouts. President C, the Nan family has run out of funds and their business has been hit hard. They plan to marry Miss Nan to the president of Huafeng Bank in exchange for a loan. The president of Huafeng Bank? That lecherous old man in his 60s who was half dead? Zhou Xing was reporting back, carefully watching Yuzhou. Mr. C, should we follow them? Yuzhou leaned back in his chair with a composed expression, his voice flat and tinged with coldness. No need. Withdraw the bodyguards following Nanny. Okay? Zhou Xing was dumbfounded. Chapter 18, I'll see who can come to your rescue. Qingwan has always resented Nanny. She feels that it was she who took away her life. A country girl still wants to take over her parents? Especially when she sees Nanny's delicate, impeccable face and the indifferent temperament she exudes. It makes Qingwan look even more jealous. Why should she? Someone who is supposed to be a country girl, why should she look so good? When she saw her supposed fiancé with Nanny, Qingwan's eyes flashed with jealousy. She wanted to take everything Nanny had. She had to put Nanny firmly in her place. When Nanny and Lin Jiedu were together before, they had only held hands and never even kissed. Nan Qingwan just had to be a little more proactive, and Lin Jiedu, who had been holding back for so long, obediently went to bed with her. Nan Qingwan felt like she had won against Nanny and was overjoyed. But that wasn't enough. She wanted to ruin Nanny. So she drugged Nanny, intending to make her look like a fool at the engagement ceremony, so that she could successfully destroy the engagement and be banished from the family. Unexpectedly, she was framed by that bitch Nanny. Nan Qingwan would not let it go. She contacted a group of thugs again, and she wanted to use an even bigger scandal to cover up her own. Unexpectedly, those people were also a bunch of losers. They couldn't even catch a woman. How did Nanny manage to escape every time? Nan Qingwan was seething with hatred. Just then, she heard her father chatting with her brother. She learned that the Nan family had offended someone and lost their funding, bringing the company to a standstill. If they couldn't get funding again, the Nan family would go bankrupt. That was unacceptable. She had just returned to the Nan family, and she hadn't been a young lady for many days, so how could she be down and out? She had heard from her girlfriends before that the president of Huafeng Bank, despite his age, had been playing around for many years. He also had some peculiar habits, always enjoying torturing people in bed to the point of death. Nan Qingwan's eyebrows curved, and she had an idea. Restaurant, private room. Nanny followed the address Nan Qingwan gave her and arrived to find quite a crowd. The 4 Nan family members were all sitting in the private room with benevolent expressions on their faces, their smiles making people feel uneasy. Has the whole family come to lecture her? Nanny told the bodyguard to stand guard at the door, and she went in and sat by the door, far away from the Nan family. Where are the things? Nanny cut to the chase, not going to waste time with them. Nan Qingwan sat over, smiling a disgusting smile, saying that it was all a misunderstanding before, and that they were still a family, but they just wouldn't get to the point. A misunderstanding? You can just dismiss the affair with my fiancé as a misunderstanding? You can just cover up the fact that you've harmed me? Nanny sneered. Nan Qingwan's face tensed, and she continued to play dumb, while Nan's mother joined in the charade. It turned out that the relic was just an excuse to trick her into coming over. Nanny lost her patience and got up directly. If there's nothing else, then I'll be going. No, your family, where do you plan to go if you don't go home? Nanny had broadcast Nan Qingwan and Lin Jiedu's affair live, and she didn't believe the Nan family could turn over a new leaf. What kind of play was this? Nanny didn't believe they would have a happy ending, and the best plan was to leave. Nan's mother's hand was clenched, however. No matter what, we are family. Now that the family is facing some difficulties, you shouldn't just stand by, should you? She's waiting for her here. But what help could she be? Before she could ask, Nan Juntai couldn't wait to speak. Nanny, the family's financial chain has run into problems, and now only you can help. The president of Huafeng Bank admires you, so go beg him. Wow, you sound so righteous, as if it's only natural, as if it's you who's going to beg. Nanny looked calmly and emotionally. Their family really does carry out their cheekiness to the end. You. This is no trivial matter, as a member of the family, shouldn't you do something? Who was it that cursed at me on WeChat and said they were cutting off ties with me? After the engagement ceremony, Nanny knew she could never go back to the Nan family, even though she had left of her own accord. But the Nan family didn't let her off the hook either, bombarding her with messages and phone calls, berating her. Nanny simply deleted and blocked them all. Besides, didn't you also try every means possible to get me out of the house? Now that I'm gone, you're still not satisfied? Nan Juntai was poked in the heart, and he hung his head guiltily. Nan's father, who had been silent, spoke up, his face solemn and his tone deep. No matter what, our family has raised you for more than 20 years, and Qingwan has suffered for you for more than 20 years. You must repay this kindness. Is this a moralistic approach, since emotional cards don't work? Nanny looked straight at her once respected father, her body straight and neither humble nor arrogant. It was the hospital's mistake in the first place, and I was also a victim. Nan Qingwan's suffering should not be counted against me. I will repay you for the kindness you showed me when raising me for more than 20 years. I will pay alimony when you are old. Even if the Nan group goes bankrupt, I will find a way to support you. The other party rejected your moral blackmail and offered you a big pie. After Nanny finished speaking, she didn't want to continue arguing and turned around and left. Today, I have an appointment with the president of Huafeng Bank, and I said I would send Nanny to his bed. There must be no mistakes. Catch her, don't let her get away. Nan's father stood up and gave orders. Nan Qingwan immediately grabbed Nanny and said, "Don't even think about it. I must watch you go into the room today." She wanted to see who could save Nanny today. Chapter 19 Beg Me. Several people rushed out from the compartment of the private room and grabbed Nanny tightly. Nanny frowned and struggled, shouting for help. However, there was no movement outside the door. What's going on? Where are the two bodyguards? She had seen the skills of those two bodyguards before, and they were not ordinary people who could fight them. Could it be that they were taken away in advance by the Nan family? That shouldn't be the case. What do they want? Nanny, don't struggle. Nan Qingwan came over with arms folded, looking down on Nanny with contempt. You freeloaded at the Nan family for more than 20 years, it's about time you did something for us. What do you want? What do we want? To give you to the president of Huafeng Bank, of course. For someone of your status, it's considered a high-class marriage. Don't thank us, just serve your new master well tonight, and your life will be worry-free from now on. Nan Qingwan. The president of Huafeng Bank is a notorious figure in the industry. An old man who often takes drugs, but loves to torture people. The reason he is famous is that every woman who has slept with him has ended up in the hospital the next day. He even killed a college student before, and in the end, he used money to settle the matter. Nan Qingwan is vicious enough to always want to use this kind of despicable and vicious way to ruin her reputation. Nanny kept struggling, stepping hard on the foot of one of the bodyguards and crushing his little finger hard. Ah! And turned her head to bite the arm of the other person, holding on with the strength of biting off a piece of flesh until the bloody smell seeped from her mouth. Ah! The two people wailed in agony, and their hands loosened, giving Nanny the opportunity to break free. She picked up the wine glass on the table and splashed it unhesitatingly at Nan Qingwan, who had not reacted. Ah! The third scream in the private box sounded today. Throwing the wine glass at Nan Juntai, who had risen to his feet, she shouted, "A bitch! Don't leave anyone behind." Nanny's movements were swift and agile, and after throwing the glass, she turned around and ran. "Nanny, you bitch! What are you still doing here? Go after her!" Nan Qingwan's exasperated scream sounded from behind. The bodyguards reacted and hurriedly chased after her. Sure enough, there was no one outside the door that Nanny had brought with her. She frowned worriedly and quickly ran outside. Damn Nan Qingwan, she deliberately chose such a remote private room. The men behind her were no pushovers either, and they caught up to her in a few steps. Nanny was so anxious that she didn't pay attention and bumped into someone coming out of the next box. I'm sorry, please call the police for me." A familiar, cool fragrance filled her nostrils, and Nanny looked up in a panic and saw Yuzhou's face. Clearly, the two of them didn't have any friendship, but the moment Nanny saw Yuzhou, she inexplicably felt relieved. Yuzhou's eyes were lowered, and there was no expression on his face, making him seem a bit cold. Those cold, indifferent eyes stared at the frightened little woman in his arms. Her hair was messy from her escape and fluttered around her face, giving her a kind of broken beauty. The moment she saw him, the panic in her eyes became obvious, but it also became joyful. This change made Yuzhou feel very good, but he still maintained his cold, indifferent appearance. "Mr. C." The person behind her took this opportunity to grab Nanny and drag her backwards. "Mr. C, help me." Nanny grabbed Yuzhou's sleeve in panic. Perhaps Nanny herself hadn't noticed, but she had absolute trust and reliance in Yuzhou. So when Yuzhou didn't step in, Nanny's first reaction was confusion and a hint of small disappointment. "Why didn't you save me?" Yuzhou lowered his eyes and looked at the pair of white, delicate hands on the sleeve of his iron gray suit, then looked up into Nanny's pleading eyes. He spoke faintly, "Beg me." Nanny bit her lip, looking as if she was a little aggrieved. Those people are still dragging her, and the Nan family is also waiting with hungry eyes to devour her. "Please, Mr. C, save me." Nanny did not hesitate for long, looking at Yuzhou pitifully, not understanding his sudden indifference. "In the future, you must stay by my side without worry." Yuzhou stated his purpose. "Well, never mind, just say yes for now." Nanny didn't know what this meant by staying by his side. A mistress? Or a casual sex relationship? But it's better than being in the hands of an old Baidian who knows how to SM. Just as Nanny agreed, Yuzhou's warm palm grasped her hand, pulled her into his arms, and kicked the bodyguard 2 meters away with his foot. With a thud, the bodyguard who landed felt like his ribs should have broken. Seeing this, the others immediately rushed up. How could Zhou Xing, this considerate little assistant, let the boss do it himself? He had been waiting by the side for a long time, and waved his hand, and several well-trained bodyguards sprang out behind him. Beat him. Beat him until he is second-degree disabled. Hey, how could the elegant him go on the field himself? It's enough to just move his mouth. See, Yuzhou embraced Nanny in his arms. Hey, why are so many people coveting his little white rabbit? It really is necessary to keep people close to oneself. Chapter 20, This is my person. Who are you? Mind your own business. Qingwan chased after her, and she would not allow Nanny to get away from her. After failing so many times, this time, she must make Nanny pay the price. See, Yuzhou's cold eyes swept over Qingwan, and she immediately froze in fear. The man in front of her with outstanding looks had an extraordinary bearing, but Qingwan had no time to care about anything else at the moment. She only felt the man's contemptuous gaze, as if he were looking down on an ant, as if he could kill her at will. You stay out of this. This is our family matter. See? Yuzhou hugged the person in his arms tightly, his tone icy. This is my person. What do you mean, your person? Nanny, is this the man you've hooked up with? What a bitch. All you know how to do is hook up with people. President Li is still waiting for you, come with me. The Nan family members also caught up with them. Seeing the situation clearly, they only remembered to grasp Nanny as a straw to save themselves. The harsh words in his words made Yuzhou frown slightly. The chill emanating from his body deepened, and in a place where Nanny could not see, his eyes even revealed a murderous temper. Zhou Xing observed closely and immediately understood what the boss meant, giving the bodyguards a look. These people were highly trained, with one person pinching Nan's father and the other pinching Nanjuanja. What are you doing? What are you doing? The two of them struggled in fear, their heads grabbed by big hands, and their vision went dark. They heard a loud sound, and the two bodyguards slammed the heads of Nan's father and Nanjuanja against the wall, instantly bleeding. Ah! The remaining two women screamed in fear. These bodyguards were all veterans, very measured, and knew how to torture people without killing them. Nanny was held in Yuzhou's arms, not knowing what was going on. She only knew that the hand on her head was gentle. Yuzhou's mood improved a little, and he took Nanny's hand and walked out. He left a chilling remark, saying that the family would face difficulties together. The bodyguards received their orders and walked expressionlessly up to Nan's mother and Qingwan. The two women were so scared that they backed away. What do you want? I'll tell you. The bodyguard had a strong grip, and with one slap each, he directly swelled the women's faces, with blood oozing from the corners of their mouths. Qingwan's newly made nose was even knocked crooked. Yuzhou led the people to the car, and in the spacious back seat of the Rolls-Royce, Nanny depressedly lowered her head. She would no longer get angry at the Nan family. But she was still speechless with herself, having been tricked by Qingwan again. She thought she had made thorough preparations, but where were the two bodyguards? Yuzhou pinched Nanny's chin and lifted her face, observing her expression carefully. Sad? Nanny shook her head, just thinking that I'm stupid. It is stupid. Ha! She said it herself, but how can someone else say it about her? She was angry, but she didn't dare to argue back. After all, the man in front of her had just saved her. Unconvinced? Yuzhou hid a smile in his eyes. It's easy to understand a little woman. Why didn't you find me in advance? Nanny pursed her lips. It hadn't occurred to her, but I already owe you too much, and you're not obliged to always help me. The two of them had made their relationship clear, but it was only a matter of having slept together twice, and Nanny had taken the initiative to get involved. No matter how you look at it, the other person is the victim. Nanny couldn't be cheeky and exploit the other person like Huang Shirun. Oh. Yuzhou nodded knowingly, and it turned out that she felt I was an outsider. Nanny wanted to explain, but didn't know how. Because it seems to be the case, but when it comes from a man's mouth, why does it sound a bit angry? Yuzhou pulled Nanny over, and in the dim car, a pair of deep eyes stared at Nanny. A pleasant and seductive voice rang out in the quiet car. Then it would be good to become my wife. Chapter 21, Let's get married then. Ha! Nanny blinked, as if she didn't understand what Yuzhou meant. Yuzhou sat her on his lap, his eyes gentle yet aggressive. Do you remember what you just promised me? Nanny nodded with a blush, feeling as if she had been sold to see Yuzhou. From now on, you will always be by my side. Nanny continued to nod, still not understanding. See Yuzhou was like a patient viper, slowly closing in on his prey. You have offended the Nan family, and they will not let it go. They will keep causing you trouble. And as a student with no one to rely on, you cannot fight them. Therefore, you need a powerful backer, and I can help you. Nanny looked up at the man standing close to her, and a pang of sadness filled her heart. So, does an unprotected person like me have to take this despicable path after all? A sugar daddy? Are you going to be my sugar daddy? See Yuzhou couldn't help but laugh out loud, his voice coming out of his throat with a hint of intoxicating sexiness. He stroked Nanny's cheek, unable to resist leaning in to give her a light kiss, causing her to blush. What's going on in that little head of yours? Isn't it? What does that mean? Don't you want an equal relationship? So marry me. Ha? Ha? Nanny's eyes widened, her dumbfounded expression cute and tight. What? Marry? How, Nanny instantly lost the power of speech. She never imagined that the other party would actually want to marry her. She had already decided that in the future she would be a lowly canary, forced to wear a maid's uniform to please her master. And then he said marriage? What is this development? I ask. Why? Nanny couldn't understand. Just as Si Yuzhou said, she had no one to rely on and no value. What kind of woman can't be found by a man like Si Yuzhou? She could be very good, so why did he choose her? As I said, our bodies fit well. That's it? That's the reason? You're not in love, are you? You're just in it for the sex, aren't you? Nanny blushed and argued, what kind of reason is that? What if one day you don't feel like it anymore and want a divorce? You can't be so casual about marriage. It won't happen. Si Yuzhou was very sure, I'm not interested in other women. I'll be faithful to you. If you're not confident, we can sign an agreement. Although outsiders say that Si Yuzhou is ruthless and domineering, he is actually not interested in anything. Emotionally, he has always been uninterested and unmotivated. The only thing that aroused his possessiveness was after a night of lovemaking with Nanny. This woman's taste was indeed sweet, but there was more to it than that. Every one of her expressions, her innocence and cuteness, or her soft and charming body in bed, made Si Yuzhou intoxicated. He was like being bewitched by Nanny, and he was exceptionally fascinated by her. If there must be someone by his side in the future, Si Yuzhou hoped that person would be Nanny. Of course, there were also some practical factors. I need a marriage to shut my father up. Recently, Si Cheng has been in contact with him, saying that he is getting old and even if he doesn't want to marry the Shang family's daughter, he can look at others. Si Yuzhou knows that his father wants to tie him down with marriage. A strong but incompetent father, faced with a formidable son, even if he uses despicable means, hopes that he can bow to him as a way to prove his own strength. From this sentence, Nanny keenly sensed that the relationship between the man and his family did not seem to be very good. Most of the marriages of the rich are full of helplessness. Si Yuzhou thought that Nanny was still hesitating, so he tightened his arms and held her in his arms. You just agreed to it, Miss Nan. Do you want to back out? No. Nanny looked up, her eyes clear and her voice clear. Then let's get married. Chapter 22, Calling Her Mrs. Long before the wedding was scheduled, Nanny had already moved out of her household registration. So neither of them delayed, and they went directly to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get their marriage certificate. Nanny held the red booklet in her hands, feeling that everything was still very unreal. She was actually married? Or was it just because the bed was harmonious with a man she had only slept with twice? The two people in the photo were close together, smiling a little unnaturally. But they are both top-notch beauties, truly a perfect match. Si Yuzhou's mouth is clearly raised, and he seems to be exceptionally satisfied as well. Mrs. C, please advise. Nanny looked at these hands in front of her in a daze, and she grasped them a little nervously. Hello, Mr. C. Isn't it time to change the title? Nanny has always called him Mr. C, not a respectful title for her husband, but it feels a little detached. Nanny lowered her head and looked at the name on the marriage certificate. To her shame, after so long she still didn't know the man's name, and she only knew that everyone around her called him President C. She felt quite comfortable with the two of them, as if they had known each other for a long time, and she forgot to ask the other person's name. This glance did not matter, and Nanny took a sharp intake of breath. It felt like her heart had stopped beating. What is the name on there? Huh? I asked you what it is. See, Yuzhou? There is no one in the entire country who doesn't know this name, right? The head of the world's top 10 enterprises and Asia's #1 Chengdu group. The man who controls the lifeblood of the Asian economy is tough, ruthless, and mysterious. In fact, the Xi family had already declined a bit in his father's generation, with power struggles within the family. But even a dying camel is bigger than a horse, and the Chengdu group is still the strongest in China. It is said that Xi Yuzhou had been living in seclusion with his mother, and no one had ever seen the eldest son of the Xi family. But 2 years ago, Xi Yuzhou suddenly returned to the Xi family and set off a storm. He quickly took control of the family with lightning speed, made his father step down, and led the company to become one of the top 10 companies in the world. This is a man who exists like a myth. With such skills, he is bound to be ruthless. There are many rumors about Xi Yuzhou in the circle. He is said to be a ruthless man who crippled his father, threw his uncle into a mental hospital, and is known to play with people until they lose their minds, regardless of gender. Nanny never imagined that she would be sleeping with such a monster, and she even married him. No wonder she always felt a chilling presence emanating from him. He really is a monster. If only she had asked him his name, she wouldn't have ended up like this. Is it too late to regret it? Xi Yuzhou narrowed his eyes slightly, watching the subtle changes in the young woman. He put his arm around Nanny's shoulders and noticed that she shivered. What's wrong? Nanny wanted to cry, but she couldn't bring herself to do it. What's wrong? Nothing, I'm just so happy. Xi Yuzhou curved his lips, and his palm touched Nanny's cheek. I'll be good to you. Then I'm really honored. Putting on a forced smile. Xi Yuzhou was in a good mood, and finally brought the bunny back to his territory, where no one could covet it in the future. Holding someone in his arms, Nanny didn't dare to move, and obediently followed the arrangements. She didn't know if such a fierce person would hit his wife. However, from previous contact, she felt that Xi Yuzhou was quite normal, and it couldn't be a disguise, could it? But there was nothing valuable on her, so it shouldn't be. Since she was here, she might as well be comfortable. It's better to follow Xi Yuzhou than to follow an old man of 60. At least the experience won't be bad. Nanny quickly calmed herself. When they returned home, the nanny took the two of them clothes and greeted them, "Young master, Miss Nan." "It's madam," Xi Yuzhou reminded in a cold voice. Nanny and Lisa both froze for a moment, and Lisa reacted first, immediately smiling and greeting. "Hello, madam." Chapter 23, Already Husband and Wife. Within one day, Nanny's status had undergone a rapid transformation. "I'll have Zhou Xing move your things over," Xi Yuzhou said. "Oh, okay, thanks." In fact, she didn't have much, just 2 suitcases when she left the Nan family. She didn't take any of the Nan family's things. That night, Nanny finished showering and lay on the bed, staring at the ceiling in a daze. She had actually gotten married. Was marriage really that casual? What did a wife need to do? Nanny picked up her phone and Googled it, but all the answers that came up were remnants of feudalism. Supporting one's husband and teaching one's children, being considerate of one's husband, serving tea and water, doing laundry and cooking. The Qing dynasty is already dead. Nanny actually didn't just agree to get married on a whim. These past few days have made Nanny realize that the Nan family, and Nan Qingwan in particular, will not let this go. Xi Yuzhou was right, she is an ordinary person with no one to rely on, and indeed she cannot compete with Nan Qingwan. If it weren't for Xi Yuzhou, Nanny would have already had her life ruined. In that case, why didn't she find a powerful man to lean on? Moreover, this powerful man was handsome and had good stamina. That made Nanny blush. What are you thinking? Are you embarrassed even thinking about it? Nanny was startled and didn't know when Xi Yuzhou had entered. She sat up suddenly, panicked, and didn't know what to do. What could I be thinking? I just accidentally fantasized about you. No, it's nothing. Are you done working? Yes. Xi Yuzhou gave Nanny a deep look before entering the bathroom. In a moment, the sound of rushing water could be heard from the bathroom. Nanny's heart also beat along with the sound of the water. It was really strange. Before, the two had slept together without a relationship, and she didn't feel anything. Now that they were married, she felt embarrassed just hearing the sound of the water. Bring in my pajamas for me. The calm voice of Yuzhou came from the bathroom. Nanny answered, got out of bed, and went to the closet to grab a light-colored one. She thought to herself, the CEO has a million things to do every day, and can't even remember these trivial things. Who did he have to order around before? After thinking about it, she realized that no one was in the bedroom before, so Yuzhou probably just came out naked. In that case, he does respect himself quite a bit. Nanny knocked on the bathroom door and handed it over. The frosted glass was covered in mist, reflecting the tall figure. Then the bathroom door opened a crack, and a strong arm reached out. Nanny placed the pajamas in Yuzhou's hands, and before she could set them down, the hand grabbed her wrist with pinpoint accuracy. The bathroom door opened, and she was dragged in. Her vision was blurry, and when she came to her senses, Nanny was already pressed against the bathroom wall. Steam covered her body, and the light white nightdress clung to her body, showing off her slender figure. In the dim light, the tall figure of the man came to rest in front of her. Those dark eyes were even more profound in the haze of steam. Nanny swallowed nervously, afraid to look down at the man's body, which was full of hormones. In Yuzhou's eyes, desire built up layer after layer, and his voice was low and ambiguous. Since you are already a legal couple, shouldn't Mrs. C fulfill her wifely duties? Nanny's ears turned red, and she avoided eye contact. I still have injuries. Has Mrs. C forgotten that I apply medicine to your wounds every day, and that they have already healed? I don't feel well. It is my responsibility as your husband to make you feel better immediately. Without waiting for Nanny to refuse, Yuzhou lowered his head and kissed the rosy lips, preventing the words of refusal from being spoken. Hugging the warm, soft jade in his arms, he felt his body grow weak and unable to let go. Nanny could not breathe as she was kissed, and she pushed the man's chest with her soft hands. Her eyes were a little dazed, her lips slightly red and swollen, and her voice was soft and mellow. Let's go on the boat, okay? Who could refuse in this state? Yuzhou's eyes darkened, and he directly picked Nanny up in his arms and placed her on the bed. Having finally tricked the little white rabbit into coming home, Yuzhou would not let her go easily. Chapter 24. Don't worry, Mrs. C. When Nanny woke up the next day, her back felt broken. Men who are married are just different. It's scary. But seriously, she and Yuzhou really fit well together. Thinking about last night, Nanny buried her face in the pillow, feeling like she was on fire. So embarrassing. She felt fresh, as Yuzhou had already bathed her and put on new pajamas. It was late, and Yuzhou had already left for work. Nanny washed up and went downstairs. When she saw her, Lisa smiled and greeted her. Madam, you're awake. Lunch is ready. Nanny was dumbfounded, pointing at the living room full of luxury goods. What's this for? Lisa explained with a smile, this is the clothing, shoes, bags, and skincare products that young master has prepared for you. Yuzhou's house was very large, with the living room being nearly 200 square meters. Now it is full of all kinds of luxury goods, leaving no place to stand, which shows how much there is. Each brand shines with the light of wealth, dazzling Nanny's eyes. Did he buy them all? The nanny, Lisa, seemed to be seeing Yuzhou's actions for the first time. Usually, he is always cold as a piece of wood, but for the first time, he is so concerned about others, and he can't stop smiling. It seems that the young master really loves the young lady. The young master also said that if the young lady doesn't like any of these things, just throw them away. Here's a card for you. Today, the young lady's task is to spend all the money on this card. Li Xiao handed over a black and gold card. Nanny was stunned. This card is accepted all over the world, and only people with extraordinary status and top-level wealth are worthy to possess it. This black and gold card has no limit on the amount of money that can be spent, and there are no more than 20 of them in the world. Yuzhou told her to spend all the money? Does she want to buy the whole world? This is truly outrageous. A message alerted her on her phone. Nanny picked it up and saw it was from Yuzhou. Are you awake? Remember to eat. I don't know what you like, so I told them to buy everything in the restaurant. If you don't like it, just go buy something you like. This is your right as Mrs. C. It seemed as if Yuzhou was subtly threatening Nanny, afraid that she wouldn't spend his money. If I don't see the credit card transaction record today, I'll be punished tonight. You still haven't worn that dress that Zhou Xing bought last time. Nanny blushed when she read this message. What a pervert. After dinner, Nanny put on a light blue shirt dress and went out. She had to spend money somehow. Otherwise, she would have to wear that dress that didn't even have as much fabric as her socks. Nanny met Han Shuiwei at a coffee shop. Han Shuiwei wore an exaggerated pair of sunglasses that covered half her face, a tiny halter top and a leather skirt. She looked like a proud young lady who was not afraid of anything, and people passing by kept giving her way. Han Shuiwei walked in casually, sat down opposite Nanny, took off her sunglasses and drank half of Nanny's coffee. Boer, you've been at another man's place for so long, be honest with me, are you two in a relationship? Nanny lowered her head, her index finger stroked the rim of the cup, her voice small. It's not love, it's marriage. Oh, it's marriage? What? Marriage? Han Shuiwei's voice was loud, and everyone else in the store looked over curiously. Keep your voice down. What's going on? Did I hear that right? Marriage? Are you sure it's marriage? Aren't you just meeting up to watch the sunset? Han Shuiwei was shocked. Nanny whispered to explain what had happened. Han Shuiwei was still in shock and bit her straw thoughtfully. You two really have fallen in love after a long time. Han Shuiwei emphasized the word day and Nanny blushed. My current situation really needs protection. Besides, since we are both going to get married, marrying Yuzhou is also a good choice. The Nan family is really not human. Han Shuiwei was indignant, really a bunch of despicable people. Scum. Trash. After the scolding, there was a seamless transition to emotion, but I didn't expect you to actually sleep with Yuzhou. That's the most shocking thing. Han Shuiwei poked her head out to gossip. Didn't they say that Yuzhou doesn't discriminate between men and women, or that he has no desires and no needs? How did you two still fall in love in one night? There are a lot of rumors about him out there, but I think he's quite nice. Nanny couldn't help but speak up for Yuzhou. Gee, it's different when you're married, and you're already defending him? Han Shuiwei hugged her arms and sighed, my girl is still amazing. If she wants to sleep, she'll sleep with the world's most amazing man. Extraordinary, outstanding. If he doesn't make a splash, he'll never make it. Okay, you've obviously learned how to use idioms. Nanny wasn't so naive, and with some melancholy, explained, the two of us are just using each other right now. How can a marriage without feelings last? It's okay, even an emotional marriage won't last long. You're really good at comforting people. Han Shuiwei comforts her younger sister, saying, I can see that Yuzhou really cares about you. If he just wanted to rebel against his family, he could have picked up any woman, but he keeps saving you again and again. It's obvious that you're different in his heart. Maybe it's because you slept together. Nanny can't think of any other reason. After all, Yuzhou himself admitted that their bodies fit well together. So you see, you are still different, who can sleep with Yuzhou in general. Han Shuiwei spread out her hands, with an expression of I was right, wasn't I? Don't worry, Mrs. C, you can definitely take down the little Yuzhou. Han Shuiwei's radar in this regard is astonishing. A character like Yuzhou would casually marry a woman? I'm afraid that her best friend was lured over step by step. Chapter 25, of course it's to pick up his wife. Nanny went shopping with Han Shuiwei. In fact, there was nothing she wanted to buy. With all the clothes at home, Nanny could change a set every day, and it would take 3 years to finish. The main thing was that Yuzhou had given her a task target. Look at which one you like, and I'll pay for it, Nanny said. Okay, using your husband's money to support me, the gigolo, is really exciting. Han Shuiwei was excited. Nanny wasn't too interested in new clothes, and only bought them when she needed them. On the other hand, Han Shuiwei, who had been spoiled by Qi since she was little, couldn't wait to dress her up like a doll. Come in here. Han Shuiwei dragged Nanny in, and pointed at a row of shelves as soon as they entered. This row, size S, find them all out for me to try. Han Shuiwei wore stiletto heels and tirelessly entered and exited the fitting room, as if she were attending Fashion Week. Nanny, on the other hand, is like the guy who accompanies his girlfriend shopping, sitting on the sofa waiting for the young lady to try on clothes. But she is more reliable than her boyfriend and can provide emotional value. Shuiwei, it looks good. It makes your skin look white. You look good in this new style because you have long legs. This one also looks good, take it all. This skirt suits your style, you should try it on too, let's wear matching outfits as best friends. Han Shuiwei holds a black short skirt with a waistband, with a playful and sweet style. Nanny holds the clothes and tries them on. The two of them happily take photos in front of the mirror, one a graceful lady and the other a pure and lusty sweet girl. Seeing Han Shuiwei send the photo to Qi, she happily shares her happiness with him. Nanny purses her lips, not knowing what to think, and sends the photo to Yuzhou. After sending it, she realizes what she's done and feels a little stupid, so she immediately withdraws it. Unexpectedly, Yuzhou, the busy boss, actually replied in seconds. Withdraw? What for? Saved. Very pretty. Yuzhou saw it? And saved it? She withdrew it in time, but Yuzhou's hands are so fast. Nanny blushed, trying to hide her embarrassment. I accidentally sent it to the wrong person. Yuzhou, who did you want to send it to? I could feel the pressure from Yuzhou emanating from the screen. Nanny threw the pot at Han Shuiwei, saying that she wanted to send it to her. I'm right next to you, why are you sending it to me? Han Shuiwei suddenly spoke up from the side. Nanny was startled, withdrew her phone, and her face was still a little red. What's the matter, you scared me. Sharing your daily life with your husband? Just say it, what are you embarrassed about? He and I dare to say anything. Who can compare to you, Missy? Nanny was not as thick-skinned as Han Shuiwei, so she put away her phone and continued shopping with Han Shuiwei. In the end, both of them gained a lot. When they left the mall, a man in a casual suit and handsome face leaned against the front of the car. When he saw Han Shuiwei, he naturally took what she was holding in her hands. His eyes were full of Han Shuiwei, and his voice was gentle. Did you have fun? I had a great time. Miss Nan, you're buying the whole bill today. Han Shuiwei naturally put her arm around Qi. Then let's take Yi out to dinner some other time. Let's go, we'll take you straight home. Qi politely said. No need, someone's here to pick me up. Yuzhou was worried that the Nan family would cause trouble, so he secretly kept someone protecting Nanny. After saying goodbye to Han Shuiwei, Nanny was about to turn around and go to the parking lot when suddenly her hands felt lighter, and someone took something over. Nanny's eyes lit up. Yuzhou? Why are you here? Yuzhou carried something in one hand and held Nanny's hand in the other, speaking in a natural tone. Of course I'm here to take my wife home. Wife. Nanny blushed shyly when she heard this term of endearment, and her neck turned pink. Yuzhou looked down at her in a good mood, wondering why she wasn't wearing that black skirt, which looked very pretty. Aren't you busy? How come you saw my message? Nanny changed the subject. No matter how busy I am, I have to reply to my wife's messages. Ah. Nanny is ripe for the picking. This man, how can he say sweet nothing so easily? Yuzhou curved his lips in a smile, in a very good mood. I'm not teasing you anymore, come with me somewhere tomorrow. Where? To meet someone who is very important to me. Chapter 26, What should you call her? Nanny thought that Yuzhou was taking her back to the C family. After all, the two were married, and it was only reasonable to meet the parents. Nanny was originally worried that she hadn't even prepared a gift, which would be rude. Yuzhou told her not to worry, that she wouldn't care about such things. Yuzhou didn't go to the office that day, and from the morning on, he looked listless. He didn't call a driver, and drove himself, taking Nanny with him. Nanny was apprehensive and still a little nervous. After all, this was the first time she was meeting his parents. The car didn't go to the wealthy district, but drove to the hospital. Nanny was surprised, but didn't say anything, and got out of the car with Yuzhou. The elevator went directly to the top floor of the VLP ward. This floor was spacious and quiet, with clean and bright lighting reflecting on the floor, and neatly dressed nurses working methodically. They stopped at a room. Yuzhou knocked gently on the door, then took Nanny's hand and went in. In the spacious and clean room lay a gentle-looking woman, with an 8/10 resemblance to Yuzhou in her eyebrows and eyes. She lay quietly, with numerous instruments and equipment working around her. She is my mother. Yuzhou looked deeply at the woman in bed, his eyes filled with a faint sadness, as he slowly told the story of that long-forgotten past. 16 years ago, a woman came to the door with a child in her arms. My mother realized then that my father had been seeing someone else. Ruan Lanju was proud all her life and naturally would not put up with injustice. But at that time, the two families had business dealings, and Yuzhou's father did not agree to a divorce, but also could not bear to give up his mistress. In her disappointment, Yuzhou's mother took Yuzhou and left. When Yuzhou was 10 years old, Ruan Lanju picked him up from school, and an out-of-control car came speeding at them. Ruan Lianju pushed Yuzhou away, but she was hit by the car and thrown more than 10 meters away. Although she was eventually rescued, she remained in a coma for more than 10 years. During all these years, Yuzhou has grown up, but Ruan Lianju has been lying in a hospital bed. Nanny took Yuzhou's hand and felt a pang of pain in her heart. Auntie was a proud woman and a responsible mother. With today's advanced technology, she will definitely wake up. She knew that these words of comfort were useless, but she didn't want to see Yuzhou fall into sadness. Yuzhou pulled the corners of his mouth in a comforting manner. After all these years, I have let go. Maybe she is just too tired and disappointed, so she wants to take a break. However, Yuzhou looked at Nanny and said, "What should you call my mother?" Nanny walked up to the woman in the hospital bed and took her hand. Although she had been in bed for a long time, her skin was still very elastic, and it could be seen that the person taking care of her was very attentive. Nanny took a deep breath, spoke softly. "Mom, my name is Nanny, I am Yuzhou's wife. Don't worry, I will take good care of him, and I hope you will like me." Yuzhou walked over and put his arm around Nanny's shoulders. "My mom will definitely like you, because her son really likes you. This is driving me crazy." Yuzhou, who is usually so cold, is saying these sweet things that make her blush and her heart race. After spending a long time in the hospital room, the two of them should go home. Wait a minute. Nanny suddenly stopped Yuzhou and said, "I also bought something." Just then, a nurse walked over, holding a bouquet of perfume lilies. "Mr. C, the delivery person said you ordered a bouquet of flowers." "I did." Nanny took it over and carefully removed the withered flowers in the vase and replaced them with this fresh bouquet. "I saw that there were a lot of lilies in the house, and I thought that my mother would like them. I didn't bring a gift the first time I came, so I hope she won't blame me when she sees these flowers." Yuzhou looked at Nanny's busy back and felt a strange feeling in his heart. It had never happened before, but it wasn't unpleasant, like a wandering heart that had found a new home. He couldn't help but hug Nanny from behind, feeling the body in his arms stiffen and then relax. "Thank you. Thank you for being so considerate, and thank you for liking my mother." Chapter 27, Boyfriend Bully You? After leaving the ward, she met someone she had seen before. In the corridor, the gynecologist. After their first lovemaking, Nanny came to see the doctor because Yuzhou had gone too far. At that time, the somewhat stuffy gynecologist saw Nanny face to face. She remembered this little girl. There were many young girls who came to the gynecology department, but such a delicate and beautiful one made her remember at first glance. She was even prettier than a celebrity. But unlike her pretty face, the young girl's body was covered in marks. As a doctor who had seen it all before, she knew immediately what had happened. The young girl said her lower abdomen hurt, and when the gynecologist examined her, she found that it was all red and swollen. She couldn't help but be a little annoyed, thinking that young people nowadays really don't know how to control themselves. She wanted to lecture her, but seeing the young girl's blushing face and submissive demeanor, she couldn't bring herself to. Seeing that she had come alone and her boyfriend wasn't with her, she couldn't help but think that the guy must be irresponsible and a scumbag who doesn't know how to cherish a woman. The gynecologist couldn't help but tell her to respect and love herself and not to accommodate others all the time. The young girl blushed so much that water could drip from her face, and she kept saying yes and thank you with her head bowed. Today, she went out to get her medicine and saw the young girl again in the corridor. She is not a nosy person, especially because of her work. But I don't know if it's because I thought about my own daughter, I couldn't help but say hello. "It's you, little girl, how's your health?" Nanny also recognized the other person and responded with a smile, "Thank you for your concern, there's already no problem." "That's good, don't mind me being nosy, girls are delicate, tell your boyfriend to pay more attention, don't just look after yourself." Nanny blushed and nodded. Yuzhou walked over, not understanding, "What boyfriend?" The gynecologist looked at Yuzhou and became a little more serious. "Mr. C, what are you doing here?" "I'm here to see my mother." "Why?" Yuzhou pointed at Nanny. The gynecologist didn't know the relationship between the two, so he couldn't say much, just saying, "It's nothing. I see that this young girl has a good temper, and I'm afraid she's being bullied by her boyfriend." Yuzhou looked at the two strangely. After the gynecologist left, he deliberately leaned over and whispered in Nanny's ear. "Your boyfriend is bullying you? You bully a lot more." Nanny blushed and whispered in protest. Yuzhou remembered. The last time he came to the hospital, he met the gynecologist, and at that time, Nanny had just left the consultation. He also asked the doctor what Nanny's illness was. Thinking about this, Yuzhou took Nanny's hand and walked out, pretending to be puzzled and deliberately pursuing. How did I bully you? This guy is just being deliberately. Nanny glared at Yuzhou, but this glance was not at all intimidating, and it looked like she was being coquettish. Yuzhou did not intend to let go of Nanny, as if he was seriously doing a self-reflection. It seems I need to be gentler in the future, but sometimes I see you seem to like it when I'm a bit mean? Stop it. Nanny's face flushed with shame, and she couldn't help covering the man's mouth. She looked around carefully, afraid that someone might hear the obscene words. Yuzhou's eyebrows and eyes curved gently, and he looked at the petite, blushing woman in front of him with a smile. He grabbed Nanny's palm, kissed the palm of her hand lightly, and it made her face even redder. Why don't we try it tonight and see which one you like best? It was the same for both of them, but Nanny was like a little white rabbit, no match for Yuzhou, the big gray wolf. She shook her hand off, her body emitting smoke as she fled towards the car park. I don't care about you anymore. I'm going back to the car. You like it in the car? It's not impossible. Seeing Nanny stumble, Yuzhou raised the corner of his lips and walked towards the car park in a good mood. Having a little white rabbit at home really does make things more interesting. Chapter 28. Yuzhou, you're so nice. Every day, Nanny basically woke up at noon. There were no mornings in her life, and waking up naturally was the happiest thing. Yawned, stepping downstairs in her bunny slippers. She found Yuzhou sitting in the living room in white cotton loungewear, watching the computer. Hearing her voice, he didn't turn his head, but got up. Did you sleep well? Nanny didn't bother to answer, but was extremely surprised. You didn't go to work? Mrs. C, your husband also needs to rest on vacation. Oh. She was so surprised just now that it sounded like an exploiting capitalist. Yuzhou turned his head and looked at Nanny wearing loose pajamas with bubble sleeves and shorts, revealing her bright white skin. She wore a cute bear hair band on her head, and her long chestnut curls were scattered behind her back, looking like an innocent little princess. Do you usually get up at this time? His tone was flat and unemotional, but Nanny thought he was questioning her with dissatisfaction. After all, she was already married and no longer as free as before. Shouldn't she get up early to take care of her husband going to work? Nanny curled her toes and whispered, I'm sorry, I'll get up early in the future. What's the point of saying sorry? Yuzhou walked over, pulled her over and sat her down. I'm not blaming you, you can get up whenever you like, but in the future, you should ask Mrs. Lee to prepare a light lunch, otherwise it's not good for your stomach to eat greasy food right after getting up. Nanny blinked, her eyes bright. No need to get up early? That's great. Yuzhou is so nice. Everyone who doesn't let her get up early is a good person. Yuzhou told Li Saw to prepare more food in the future, so that Nanny would not go hungry. Li Saw smiled and agreed. Li Saw, it's great, ever since I got a wife, my husband has become more and more like a human being. I have to go back to the old house in the afternoon, so I can't stay for dinner with you. Tell Li Saw what you want to eat, and I'll bring you some cupcakes when I get back. It had been a long time since Yuzhou had gone back after the last time they had a falling out. If his father hadn't called him today, he wouldn't have wanted to go back either. Nanny nodded without saying anything. After Yuzhou left, Nanny's mood was not very high. Why didn't he take me home? Does he think my status is not presentable? Well, it is a bit not presentable. The Nan family is not worthy of the C family, let alone an ordinary person like herself who is nothing. Is she going to be Yuzhou's unknown wife who is not allowed to the table and hides in the dark? Why does it feel a little miserable? According to the plot development in the TV series, Yuzhou should have a bright and beautiful white moonlight returning to the country, and then his own little clown sadly leaves. Li's wife has been following the unpredictable Yuzhou for so many years, meticulous and patient, and immediately saw Nanny's dilemma. Madam, don't worry, the young master is doing this for your own good. You also know the young master's family situation, he doesn't want you to face those unhappy things. Nanny remembered, the current mistress of the C family is the third wife. She had brought along a bastard child and driven Yuzhou's mother away in anger. No wonder Yuzhou had a frown between his eyebrows when he left. At such a young age, he had to face family changes, witness his mother's grief and loss, and even have an accident in front of him. After that, he had to face betrayal, tests, and provocations from his loved ones. At that moment, Nanny understood a little of Yuzhou's aloofness and indifference. Because there is no one trustworthy around him, everyone is eyeing his piece of fat meat. He has to fight against all ill intentions with 1,000 pounds of strength alone. Ling Yang looked at Nanny with a distressed expression on her face, and it made her heart feel good. Every time the young master returns from his hometown, he is angry. If the young lady coaxes the young master tonight, he will be very happy. Coax him? How? Nanny's eyes lit up, and she had an idea. Ling Yang, what other ingredients does the family have? Chapter 29. She is the one I choose. Yuzhou did not stay long at the old mansion and they parted on bad terms. His father urged him to seize the opportunity to form an alliance with the Shang family. Jinxian sat opposite him, his nose crooked and his eyes wide. He understood immediately. Both the Si and Shang families had been among the top conglomerates in Huagua. Back in the days of Yuzhou's grandfather, the two families had close ties and had even jokingly arranged a marriage between their children. By the time of Si Cheng's generation, the relationship with the Shang family had not been as good. In addition, the Shang family has switched from business to politics more than 10 years ago and has become extremely low-key. Now in politics, it is already a huge force. I heard that the eldest son of the Shang family took the position of political commissar some time ago. Therefore, it is understandable that Si Cheng wants to form an alliance with the Shang family, which can indeed help the Si family achieve better development. After Yuzhou refused that day, Jinxian became interested, and Fang Sihua must have been swayed as well. But they all underestimated the Shang family. How could a character like Shang Jia look down on a bastard child who had risen to the third rank? That's why Si Cheng came again to persuade Yuzhou. Yuzhou's face was as usual, as if he were chatting about family matters, but he dropped a thunderbolt. I'm already married, so the Shang family daughter can't be a younger wife, right? What? You're married? You should have made up a better excuse. Si Cheng was furious. I knew you wouldn't believe me, so I brought the marriage certificate. Yuzhou casually glanced at it, as if he was afraid they would damage it. The three people at the table were still in shock, unable to believe that this kid had married without saying a word. Nonsense! Si Cheng slapped the table with a loud noise, his eyebrows standing up, his eyes full of anger at his disobedient son. Fang Sihua cooed gently, but in fact she was overjoyed. She loved seeing the father and son butt heads. Yuzhou, why so suddenly? Whose girl is she? Why don't you bring her back for us to see? It doesn't matter whose girl she is, as long as I like her. As for why I didn't bring her back? Yuzhou's cold, indifferent eyes swept her up. Is she here to laugh at me? You! Si Cheng was furious. You're deliberately provoking me, aren't you? Get a divorce tomorrow. How can marriage be such a joke? How is the person I chose myself a joke? Like you, a business alliance to deceive a woman, and then raise another one outside? You ungrateful son. Si Cheng was easily angered by this son every time. Dad, don't be angry. Brother doesn't understand your good intentions. You still have me, don't worry. Jinxian took the opportunity to show off his side. He had always wanted to join the Si group. Si Cheng patted his youngest son's hand. He was still the sensible and obedient child. Since you can't help the company grow, then quickly let Jinxian join the company. He can also help you out. Him? Yuzhou's tone was mocking and cold. He doesn't deserve to join the Si family company. What do you mean? I'm also Dad's son, why do you get to monopolize Dad's company? Jinxian pulled his neck in dissatisfaction. It took half of my mother's hard work, what makes you qualified? Yuzhou clenched his fists tightly, his eyes red from anger. Okay, stop fighting. Fang Sihua came out to be the peacemaker. Yuzhou, no matter what, Jinxian is also your younger brother and one of the heirs. Yuzhou gave a cold snort, this mother and son both had the same goal. But Fang Sihua was clever and good at hiding her feelings. Otherwise, as a university student from the countryside, she would not have been able to win Si Cheng's heart so easily, and bring her home, much to the anger of the ambitious Ruan Lanju. What your father just said was out of anger. Since you are married, you should bring the person back and let them meet the parents-in-law. Otherwise, it will be a laughing stock if it gets out. Are there not enough jokes in our family already? With these words, Yuzhou left. Every time, it seemed like he was timing it, staying in the house for no more than an hour. A fight was bound to break out, and then he would get up and leave. Although Si Cheng was infuriated every time, he was also suppressing a lot of anger himself. The car sped along the highway, like an outlet for his silent anger. His mother was still lying in the hospital bed, but he still had to watch that family put on a show. Disgusting. When he returned home, Yuzhou spent half an hour in the spacious underground garage. It was only after suppressing his anger that he took the small cakes he had bought on the way and pretended to enter the house as if nothing had happened. As soon as he opened the door, he smelled a fragrant smell. It was the long-lost smell of home. "You're back." A clear and sweet voice rang out, and the young girl in the pink apron happily greeted him home. In that moment, Yuzhou forgot all his pain. Chapter 30, he is a very nice person. Nanny had been leaning against the window, watching. She had clearly seen Yuzhou's car pull into the courtyard, but he had not come in. The young master must be in a bad mood again, relieving his emotions in the garage. Mrs. Li was used to this kind of scene and, after saying this, she hid in her room first. The young master is in a bad mood, and she is afraid that she will be affected. But Mrs. Li is different. She will definitely be able to calm the tyrannical young master. Nanny had been leaning against the door waiting, and when she heard a noise, she happily went up to him, pretending to know nothing. She walked up to him, took his jacket and hung it up for him, and then saw the small cake in his hand. "Wow! You bought me the new product from Lu Ji. I've been thinking about it for days." Nanny wasn't pretending to be exaggerated, she was really happy. Yuzhou had gotten so angry, but he had actually remembered to buy her cupcakes. It was hard to say that she wasn't moved. No matter what had brought the two together in the first place, and no matter what people said about Yuzhou. In her eyes, he was a very good person. "What do you think?" Yuzhou was a little taken aback, and was at a loss for words in this situation. Nanny took his hand and led him inside. "I'm in a good mood today, so I cooked a few dishes myself. Do you want to try some? You can cook?" "Hey, who are you looking down on?" No exaggeration, Nanny's cooking is really good. She quite likes to cook, and every time she watches videos of those delicious dishes, she wants to try them. It's just that she doesn't cook often. After all, cooking is fine as a way to cultivate one's sentiments and enjoy life, but if you do it every day, it's quite a chore. Nanny took Yuzhou by the hand to wash his hands and enter the kitchen, as if she was taking care of a child. She kept chattering away, as if she was afraid that if they stopped, Yuzhou would think of something unhappy. How could Yuzhou not understand what Nanny was thinking, and his heart felt even more at ease. When he saw the 4 dishes and 1 soup in the kitchen, his expression was a little dazed. They were neither the flashy dishes of a 5-star restaurant nor the common home-cooked dishes. But they made Yuzhou's eyes slightly water. How long had it been since he had eaten food cooked by his family? When he was young, his mother often cooked for him herself, but as a proud young lady, she had never cooked before, and at first, everything she cooked was a mess. Yuzhou still supported her and ate everything up. Later, when his mother finally cooked a good meal, he no longer had the chance to eat it. "What are you standing there for? Sit down and eat." Nanny served him some rice and picked up a piece of chicken wing. Yuzhou took a bite. It tasted very good, salty and sweet, soft and off the bone. "It's delicious," he commented sincerely. Nanny watched him with her chin propped up, smiling with her eyebrows arched. "If it's delicious, then eat more. I don't cook easily." The meal was eaten in silence, in a harmonious atmosphere. Yuzhou kept his head down and ate, taking care of every dish. Nanny looked at him with gentle eyes. She guessed that Yuzhou must not eat much at home. The ruthless Sihua outside is actually a very contented flesh and blood person. When Yuzhou was about to serve the 4th bowl of rice, Nanny hurriedly stopped him. "That's enough. If you eat any more, you'll get a food log. He's already eaten a lot of food and drunk 2 bowls of soup. Even if you're being a good sport, you don't have to do it in a way that kills yourself." For the first time, Yuzhou's face showed some pitiful looks. He looked at the dishes as if he was reluctant to let go. It had been a long time since he had tasted such flavors that made him nostalgic. This look softened Nanny's heart, and she cupped Yuzhou's face in her hands. Leaning her body against the dining table behind her, she whispered soothingly, "If you like it, I'll cook it for you often in the future." Yuzhou's eyes brightened for a moment, and he squeezed Nanny's hand. "No, I'm already very satisfied with this meal." I didn't marry a wife to make her work. Suppressing the expectations in his heart, he just didn't want to cause her trouble. God, Yuzhou is so nice. Nanny couldn't help but feel emotional once again. If this continues, she will soon be conquered by Yuzhou. Chapter 31, He'll back me up. An unexpected guest has arrived at the house. Yuzhou goes to work in the morning, and Nanny is left alone at home wasting time. The doorbell rings, and Auntie Lee goes to answer it. When she sees who is there, she doesn't move, her expression a little unnatural. What? Don't want me to come in? The visitor has a high-pitched voice, with a hint of arrogance and meanness, and it is Fang Sihua. She pushes the person aside and enters like a hostess. I heard that Yuzhou got married? As an elder, I had to come over and take a look. Li Saw embarrassingly stopped her. Does the young master know you are here? Fang Sihua frowned and looked at Li Saw with dissatisfaction. This was the nanny when Wan Lanju was here before, and she is as annoying as her master. Do I need his consent to come over as an elder? When there was no member of the C family present, her smug look of a stock market villain was revealed. She deliberately picked a time when Yuzhou wasn't there to come and give Nanny a hard time, to show her who was really the mistress of the C family. Where is she? I've been here for half a day, why hasn't she come out to see me? Is she so rude? Looking for me? Nanny was wearing a fashionable denim skirt with a short-sleeved shirt that showed off her youthful beauty. She walked down the stairs and surveyed the person who had come without saying a word. She had probably guessed who it was from the noise she had heard upstairs. Fang Sihua crossed her arms and looked down at Nanny arrogantly, flashing a mean smile. So you're the new wife of Yuzhou? What does your family do? How did you and Yuzhou meet? Fang Sihua put on an air of superiority, as if interrogating a subordinate, secretly observing Nanny. She had basically met all the daughters of the rich wives in the circle, but had never met this girl before. Yuzhou has not even released the news of their marriage, so I guess she is not of noble birth and is not to be seen. As long as she cannot help Yuzhou, her son will have a better chance of winning. Young madam, this is. Li Saw was a little embarrassed to introduce her. In her heart, she did not want to call Fang Sihua Mrs. C. I know. Nanny interrupted, calmly looking the other person in the eye. Hello, my name is Nanny. My parents died young, and since I just got married to Yuzhou, I haven't had time to visit your home yet. Please forgive me. Parents died young? Ha! They're not even a well-to-do family. So she's poor. Fang Sihua's eyes immediately revealed contempt, but she wasn't here to break them up either. The more ordinary the woman Yuzhou married, the better. This way, the conflict between father and son will be great, and in contrast, Si Chang will miss Jin Xian's good qualities. Then won't the Si family be Jin Xian's in the future? She will reveal this to Si Chang later. In a fit of anger, Si Chang might let Jin Xian join the company. In your position, you naturally are not good enough for the Si family, but Yuzhou has always been headstrong, and his father and I can't do anything about it. In the future, you just need to be humble and obedient, and our family won't make things difficult for you. Look at what she said, threatening Nanny and suppressing Yuzhou. Nanny saw through it but didn't say anything, but she also didn't intend to bow her head in front of Fang Sihua. Yuzhou is capable, so naturally he doesn't need to listen to other people's arrangements. You don't need to worry, he is my husband, I will take care of him, and he will support me. These words slapped Fang Sihua in the face. She had originally thought that Nanny was just a woman who had married into a wealthy family and had never seen anything of the world. Let her know her place, behave herself in the future, and it would be best if she listened to her. But the brat actually challenged her. Stand up for her? What a joke. She thinks she can get ahead just by marrying Yuzhou? There are many rules in the rich and powerful families. Don't think that just because Yuzhou loves you, you can do whatever you want. Men's feelings come and go quickly, you have to grab hold of the one who really cares for you. Nanny is no fool, she knows the reason Fang Sihua came today. The dirty business between the rich and powerful is just a fight for interests. She was in no mood to argue with this woman. She had been polite, but the other woman still seemed dissatisfied. Since Yuzhou hated Fang Sihua as his wife, she should also side with him. You are right. You understand men's emotions the best. You. Fang Sihua's face turned cold. For so many years, she had hated it when people used her as a reason to get ahead. A little girl, and she actually dares to step on her face and jump around. Nanny picked up the lilies on the coffee table, which she had specially ordered earlier. Fang Sihua looked at the bouquet with contempt in her eyes, holding an educational posture. Yuzhou is at work, and you're flaunting yourself around the city with flowers, not afraid that he'll be laughed at by the people at the company. These aren't for Yuzhou, they're for my mother-in-law. Me? Now you want to please me? I don't like these plain, broken flowers. Nanny held the bouquet and gave a gentle smile. It's not for you. My mother-in-law really likes lilies. They're elegant and pure, just like her. Fang Sihua's expression twisted with anger. Who else could it be but her, the one called mother-in-law? It's only that bitch lying in the hospital. And she's talking about elegance and purity? What about her? Is she not elegant and pure? Chapter 32, This is the kind of reward she deserves. Yuzhou couldn't stop smiling when she heard Sisterly report the news. She was beginning to think her little wife was quite interesting. The way she had confronted Fang Sihua was adorable. She had even said, "My husband, my mother-in-law, such a wonderful baby, of course I have to reward you tonight." Yuzhou pressed the intercom button, but before she could speak, she decided it would be better if she went and bought the reward herself. Zhou Xing, who had just picked up the phone plus didn't hear a word plus and then got hung up on. Is there something wrong? I'm asking? But Yuzhou had an unavoidable meeting in the evening, and it was already very late when he arrived home. Li Sa said that the lady was in the study. A table lamp was lit in front of the study, and the gentle light enveloped Nanny. She was staring intently at the computer, her fingers typing away. When she saw Yuzhou enter, she tapped twice on the keyboard and smiled at him. Off work already? Tired? It was such a simple greeting, but it made Yuzhou's heart warm. For the first time, he felt like this house was his home. Without saying a word, Yuzhou picked her up and placed her in his lap, while he sat down in a chair. What are you doing? Nanny's cheeks were slightly flushed, and she was still a little uncomfortable with such an intimate posture. My tutor asked me to write a paper. There was only a desk lamp in the study, the light dim, and Yuzhou's deep eyes stared at the little woman in his arms. He held her close, buried his head in her neck, and gently inhaled the comforting scent of Nanny. Don't move, let me stay for a while. His voice was a little tired, and Nanny stopped moving. After a while, Nanny reached out and stroked Yuzhou's hair reassuringly. Are you tired? After all, you have to manage such a big company. Luckily, I can still go home and hug my wife to recharge. Nanny's ears turned red. Yuzhou hugged Nanny for a while, like a big gray wolf hugging a fragrant and soft rabbit. Fang Sihua came to the house today? Have you been wronged? Upon hearing this, Nanny lowered her head and unconsciously picked at the buttons on Yuzhou's shirt. She thought about it this afternoon and felt that her actions might have been a bit excessive. After all, the other party is a C family member. Will what she did cause Yuzhou trouble? Nanny said with some uncertainty, I'm afraid I'm not the one who's wronged. This honest look was especially like a child who had done something bad and was pretending to be good, and Yuzhou laughed in annoyance. As long as you haven't been wronged, you don't need to let her in the door next time. Is that okay? Nanny's eyes were sparkling, and she wasn't here to question her guilt. What's not okay? You're my wife, and no one can bully you. Nanny smiled, and then thought about it. When Yuzhou married her, he said he wanted to shut his father up. So, her very existence was meant to anger the C family? She was so easy to understand that Yuzhou knew immediately what she was thinking, and took her hand and squeezed it. It's true that I married you to anger my father, but that was the least of my reasons. I wanted you for myself. Yuzhou's voice was very soft, but it disturbed Nanny's heart. In the quiet space, there was a restless heart beating. She didn't know what this wanting you meant, but at this moment, she was indeed moved by these words. We're already married, what's the point of saying this? The well-seasoned little rabbit tried to change the subject. We are married, but there is still one most important thing missing. Nanny looked at Yuzhou doubtfully as he took out a blue velvet gift box from his pocket. Since they are married, how can they not have wedding rings? The gift box was opened, and inside was a pair of diamond wedding rings. The woman's model was exquisite and beautiful, with a huge blue diamond in the center. The ring was designed to look like a willow leaf, with a row of smaller diamonds embedded in it. The man's model was relatively simple, reflecting its low-key and calm nature. The inner side was carved with willow leaves, interlocking with each other. Yuzhou had personally gone to pick them up that afternoon. The Si family also had its own jewelry brand, but since he was taking them from his own home, Yuzhou was afraid that Nanny would think that he was just grabbing them at random and not paying attention. So he chose a well-known global brand. He heard that these matching rings were the latest model designed by an independent designer for the brand. They were only available in limited quantities, and Yuzhou fell in love with them at first sight. They were indeed better than the designs by his own company's designers. Nanny's eyes widened as she watched Yuzhou put the ring on her finger himself. The huge diamond ring on her slender, pale ring finger was so impressive and also very beautiful. "Do you like it?" Yuzhou asked softly, his eyes expressing satisfaction. "Nanny's hand deserves a diamond this big. How much did you pay for it?" Nanny was most concerned about this question. "Your husband has no shortage of money, so don't worry about this. I heard that this pair of rings was designed by an independent designer. In fact, you can contact her directly, and it might be cheaper." Nanny's expression was a little strange. Yuzhou didn't care at all. "That little bit of money was nothing. I want to give you the most expensive one. Besides, I don't know that designer either." Nanny looked at this familiar ring, feeling a sense of suffocation as she swallowed her anger. How could she not know it? "I'm the designer. Just contact her." She left her email address. "Contact her. Just give me the money. Now the middleman is making a huge profit." After Nanny went to university, she started designing jewelry online and entered many competitions. Her fame grew and she began collaborating with well-known brands. She never told anyone about this, and just thought of it as a way to earn pocket money. She never expected to get conned by someone she trusted. Nanny looked at Yuzhou, this big sucker, and couldn't tell what she felt in her heart. In a marriage without an emotional foundation, he was willing to give her his best. When the pair of rings were first designed, the client company was very satisfied and said they would definitely sell well. So as the main product of the season, the price was far higher than the market price. Nanny put her arm around Yuzhou's shoulders and saw that he was still looking at her hand with satisfaction. She took the initiative to lean in and kiss Yuzhou on the cheek. "Thank you." Nanny could clearly feel the hand placed around her waist tighten. Yuzhou turned his head, and the unruffled expression on his face still had a hint of ripples in his eyes. "This kind of reward is not enough." His voice was hoarse. Nanny licked her lips and gathered her courage to touch Yuzhou's lips. They parted at the touch. "Is this okay?" Yuzhou couldn't wait to chase after these soft, tender lips and take them in his mouth to savor them. When the kiss ended, Nanny's eyes were filled with moisture and her lips were plump. Yuzhou's eyes were dark and gloomy. He stood up and hugged her as he walked towards the bedroom. Their fingers were interlocked, and the two matching wedding rings were in close contact. Yuzhou leaned in close to Nanny's ear and whispered, "This is the only way to reward me." He silenced the words of shy rejection in her mouth and demanded his reward. Chapter 33. Do you miss your husband? I have to go on a business trip to Y City tomorrow. Yuzhou said this as Nanny was flailing her white feet and watching a rustic video on the sofa. "How long will you be gone for?" Nanny put down her phone and pointed at Yuzhou with her double chin. Yuzhou sat down with a pair of white socks in his hands and used his large hands to catch Nanny's dangling feet and put the socks on her. 1 week. The air conditioner in the room is on full blast, so be careful not to catch a cold. Nanny curled up her toes shyly. No one had ever been so attentive to her before. Yuzhou, the rumored devil, actually helped her put on her socks without any complaints. "You stay at home this week. I've left someone to protect you. If you want to do anything, just tell Li Min, he's Zhou Xing's little apprentice." Yuzhou pinched the exposed calf of Nanny and explained everything in detail. He was so meticulous that he even told her what to eat for lunch, where her scattered books were, and told her not to stay up too late or drink cold milk right after getting up. He treated her like a child who was clumsy and didn't know her ABCs. "Got it. Have you packed your things?" Yuzhou shook his head, as this was usually done by Zhou Xing or Auntie Li. "Then I'll help you pack." Nanny raised her hand enthusiastically, finally able to do something that a wife should do. Yuzhou leaned against the cloakroom with his arms folded, watching Nanny busily loading his suitcase with things. "I checked the weather forecast, it's going to rain in Yicheng these 2 days, so I brought you 2 sets of long-sleeved clothes, and Zhou Xing will probably prepare an umbrella." Nanny muttered to herself as she folded the clothes neatly. Opening the drawer, she looked at the row of ties and chose two that were low-key and calm. How about these two ties? Nanny turned around and found the man looking at her with a relaxed expression, suddenly feeling a little shy. What's wrong? Yuzhou took a long step, slowly walked over, casually threw the tie on the suitcase, and sat the person on the cabinet. Yuzhou put his hands on both sides of Nanny's body and leaned close to her, bending over. Whatever you say, my dear. Nanny started to shyly pick at the buttons of Yuzhou's shirt again. How could he take what his wife said so naturally? My husband is leaving tomorrow. Will he miss me? How is she supposed to answer that? Nanny was about to burst into flames, keeping her head down and not daring to look at the other person. Yuzhou asked again. The hum that came from his voice was low and full of magnetism, inexplicably making Nanny's cheeks burn. Yuzhou had found a new pleasure, enjoying watching Nanny blush. He discovered that whenever he said something romantic, the little rabbit would turn bright red. This was especially true in bed, when her whole body glowed a seductive pink. This change made Yuzhou feel exceptionally good, and he couldn't help but tease the other person even more. Yuzhou caught Nanny's hand and placed it by his mouth to kiss it, relieving the shirt button that Nanny was about to pull off. If I don't say it now, I'll ask you in bed. Nanny's body jerked, and she immediately looked up and responded crisply. Yes. I'll miss you. The wolf was satisfied, his cold eyebrows curving up, and he lifted Nanny with one arm, speaking his sinful words. In that case, I'll have to comfort you in advance. Nanny looked in the direction of the bed, wanting to cry but unable to. No matter what, she couldn't escape from Yuzhou's world of romance. This super horny devil. The possessive always. Nanny finally passed out. Nanny was very tired, and she was still groggy in the morning when Yuzhou left. I'm leaving, so you wait for me at home. Yuzhou leaned down and kissed the little lazy pig lying in the covers with rosy cheeks. Nanny unconsciously grunted and fell asleep without knowing it. Yuzhou smiled, his heart softening. He often traveled for business and never felt anything, but this time he actually had the thought of not wanting to leave. He really wanted to ignore everything and hug the person to sleep, not caring about any work. Chapter 34, Why Am I Here? I don't know if it's because Yuzhou tossed and turned for so long last night, but Nanny felt like she was floating in the clouds. Her body was very light, and she felt a little jolt every now and then. She slowly opened her eyes and gradually adjusted to the light. She noticed that there was a man sitting next to her in a suit, and he was bowing his head intently working. If it wasn't Yuzhou, then who was it? Nanny suddenly woke up, ignoring the aches and pains in her body, and immediately sprung up. Why haven't you left yet? You're not late for the flight, are you? Yuzhou raised an eyebrow and looked at his little wife, who had sleep marks on her face, with amusement. So where are we now? Nanny looked around and realized that this was not the bedroom from before. The space was not very big, but it had everything. Looking out the window, the white mass was, of course, clouds. Learning about the situation in front of her, Nanny's eyes widened, like those of a forest elk. Me? Why am I on a plane? Weren't you going on a business trip? Yuzhou held the person in his lap and coaxed them. I saw you sleeping comfortably this morning, so I didn't wake you up. I just packed you up with the blanket and took you with me. That lazy little pig slept so soundly, he was completely unconscious. I mean, why am I with you? Am I also going on a business trip? Nanny was absolutely shocked, as if the world had been magically transformed. I saw that you were bored at home, so I brought you out to have some fun. Yuzhou lowered his eyebrows and said in a casual tone. How should I put this? I saw how soft and fluffy you looked asleep this morning, and suddenly I didn't want to leave. I can't really be so selfish with you on my shoulders. So I'll just pack up my little wife and take her with me. Zhou Xing could have stuffed an egg in his mouth when he saw the big suitcase in Yuzhou's arms. It's no wonder Zhou Xing was surprised. Yuzhou also felt a little baffled. He had always been very deliberate in what he said and did. When had he ever been so headstrong? But ever since he met Nanny, he had been unable to help doing things that he himself would have despised. Yuzhou couldn't figure it out, so he simply let it go. After all, this change didn't disgust him. Nanny was still in shock. She was shocked that the top rich really are different, and any outrageous behavior seems commonplace in their eyes. It's like suddenly deciding on a whim to take your wife on a business trip on a luxury private jet. And the person themselves doesn't even know what they're doing. There are also many fun places to go in Y City. I'll show you when I have time. Yuzhou asked someone to send over breakfast, and they won't be there for another hour. Where are my clothes? Nanny was still wearing her pajamas. Auntie Lee helped you pack. Nanny was still a little dazed as she watched Yuzhou apply the toothpaste, so she asked in passing. What kind of business are you going to discuss this time? Yuzhou didn't hide it, and said it was the jewelry business. Jewelry? Nanny was intrigued. Well, the C Group has many companies and its own jewelry brand, but it hasn't focused on this before, so it doesn't have much market share. In recent years, women's consumption power has increased, and the jewelry industry is highly profitable, so the C Group has plans to increase its market share. E-City is a famous diamond and jewelry producing area in China, and most of the raw materials for jewelry brands in the country come from here. If we can take over the biggest jeweler, it will definitely be of great help to the future development of C's jewelry industry. Nanny listened as Yuzhou explained without holding back, and the more she listened, the brighter her eyes became. After she finished washing up, she leaned over to Yuzhou, her eyes full of expectation. Will you take me with you? I'll be your little assistant. Chapter 35, Say husband and see what happens. Upon hearing this, Yuzhou raised the corners of his eyebrows, and a meaningful look came into his eyes. After all, Nanny privately took on jewelry design work and was quite well known in the industry. Naturally, she was interested in all these jewels and diamonds. Fearing that Yuzhou would not agree, Nanny's eyes sparkled as she continued to persuade him. I won't cause any trouble. I have nothing to do here anyway, so I'll just tag along with you and see the world, okay? Yuzhou naturally felt that these were trivial matters, and even if Nanny caused trouble, he could handle it. But seeing the way the little white rabbit wagged its tail in anticipation, he got the idea to play a trick on her and pretended to be in a difficult situation. This business deal was no trivial matter, a deal worth hundreds of millions of yuan, and it would determine the group's future development. Nanny took hold of Yuzhou's hand and shook it as if she were being coquettish, and her voice softened a little. She knew that this cold-mannered boss seemed to particularly like it when she was coquettish. Please. I really won't do anything bad. I'll just stand next to you and keep quiet, okay? Boss? Boss? Please. The deep pupils reflected the porcelain white face of the young girl in front of him, her delicate features full of flattery. Yuzhou hooked his lips, looking at Nanny confidently, as if he meant something. It's not boss I want to hear. Huh? What was that? Boss C? Boss C? Nanny thought about the way people called Yuzhou. Yuzhou was helpless at the woman's obtuseness. He embraced Nanny's narrow waist in his arms and asked her to sit on his lap. The plane encountered turbulence and bucked a little. Yuzhou tightened his arms and held her tightly in his arms, speaking in a low voice close to her ear. No, Mrs. C, what do you think is the title I want to hear the most? Yuzhou's lips opened and closed, brushing against Nanny's ear, making her blush from head to toe. With all the hints, Nanny no longer had any doubt as to what Yuzhou wanted to hear, and she would really be a straight woman if she did. But how could she bring herself to say it? Although Yuzhou would say it in jest, Nanny herself had never called him that before. Nanny lowered her head shyly, and her slippers had just been flung out, her round and translucent toes curled up shyly. From Yuzhou's perspective, the exposed neck in front of him was attractively pink, and he couldn't help but feel his throat tighten. If only he didn't know that the location was wrong and there wasn't enough time, he would really want to do what he didn't get enough of last night. Yuzhou gave his thigh a little shake, and his voice was full of a seductive magnetism. Ha? Mrs. C, what do you say? Do you still want to go out and see the world with me? Her toes moved unconsciously as she gave herself a pep talk. So what if they do? They are a legal couple as defined by the state, so it's perfectly normal. The C family is such a big group, and Yuzhou has come in person, so it's clear that they attach great importance to this, so there's definitely a lot to learn. This is something that she can't learn from reading books or attending lectures. After some consideration, Nanny made her decision. Just say it, it won't hurt. Nanny was as resolute as a warrior cutting off his arm, but her voice was as muffled as a mosquito. Honey. Huh? What? I didn't catch that. Yuzhou's mouth was hidden in a smile, and his eyes were clearly pleased. Bastard. He must have done it on purpose. If he got away with it once, he'll do it again. Nanny spoke again, blushing uncontrollably. Honey. I still didn't catch it. If you listen carefully, you'll hear a hint of amusement in Yuzhou's usual cold tone. But at the moment, Nanny was too embarrassed to notice. She simply gave up and threw her arms around her husband's shoulders, shouting as loudly as she could. Husband! 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 Satisfied? Husband! Nanny didn't notice that as she shouted, Zhou Xing happened to knock on the door and enter. He wanted to tell them that they were about to land, so get ready, and then he heard this scene. And the sound of husband coming through the open door also let the team members outside hear it. Zhou Xing swallowed, glanced at Yuzhou, who was laughing quite unworthily, and looking at the situation, your husband should be quite satisfied. He immediately closed the door and backed out. My God, was the boss just being a bully? Forcing the boss's wife to call him husband? He was laughing too lustfully just now. Nanny froze on the spot, and after she reacted, she threw herself into Yuzhou's arms, intending to bury herself like an ostrich. Oh my God. This is so embarrassing. The sound of Yuzhou's uncontrollable laughter came from her chest, and it made Nanny's ears turn even redder. Thinking that the culprit in front of her was precisely the culprit, she couldn't help but complain. It's all your fault. Okay, it's all my husband's fault. Ah. She doesn't want to live anymore. She'll jump off the plane right now and land in a box. Then can I go to the meeting with you? Nanny didn't forget her own goal. Since the wife had said that, the husband of course had to agree. Yuzhou's mood was simply too good. Nanny was so ashamed and angry that she wanted to die. Ah. Yuzhou, you big wolf. Chapter 36, Drunk and Cute. After landing, Qingwan Enterprise, which planned to cooperate this time, sent someone to pick them up. After all the travel, they let them go to the hotel to rest first. A dinner was prepared for the evening, not to discuss cooperation, but just to welcome them. Nanny did not go to the dinner that night. She did not feel comfortable eating while a group of men were drinking. Yuzhou ordered a meal for her and sent it upstairs, all local specialties. But Nanny's current mood was not there. She looked at the clothes covering the bed and was thinking about which one to wear tomorrow. After all, she was attending as Yuzhou's assistant, so she couldn't wear something too casual. Nanny went shopping with Yuzhou in the afternoon and bought a few sets of light and mature office suits. She was frowning and indecisive when the door suddenly rang. Nanny turned her head to see that Yuzhou, who had gone to the dinner, had returned. Why did he come back so quickly? Because I didn't want you to wait alone at the hotel. His voice was as usual, but he said something he rarely said. Yuzhou walked over, his tall frame wrapping itself around Nanny, and buried his head in the hollow of her shoulder to sniff. Nanny took 2 steps back, steadying herself as she caught Yuzhou. Only when they got closer did she realize that Yuzhou smelled strongly of alcohol. You're back so early, I hope Mr. Pan isn't angry, Nanny worried. President Pan is the owner of the Qingwan Enterprise that is to be cooperated with this time. Who cares, I can't let my wife stay alone in the empty house. Yuzhou's tone carried a hint of childishness, and Nanny smiled, but her heart warmed. She led the man to the sofa and sat him down, then poured him a glass of water. It seems that he drank quite a lot this morning, and Yuzhou's calm eyes are a little blurry at the moment. The drunk Yuzhou became exceptionally clingy, unlike the usual aloofness of a high-class flower. He kept hugging Nanny and wouldn't let go, his eyelashes tickling the side of her neck. He didn't like these dinner parties. But this collaboration was extraordinary, and it involved a strategic shift for the C Group, otherwise he wouldn't have personally attended. The Qingwan Group cooperated with many big-name jewelry companies at home and abroad, and had no worries about business. However, the previously unknown jewelry brand Underseas obviously does not have many advantages. Since this time, the decision was made to increase the share of the jewelry company, this battle must be won. Therefore, Yuzhou had no choice but to attend the dinner. It so happened that the owner of Qingwan Enterprise was like a nouveau riche, relying on the unique resource advantages of Yuzhou to become rich. Yuzhou also has a simple folkway, and the locals love to drink. The dinner was just a drinking party, and indeed nothing was said, just drinking. They drink quickly and eagerly, and it's still the strong spirits they brew themselves. After a few glasses of wine, Yuzhou felt a little dizzy, and he was worried that Nanny was alone in the hotel and was not at ease. Yuzhou found an excuse to come back directly. No matter what Mr. Pan or Mr. Lee, they are not as good as his E. Nanny asked the hotel for wine soup and honey water, fed Yuzhou to drink, and served the young master to undress and wipe his face. Sweating from all the fuss, they finally managed to get the clingy person onto the bed. "Where are you going?" Yuzhou suddenly took hold of Nanny's hand. His expression was clear, but if you looked closely, you could see that his eyes were unfocused and his reactions were already a little slow. "I'm going to take a shower, so wait for me in bed." "I'll be right back." Nanny coaxed him patiently. "No." The drunk Yuzhou had become extremely childish. "I'm all sweaty, just 10 minutes, no, 5 minutes will be fine." "No." "What do you want, my little master?" "I want to watch you shower." She now had serious doubts that Yuzhou was drunk. In the end, there was no choice. Yuzhou sat on the small stool in the bathroom, hugging his knees, and really just obediently guarded Nanny. Nanny turned her back and took a very shy and quick shower. The two had been honest with each other many times, but for this kind of thing, she was still too shy. But at the moment, Yuzhou's eyes were clear, without the slightest trace of desire. On the contrary, Nanny felt that she was the pervert. Nanny turned off the shower, and Yuzhou stood up suddenly, holding the towel over to her with great enthusiasm, his eyes full of expectation. Nanny pulled the corners of her mouth, and touched his hair with her toes. "Good boy." Yuzhou grinned. "You're not wrong, drunk Yuzhou is kind of cute." Nanny changed into her pajamas, took Yuzhou's hand, led him back to the bed, and covered him up. "Okay, go to sleep, good night." She raised her hand to turn off the light, and felt the person next to her suddenly lean in, and there was a wet touch on her cheek. Then she heard the person next to her whisper happily and say goodnight to her. Chapter 37, The President and the Secretary have an unusual relationship. Does your head hurt? The meeting with Qingwan Enterprises is scheduled for 10 o'clock. With the characteristic of naturally waking up in the south, she will definitely be late. So she deliberately set an earlier alarm clock to wake her up, and sat in front of the mirror, patting her face. Yuzhou, who was drunk last night, was already fully dressed and ready, sitting on the sofa with his legs propped up, watching Nanny put on her makeup. His face was as usual, and there was no trace of last night's drunkenness. It is also impossible to imagine that this calm and aloof man, who was patiently watching his wife apply her makeup, was still glued to Nanny last night and would not let go. "It's okay, you worked hard last night, I won't drink so much in the future. E-City's own wine is too strong, or high-concentration white wine." Even though Yuzhou boasts that he can drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk, he could not resist their enthusiastic persuasion to drink. He doesn't really remember what happened after he came home last night, or rather, he doesn't want to remember. He had not been drunk before, but had just slept quietly in bed. Why had he become so uncontrollable after Nanny? Nanny paused in her eyebrow drawing and turned around to comfort him seriously, almost like a teacher. "Don't worry, drinking is inevitable when doing business, and you are the boss, with a heavy responsibility on your shoulders. It's fine, you drink as much as you like, I can take care of you." Drunk Yuzhou is so cute, soft and obedient, a contrast of cuteness. Nanny planned to trick Yuzhou into wearing a skirt next time he got drunk. Yuzhou was not aware of Nanny's little scheme, and thought that his young wife was considerate and virtuous, which made him feel very satisfied. Women are always nitpicking when it comes to makeup, and Nanny had been sitting in front of the mirror for more than an hour. Yuzhou just watched patiently. He didn't feel bored, but instead felt very happy about such a trivial matter. In the end, Nanny put on a shirt with a comfortable texture, tucked it into a light pink professional baggy skirt, and stepped into a pair of nude-colored stiletto heels. She really looked like a secretary. Yuzhou's gaze went from bottom to top, from the slender and well-proportioned calves, to the perky buttocks wrapped in the skirt, to the narrow waist that could be held in one hand, and the collarbone clearly visible at the neckline. Inch by inch, the gaze was full of aggression. He suddenly didn't want to take such an attractive little wife out to show to others. Yuzhou stood up, embraced Nanny from behind, and looked at her in the mirror. Even though Nanny was wearing high heels, the two were still half a head apart. Yuzhou had broad shoulders and a narrow waist, and his tall figure blocked the petite figure in his arms, and he could control her waist with one hand. Nanny didn't notice the man's darkened gaze, and was still looking at herself in the mirror with satisfaction and the joy of anticipation. "Do you know?" Yuzhou's low voice sounded in her ear. "In TV dramas, secretaries as pretty as you don't have an ordinary relationship with the CEO." His voice was seductive, and Nanny looked back at herself in the mirror, suddenly pouting her little face and turning around. So your secretary also has an improper relationship with you? No, that's not how the plot develops. Why don't you play by the rules? Nanny continued, Zhou Xing is your assistant, but I haven't met your secretary yet. Is she a man or a woman? Is she pretty? You're so good looking, does she have a thing for you? Have you too? No. Yuzhou hastily denied it, feeling as if he had shot himself in the foot. He grabbed Nanny's hand and hurriedly professed his loyalty. He had talked business so many times before, always calm and composed, but for some reason, he was a little flustered at the moment. I have always been a good person, and you are my first woman, and I will never have anyone else in my heart. The secretary is indeed a woman, but she was hired because of her strong work ability, and our relationship is just a work relationship. You can look through my phone, and if you don't like it, I will fire her tomorrow. Seeing Yuzhou's anxious explanation, Nanny couldn't help but burst out laughing. I'm just teasing you. What did your secretary do wrong that you want to fire her? Why don't you just tell her to stay at home and be good? That's fine too. Yuzhou replied quickly, without the slightest hesitation. He looked Nanny earnestly in the eye, his deep eyes looking exceptionally affectionate. Nanny's heart skipped a beat, and she took Yuzhou's hand. She had lived for more than 20 years, and there had been very few truly relaxing and happy moments. But ever since being with Yuzhou, he had indeed given her many heart-fluttering moments. Without thinking about what was really going on, Nanny chose to indulge herself and go with the flow. I believe in you. Just those words, without any need for further explanation, were understood by both. Warmth flowed through the room, and the two strangers' hearts gradually drew closer. Ding dong ding dong. Zhou Xing had learned from his experience this time and knocked on the door, shouting through the door with a loud voice. President C, it's time to go according to the appointment with Qingwan Group. Chapter 38, Have you passed the test? As the largest domestic supplier of jewelry materials, Qingwan Group cooperates with many first-tier brands at home and abroad. Therefore, Yuzhou set his sights on Qingwan from the very beginning. The owner of Qingwan Group is a middle-aged man in his 40s, with a burly build and a look that suggests he can hold his drink. He wears a large black t-shirt, is unorthodox and generous, and has a loud voice. However, when it comes to cooperation between the two parties, he leans back in his chair and plays Tai Chi. Mr. C, the development of C's is indeed unrivaled, but it has many subsidiaries, and the jewelry brand was not the main focus before. Now it has suddenly developed, I'm afraid it won't be very competitive. It's not surprising that the other party is worried. C's companies are all over the world, and they are involved in every field. In the jewelry sector, we really haven't put in much effort before, it's just an average sector under C's. C's has already drawn up a strategic plan, and the jewelry brand will be a key development target in the next 2 years. Zhou Xing explained from the sidelines. The jewelry market is very saturated now, and it's a bit difficult to start developing it now. Mr. Pan, the owner of the Qingwan Group, narrowed his eyes slightly, and his astute eyes surveyed the situation without saying a word. With Yuzhou as the big tree, does Mr. Pan still need to worry? Yuzhou said lightly. This remark was very arrogant, but coming from Yuzhou, it was arrogant and frivolous but also very reasonable. As one of the world's top 10 companies, it is easy to do whatever you want under the control of Yuzhou, who is tough in business. President Pan nodded and laughed, pretending to be in a difficult situation. President C, you want so much production right from the start, it's not that I can't do it, but mainly because I won't be able to cooperate with other companies. After all, we have been friends for so many years. Yuzhou knew what the other party meant. What friendship is there? Businessmen look at interests. Who talks about this? In the final analysis, this Mr. Pan just wants to have it both ways. He wants to cooperate with a company as big as C's, but he also doesn't want to lose his previous partner. After all, no one knows if C's jewelry brand can develop. If it doesn't develop, but he offends his previous partner because of this, it really isn't cost-effective. Yuzhou's face didn't change much, but this young man in his 20s already had a full sense of pressure just by sitting there. Even President Pan, who is used to big scenes, is on full alert under his relaxed appearance. Yuzhou gave Zhou Xing a look, and Zhou Xing immediately handed over a document. President Pan can rest assured, we can sign a 3-year contract first, and the price he offers is far higher than your previous profits. With C as their backing, the marketing department has already formulated a complete marketing strategy, and has also recruited many well-known designers from foreign brands. Within 3 years, Xi's jewelry brand can definitely become a first-tier brand, and the cooperation will definitely continue. What he meant was that if you don't seize the opportunity now, 3 years later, when Xi's has developed, they may not necessarily give you a share of the profits. General Manager Pan's eyes deepened a little, as if he was secretly considering. He pretended to smile lightly and pointed to the raw materials for jewelry that had just been brought in for display. Mr. Xi, the most important thing for a jewelry company is not marketing and designers, but craftsmanship and raw materials. I know that Xi's company is wealthy, but it has not previously researched these raw materials, has it? In the past 2 years, the raw materials on the market have been mixed, especially for these big brands. Once there is a mistake, the stock price will fall, profits will shrink, and problems will easily arise. Yuzhou has considered this, so in order to develop the company, after doing research, he has deliberately chosen to cooperate with the most trustworthy Yunxiang. Before he could even open his mouth to explain and reassure General Manager Pan, Nanny, who had been standing silently by, spoke first. President Pan was relieved to hear that Xi's was an honest company, and that from acquisition to processing, and finally to the finished product, they would use whatever materials were needed. Nanny picked up a polished, but unformed, translucent object on the table, smiled at President Pan, and spoke slowly but confidently. They would never do anything as ridiculous as using glass instead of diamonds. What? The delegation from Xi's immediately reacted to what she meant, and looked at the pile of stones on the table. Unfortunately, they were responsible for negotiating business cooperation, not jewelry experts, so they could only look back and forth at the two bosses and guess their thoughts. President Pan's eyes were even more profound, with a smile on his face, but it wasn't meant to be mocking. He glanced at the stones in the plates next to him and signaled for Nanny to continue. Nanny glanced at Yuzhou and saw that he didn't object, so she continued to distinguish them. This one is marked as nephrite, but it is actually carbonate jade, and the price is less than 1/10 of nephrite. And this one, labeled high-quality warlord red agate, but in fact has a lot of impurities and the color is not pure enough, it's just the most common kind. And this imperial jadeite, although crystal clear, with a good color, it can indeed be mistaken for the real thing. One can only say that the person who polished it has good craftsmanship, but in fact, how does it feel like? Nanny frowned, and took a careful look at Yuzhou and President Pan. The former's gentle gaze gave her a full sense of security. The latter's teasing eyes hid approval and affirmation. Nanny was puzzled but confident. How did it seem like it was polished from a beer bottle? The rest of the people paused. From the contacts over the past 2 days, they roughly knew that this woman and President Xi had an unusual relationship. But in such an important cooperation, is this nonsense really okay? Yunqiang is after all the largest domestic jeweler, would they fool around with fake things when talking about cooperation? Isn't she slapping President Pan's face by saying this? These people looked at their boss with trepidation. The cold and ruthless general manager Xi wouldn't get angry and throw someone off the 28th floor, would she? Hey! Are my eyes playing tricks on me? Why is General Manager Xi smiling? General Manager Xi smiles? This is an unheard of scene, comparable to a sow climbing a tree. She must be so angry that she's laughing in spite of herself. This woman is in for big trouble. Ha 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 ha. While these people were still feeling uneasy, President Pan laughed heartily. President Xi, your little assistant is quite good, her eyes are amazing. Nanny let out a sigh of relief and looked at the other person shyly. President Pan, so have we passed the test? Passed. It must pass. Someone, bring the contract over and sign it now. President Pan agreed cheerfully. The whole group was shocked. Although this Mr. Pan is a straightforward person, I heard that he is particularly difficult to work with and never gets to the point. Every time, he makes you go through all the trouble of coming back again and again with determination and sincerity. They were prepared to have more discussions, but it turned out that they just signed the contract? Nanny had been listening from behind for a long time. From the moment these rags were brought up, she noticed something was wrong. But she didn't say anything, thinking that maybe the boss was afraid that they would really be damaged, so he was using the fake products as a display. But when they discussed it, this Mr. Pan just wouldn't talk about cooperation, and in the end he even brought up the mixed-up raw materials, so Nanny understood. This is no display item, it's clearly a test. Yunqiang Group is a raw materials supplier, and they only give out authentic products. But it's not uncommon for companies to cut costs by using substandard materials in the production line, and when the problem is eventually discovered by consumers, they will blame the materials supplier. Therefore, when Qingwan group cooperates, it will always ask this question, also to let the other party understand that fake is fake and will definitely be discovered. Before, few people directly discovered it, and it was only after several subsequent collaborations that he kept reminding and indicating that it was noticed. Yuzhou did indeed consider less this time. He came as a businessman and there was almost no deal he could not close. However, he did not expect to encounter an honest and responsible seller. Fortunately, there was Nanny, who noticed the problem and helped him seal the deal so quickly. Yuzhou and Mr. Pan signed their names on the contract without hesitation. They stood up, shook hands with each other, and were both very confident about the future development. In his words, Mr. Pan was quite impressed with Nanny. The cooperation was reached, and on the way back to the hotel, Zhou Xing was bragging about his experience and praising the boss's wife. Nanny's face kept turning red, and she couldn't hide her happiness in her eyes. Yuzhou took her hand and placed it on his knee. The always high-standard and demanding C always generously admitted. Thanks to you today, the cooperation went so smoothly. As your little assistant, of course I have to work for you. You are very good, quick to respond, observant, and you did a great job. President Pan has been praising you just now, saying that you are the first person to recognize the raw materials at first glance, but Yuzhou lowered his eyes and looked at the little woman beside him, speaking out his inner doubts. How did you recognize the raw materials of those jewels? Chapter 39, What reward do you want? Nanny didn't want to reveal her little secret just yet, so she very naturally said. Of course girls like these gold jewels and diamonds, and I'm no exception, I happen to be curious and researched it before. Yuzhou's sharp eyes measured Nanny without saying a word, not sure if he believed her nonsense. My wife is really smart, and it's rare for an outsider to be able to tell the difference between these raw materials. I'm not just an ordinary person, Nanny said arrogantly. Yuzhou looked at her arrogant little appearance and his heart softened. If it weren't for the fact that there were other people in the car, he really wanted to press her against the car and kiss her. Nanny had no idea about the dirty thoughts in Yuzhou's mind, a big gray wolf, and naively leaned over to imagine. With the support of the Qingwan group, the C family's jewelry business will definitely be able to develop. This is all thanks to you. The baby who deserves the credit will be rewarded. What do you want? Yuzhou took her in his arms. At the moment, he was in a good mood. Even if Nanny wanted the stars in the sky, he would let Zhou Xing find a way to pluck them down. It's not a big deal. Nanny rested her head on Yuzhou's broad shoulders, her voice soft as she tried to think hard. She didn't know what she had thought of, but she immediately sat up, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Yuzhou. I remember, there's a jewelry design exhibition in Y City tomorrow, you can go with me to have a look. This is a private exhibition, a jewelry-loving buyer is putting on display his collection from over the years. There are antique jewelry items that have been auctioned off, as well as the hot design brands of recent years. Not many people know about this event, and Nanny only found out from a local newsfeed 2 days ago when she was checking her phone. Yuzhou agreed without hesitation. Is this even a big deal? Yuzhou asked Nanny what other reward she wanted, and Nanny shook her head. You let me come with you to the meeting, and I've already learned a lot. This time, even without Nanny, Yuzhou will definitely facilitate the cooperation. When he works, he is meticulous, and his innate confidence makes people dare not ignore him. He speaks eloquently when dealing with people, not missing a single detail. Cooperation is a game, and Nanny could see that Yuzhou always had the upper hand. It was just that today she was lucky and had passed General Manager Pan's test in advance. Even if it didn't work out today, Yuzhou was also absolutely certain that he would convince General Manager Pan to give in tomorrow. This experience really allowed Nanny, who had not yet experienced the social grind, to learn a lot of useful knowledge. But Yuzhou didn't feel anything, or rather, this incident today was just a pretext. He just wanted to give Nanny something. So when they went back, he asked Zhou Xing to pack a suitcase full of gifts. Not to mention the jewelry and diamonds, there were also other local specialties, more generous than any rewards bestowed by ancient emperors. But that's all water under the bridge. Yuzhou himself was good at using his twisted mind to tease her in front of Nanny. Hearing Nanny say this, he immediately climbed up the ladder. If that's the case, then I'll ask for a reward too. Good, you name it. Nanny's reply was decisive. Yuzhou, however, just smiled and didn't answer. When they got back to the hotel, Nanny realized what the man wanted as a reward. See, Yuzhou is such a pervert. All he thinks about is this kind of thing every day. After they got back, the purpose of the business trip had been accomplished, and there were no other work arrangements, so See Yuzhou could concentrate on eating the little white rabbit. From the moment he saw Nanny wearing this business suit in the morning, See Yuzhou's heart had been itching. After they got back, Nanny was so embarrassed that she was blushing from neck to toes. Her blouse was tucked into her skirt, but her long, white, plump legs were still visible, and she was wearing those nude-colored high heels. She was still wearing the same clothes from the morning, but she looked sexy and charming. See Yuzhou leaned back against the bed. He looked fierce and sexy. As the darkening sky gradually subsided, Nanny's clothes were no longer presentable and were casually removed by See Yuzhou. Then a new round of rewards began. Chapter 40, He Can Come or Not. Nanny didn't know how many times she had lamented that See Yuzhou really wasn't human. She was now limp all over, leaning against See Yuzhou's chest, and she didn't have the strength to move a muscle. She was fine with the tossing and turning, she wasn't a prude or conservative. But why does it always take so long? Nanny can't count how many times she's passed out in bed, but See Yuzhou's enthusiasm remains undiminished, continuing his crusade. If you were an emperor, you would definitely be a lust-crazed. Nanny's exasperated comment sounds weak and powerless to See Yuzhou, but it sounds like she's being coquettish to him. See Yuzhou's hand under the quilt has been massaging Nanny's waist the whole time, and he smiles at her words, his voice sexy in retrospect. I have you, and that's enough. Other women are no different from men in my eyes. So you're torturing me alone? Nanny's heart was sweet, but her mouth was unforgiving. She raised her hand and pinched See Yuzhou's chest. Then she noticed that there were still traces left from when she was infatuated. She suddenly blushed and didn't dare to look again. Although Nanny's body was covered with red plum blossoms, See Yuzhou's body was not far behind. The red marks on her chest, the scratches on her back and arms showed how excited someone had just been. It turned out that a rabbit would bite when it was desperate. See Yuzhou kissed the top of her head, how could it be torture? It was clearly a reward for love. The two had been tossing and turning from noon until night, and hadn't eaten much that day. No, See Yuzhou had been very satisfied with his meal. Now that the battle had ceased, See Yuzhou asked the hotel for room service. He knew exactly what he wanted, and after each encounter, he was exceptionally attentive and considerate. First, he took her for a shower, almost accidentally setting off the alarm. It was only because Nanny begged him to stop that See Yuzhou, the beast that he was, refrained from continuing. He dressed the little white rabbit himself, sat on the chair with her in his arms, and even fed her himself. Nanny's slippers were by the bed, but he didn't let her walk even a handspan away, carrying her wherever they went. Nanny thought to herself, she would sooner or later be spoiled by See Yuzhou. Occasionally, there would be a moment of absent-mindedness, wondering if this situation would last a lifetime? After the mood subsided, would See Yuzhou still be so good to her? Or if she met someone more suitable one day, would See Yuzhou treat that person the same way? This is something that cannot be thought about in detail. Obviously, they had agreed at the beginning that it was a cooperative marriage of each taking what they need, but Nanny would still feel a little sad. So she forced herself not to think about it. In Han Shuya's words, cherish the present moment, after all, it is not easy to have such a handsome and capable husband. If you can enjoy it more. The next day, the two went to that private jewelry exhibition. It wasn't particularly crowded, but judging from the temperament, they were all either rich or noble. This buyer was quite capable, buying quite a few collections, as well as a few pieces from the Song dynasty and jewelry from European aristocrats from the last century. There were also jewelry design works that had been popular in recent years, each of which was very valuable. Nanny also saw her own work from 2 years ago. It had been sold to a foreign brand at the time and had become a popular piece of jewelry for a while. It was a bracelet with the main body being a moon made of starry blue diamonds, surrounded by stars embellished with diamonds. There was also an introduction to the work next to the bracelet. The designer's name was marked as YY, the work was called Sun, Moon, and Stars, and there was even an introduction to the meaning. It says that the original intention of the design of this bracelet is to express that lovers are like the bright moon, and that one will accompany as the stars, forever by their side, until death do them part, and the love will never diminish. Nanny tugged the corners of her mouth, really a lifetime of love to do reading comprehension of the Chinese people. She had only gone to see an exhibition at the top of the starry sky, and thus the inspiration for the design. The interpretation is so romantic, she is really ashamed. Yuzhou looked at the piece with admiration in his eyes. Our wedding rings were also designed by this YY. I heard that he is an independent designer who occasionally sells his work to jewelry companies. He is mysterious, it is not clear whether he is a man or a woman, or which country he is from, and no one has ever seen him. But every piece he sells becomes a big hit and becomes mainstream worldwide. C's Jewelry is interested in inviting him to join, and is trying to contact him. Nanny's ears stood up. Inviting him? How much are you going to pay? For such an outstanding designer, the money is negotiable, he can ask for whatever he wants. Yuzhou feels that if the C Jewelry brand can recruit this person, it will be very beneficial for quickly opening up the market and gaining popularity. But for such a low-key designer, money is probably the last thing that will impress him. He is so famous, and there must be no shortage of companies throwing him an olive branch, and the money will definitely be satisfactory. But this designer has never belonged to any one side, and I'm afraid he has other plans. Nanny, no, I haven't graduated yet, and I can't afford insurance, so I didn't agree to the invitation, and 9 to 5 is really tiring. Nanny hid her little thoughts, as if she were comforting Yuzhou. It's okay, even if she doesn't come to your company, if you pay enough, she will sell you a few pieces, which will also be very helpful. And who knows, when the time is right, she will come for you. This remark was ambiguous, and Yuzhou immediately frowned to show his loyalty. What fate do I have with him? He can come or not, but I only have you in my heart. Chapter 41, which one do you want to try tonight? The business negotiations with the Qingwan group went smoothly, and the final 3 days of the originally scheduled 1-week trip were over. C's company is so big, and the industries it is known for are government engineering, construction, finance, and internet technology. This is a well-known industry both domestically and internationally, and now that they are tapping into the jewelry industry, naturally there is a lot to do. Yuzhou returned to the imperial capital and went straight to the company without even taking a break. He left early every morning and returned late at night, and he was still worried about whether Nanny had eaten. It was all so boring, and at night he had to put in an effort in bed. Nanny felt tired just watching him, but Yuzhou was full of energy, especially in bed. Seeing him like this, Nanny feels really sorry for the 9 to 5 workers. She'd better not take Yuzhou's offer, unless he allows her to work flexibly. While Yuzhou is busy at work, Nanny is wasting time at the villa. She goes out to the garden to look at the flowers she planted, and then to the fish tank to watch the fighting fish. Han Shuiyue started school early. After all, she is the lead pianist, and music schools abroad are more professional, so she has been studying abroad. But this girl returns home more often than others. After all, she has a husband who is in love with her. How could he stand a long-distance relationship? And how could he bear to see his little treasure suffer in a foreign country? But he also has his own family mission. So early in the morning, he bought a private jet, painted it in a cute princess pink, and gave it to Han Shuiyue. He also personally selected competent servants to serve her. The private jet was not a waste of money at all, as it could fly 10 times a month. Han Shuiyue could fly back whenever she missed home, but of course most of the time, he would fly to see his wife after a meeting here. This week, there was nothing going on, so Han Shuiyue flew back to China. Thinking that she hadn't seen Nanny for a long time, she made an appointment to come directly to her house. Wow! No wonder it's the C family's house, it's a huge villa covering 2,000 ping. Well done, my baby, you're really a rich wife now. Han Shuiyue didn't have the bearing of a leading pianist in front of Nanny, and she entered the house like a street urchin, taking a tour. I just came in and thought this is a nice environment. When I go back, I'll discuss it with Chihi and ask him to buy a house next to yours, so we can be neighbors. That's great, now you're here, I'll have someone to keep me company, so I won't be so bored every day. Nanny took out a pile of snacks. When the two young ladies met, they couldn't help but gossip and complain, talking about 800 people's bad deeds in a minute. Han Shuiyue also told her about the Nan family. Since the last time they had a falling out, Nanny really hadn't paid much attention to the Nan family. In her heart, they were already unimportant people with no sense of existence, and if Han Shuiyue hadn't mentioned it, she wouldn't have thought of them at all. Rumor has it that the Nan family has offended someone, the man has been fired, the woman disfigured, and business is not doing well. They are planning to marry Lin Jia quickly to save the company. Han Shuiyue, of course, knows whose handiwork this is, and leans back on the sofa gloating. Yuzhou really spoils you. While learning the oily lines, dare offend my woman, I want you all to die with her. The Nan family reaped the consequences of their actions, and Nanny didn't want to deal with them. Put another way, if it weren't for their shenanigans, she wouldn't have met Yuzhou. So as long as they don't cause trouble in the future, Nanny didn't bother to deal with them. Han Shuiwei spent the afternoon complaining about various things, and she wondered how many people had fallen from grace that afternoon. After Yuzhou returned, he had just finished on his side and came to pick up Han Shuiwei. I'm leaving now, we'll chat again next time. Before Han Shuiwei left, she remembered the good things she had brought back from abroad and handed them mysteriously to Nanny. My sister has tried them all for you, they are really good. After Han Shuiwei left, Nanny opened the pink heart-shaped gift box with a puzzled look. Then she found that inside were a bunch of various flavors, as well as various. Nanny was dumbfounded. Foreigners are so open-minded? Han Shuiwei, you little brat, really? And these things happened to be seen by Yuzhou, who had just returned. Nanny watched as the man's indifferent face changed, his mouth curling up, and his eyes becoming more meaningful. Which one should I try tonight? I remember you like strawberries. Can someone please save her? Chapter 42, Kindergarten Kids. Nanny started school. The school was a bit far from home, so Yuzhou had the driver take Nanny to and from school every day. Nanny did not refuse. After all, Yuzhou's house was in the most luxurious wealthy district of the imperial capital, and there was no subway outside. Which rich person would be bored enough to take the subway? Yuzhou saw Nanny tossing and turning every day, and he wanted to buy another house near the school. It would save Nanny from running back and forth, and at worst, he could just go find Nanny every day after work. But this decision was forcibly rejected by Nanny. Knowing that you are rich, you don't have to be so casual. Nanny is in her third year of graduate school. She has few classes this semester and will start her internship soon. There is really no need to buy a house, so Yuzhou gave up. On the day of the semester's start, Yuzhou cancelled the morning meeting and personally sought his young wife off to school. It was a normal semester start, but the whole family was on high alert. Nanny carried the latest Chanel shoulder bag Yuzhou bought her, with a few textbooks inside. Next to it is a SpongeBob SquarePants water bottle, which Yuzhou bought for her. Remember to drink water when you're thirsty. The water outside is not clean, so don't touch it. Madam, these are some snacks I made myself. You can eat them when you get bored in class. They're healthier than the ones you can buy outside, and you can share them with your classmates. Mrs. Lee is carrying an exquisite lunchbox. She's also packed some wet wipes and toilet paper, just in case. Did you charge your phone? Call me if anything happens. Yuzhou is giving her detailed instructions. Nanny felt like a primary school student going on a spring outing, only she was missing a little yellow hat. I'm already 22 years old. It's just a school trip, and there are only 2 classes today, so why are you guys so nervous? Nanny pouted in dissatisfaction. There are a lot of bad people out there, so don't talk to strangers, especially boys who don't mean well. Stay away from them. Yuzhou didn't listen at all. When she was ready, Nanny chose the most inconspicuous car in the underground garage. She didn't want to attract attention as soon as school started. But Yuzhou doesn't have a cheap car. He can easily spend tens of millions on a single purchase. I'll pick you up after school today, so don't go wandering off. Before getting out of the car, Yuzhou gave Nanny instructions as if she were a kindergarten kid. I know, just have Uncle Lou pick me up, and you go back to work. No, I have to see you quickly. Otherwise, I'll go crazy missing you. Yuzhou's strong sense of possession kicked in, and he didn't want the little white rabbit to leave his territory. Nanny blushed, and she still blushes at Yuzhou's romantic words. Her heart was pounding, her fingers clasped together, and Nanny mustered her courage to quickly leave a kiss on Yuzhou's face before escaping from the car. I'm going to school, bye. Yuzhou was stunned for 2 seconds, and after he reacted, he somewhat absent-mindedly stroked his cheek, recalling the feeling of the touch just now. For a long while, the sound of Yuzhou's muffled laughter could be heard intermittently in the car. In front, Uncle Lou, the driver, who was keeping his eyes on the road and his mind on his heart, silently tightened his grip on the steering wheel. It was scary, really scary. I don't know what Manager C was laughing at, either. He's been laughing the whole way, it's weird. In this way, Nanny began her school life. Every morning, Yuzhou would squeeze toothpaste for her. Yuzhou had an absolute desire to control Nanny. But this desire to control her also made him willing to do anything for her. For example, Nanny, who had trouble getting up, liked to stay in bed in the morning. Yuzhou would carry her to wash up, and he would serve her the whole time. Yuzhou even learned to apply skincare products, put on light makeup and brush Nanny's hair. All Yi needs to do is lean comfortably against Yuzhou's chest and be a doll at his mercy. Yi rarely thinks about the practicalities of life, but if Zhou Xing saw this scene, he would probably burst into tears and say, Yuzhou has finally become a human being. The third year of studies doesn't have a lot of classes, and many people have already started preparing for internships. Yi is her tutor's favorite student, and he has chosen the best company for her in advance. As one of the top 10 enterprises, Chengzhou Group has high entry requirements. Every year, a large number of top students rush to apply, but very few are successful. When the tutor said this, his expression was full of pride. Their company is hiring, and the president was once my student. I'll let you in after talking to him, don't let down your teacher's expectations. Nanny was shocked. She didn't realize that she and Yuzhou were actually fellow students. Naturally, Nanny could not refuse her mentor's kindness, especially since it was such a good company that would be very helpful for her future career development. However, Nanny had her own pride. No one knew about her relationship with Yuzhou, but if it was ever revealed, she would inevitably be the subject of gossip. Most importantly, Nanny did not want Yuzhou to look down on her and think that she got in through connections. She, Nanny, had gotten into the Chengzhou Group through her own abilities. Chapter 43, It looks good, I want to kiss it. Study. Yuzhou sat at the desk looking at the computer, with a pair of gold-rimmed glasses on his handsome nose, and his superior jawline hidden in his short black hair. This was the scene Nanny saw when she knocked on the door and entered. Yuzhou is superior in appearance, but his handsome appearance is aggressive, just like the man himself. It is the kind of handsome that catches the eye at a glance when placed in a crowd, and even if a celebrity were in front of him, they would be overshadowed by his radiance. Now wearing a pair of glasses, with two of the shirt buttons on his chest undone, he has an air of abstinence about him that is quite the refined scoundrel. He really is a work of art carefully polished by God. Are you mesmerized by looking at your husband? Yuzhou looked up and saw his young wife entering. Nanny was forced to blush, holding a fruit plate over to her, her mouth defiant. I was just afraid of disturbing you at work. Yuzhou smiled. Without saying a word, but the eyes behind the lenses kept staring at Nanny. As she approached step by step, he watched her like a rabbit caught in his trap. When Nanny got close, he reached out and pulled her next to him, expertly placing her on his lap. As soon as you appeared, I lost interest in working. Then I'll go now. Nanny immediately struggled to jump down, but Yuzhou pressed her back down. It's my own lack of will, how can it be your fault? Whether you're here or not, as long as I think of you, I can't calm down. Yuzhou's voice was unique, and in this quiet space, it mesmerized Nanny, who blushed. She didn't understand how Yuzhou could be so good at sweet talk. This didn't look like someone who was inexperienced at all, instead, it looked like a veteran in the field of love. Did he like teasing himself that much? It made it seem like the two of them had a deep relationship. Or did he do the same to other people? Nanny's mind was in a complete mess. She thought about it a lot but couldn't figure it out, so she simply stopped thinking about it. Yuzhou had no idea what his young wife was thinking, and he was just speaking his mind sincerely. He never imagined that these words would gradually stir up turmoil in Nanny's heart. From the very beginning, it was like a leaf falling into the water, setting off ripples, and in the end, it would set off huge waves. Yuzhou was using the method of boiling a frog in warm water to gradually win over the little rabbit he had his eye on. Are you still busy? Nanny changed the subject. Recently, Yuzhou always comes home late, and after returning home, he also handles business in the study. Well, he has been busy with the jewelry company lately. Since C's jewelry brand wants to become famous and expand the market, the marketing strategy must be fully prepared to ensure that it will become an instant hit. Therefore, every detail is crucial. Yuzhou has already held countless meetings with the operations team, but he is still not satisfied. Nanny looked at Yuzhou's slightly tired eyes and felt a little heartache that was hard to detect. You've been tired lately, haven't you? Yuzhou had been like this for so many years and never felt anything. But now that Nanny had asked, he suddenly had the idea to show weakness. It's giving me a headache. From Nanny's perspective, the usually strong Yuzhou was frowning at the moment, with his eyes drooping, like a big dog looking for shelter. Then I'll give you a massage. The warm and comfortable little hand pressed on Yuzhou's temple with just the right amount of pressure. Nanny's expression was focused, her thoughts pure and simple. just trying to help Yuzhou in any way she could. Yuzhou, the big gray wolf, swept his gaze over every inch of Nanny's skin with an aggressive gaze. Her plain face was unpainted, her skin delicate and smooth, and her round almond-shaped eyes exceptionally bright. Her lips were slightly upturned, pink and tender, and looked very soft. I want to kiss her. With this thought, Yuzhou did just that. Nanny was concentrating on her work as a massage therapist when Yuzhou's face suddenly came close. She was unable to react in time before she was kissed by her partner, who had her head in a vice-like grip. Nanny subconsciously struggled, but her hands were covered by a pair of warm, dry hands. All her thoughts were disrupted, and Nanny could only passively endure Yuzhou's kiss. Unlike usual, Yuzhou kissed very gently and patiently this time. Nanny didn't know how long the kiss lasted, only that the man had a great lung capacity. In the end, she had to push Yuzhou's chest weakly. Yuzhou then had to let go of the little woman in his arms. Looking at Nanny's dazed and cute appearance, Yuzhou's eyes darkened. Now he not only wanted to kiss, but also. No! Nanny immediately pressed down on Yuzhou's restless hand. She came here to say something important. Chapter 44, please. Yuzhou looked at his hand, which was being held down, as if he was a little unhappy. His eyebrows were slightly raised, and his voice was hoarse. Mrs. C, do you want to set your husband on fire? As expected, Nanny blushed. I want to discuss something with you. The voice was small, like a feather scratching Yuzhou's heart. I'll agree to whatever you say, let's get down to business first. No way. Nanny forcibly extinguished the fire. Yuzhou's tossing and turning would continue until the middle of the night, so how could she talk about anything? Yuzhou frowned. With such a delicious little bunny in his arms, how could he not eat it? Nanny took hold of Yuzhou's hand. Her hand was very small, and could only wrap around the man's fingers, which made her hands look like those of a child. Nanny looked up, her eyes pleading, her supple body begging, almost like she was being childish. Please, I have something very important to tell you. His little wife was begging him like this, so what could Yuzhou say? He signaled for her to continue. I'm in my 3rd year of graduate school and I'm preparing for an internship, and your company is just hiring. Yuzhou was amused. What was this about? I'll have Zhou Xing arrange something for you tomorrow. No. This is what I want to say. Nanny was impatient. I'll go through the normal interview process, and you're not allowed to help me get in through the back door. Nanny's warning had no deterrent effect, but there was a small hint of pride in her eyes. I will get in on my own merits, I don't need you to help me. Are you sure? Yuzhou naturally believed in Nanny's strength. He didn't understand why Nanny was going to all this trouble, but he still chose to respect her. He just really wanted to tease her at the moment. The C family had very high standards, and even students from Ivy League universities might not be able to get in. Yes. I can definitely do it, because I'm better than all of them. This was a little too confident, but Nanny was full of confidence. She has a gentle disposition but a tough character, and her low-key style cannot hide her sharp wit. Since Mrs. C said so, I have no choice but to obey. There's just one more thing. Nanny is full of enthusiasm and a little embarrassed. It's just in case I get into your company, can our relationship be kept a secret? Yuzhou half closed his eyes, his gaze becoming a little dangerous, and his voice was tinged with coldness. Is our relationship something that we should be ashamed of? Or do you think I'm not good enough for you? No. Nanny hurriedly explained, I'm afraid that people will misunderstand that I got in through connections, and someone will definitely gossip behind my back. The C family doesn't need employees who love to gossip, and anyone who dares to say anything about you can just leave. Yuzhou's tone was serious. Nanny felt relieved, and raised her bright eyes. I'm not afraid of people gossiping about me, but you're different, you're the boss of the company. If people knew that you married an ordinary person, an employee, the family, and the media would all laugh at you, and it would even affect the company's stock. At that moment, Yuzhou couldn't tell what feeling was in his heart. It was like a huge wave coming roaring towards him, breaking his numb calm, and this tsunami was only there to protect him. I don't care. Yuzhou lowered his head, and his palm pressed against Nanny's face, his eyes deep. I don't need others to say anything about the things I do, not to mention. You are very good and outstanding, and you don't need the support of a strong capital. You are good in your own right. Nanny was moved and hugged Yuzhou's waist, burying her face in his chest, as if she wanted to hide the sound of her huge heartbeat. No one had ever told Nanny that you are very good, and Yuzhou often gave her such affirmation. Thank you. The atmosphere between the two was warm, and Nanny looked up and continued, but please, don't say anything about our relationship. Nanny had been begging for a long time, and she didn't want to receive the attention of the entire company. No matter what she did, other people might interpret it in a different way, and Yuzhou would also get his first scandal in his life. Nanny was really simple, and in the end, she agreed to wear the sailor suit in the cabinet at the cost of her request. Chapter 45, Trying to Blow Up the Company. There was a pile of Nanny's new clothes, as well as shoes and bags, in the family's cloakroom. Yuzhou had them all bought, determined to make his little white rabbit look pretty. The day of the interview at Chengzhou Group, Yuzhou hugged Nanny before going to work. Are you really not going with me? No, what if someone finds out? And not just today, after I start working, I won't be able to commute with you. Yuzhou was unhappy. He suddenly wanted to blow up the company. There's no reason to keep a rabbit in front of you and not let you eat it. Nanny coaxed him gently, saying that they would see each other a lot at work, and that after work, I'll have all the time in the world for you. Nanny had now accurately captured Yuzhou's psychology. This cold and aloof CEO actually couldn't stand it when people acted cute. Sure enough, Yuzhou's eyes relaxed, and that was a yes. In the end, the two of them walked separately, and Nanny took a taxi there herself. Chengzhou Group is truly one of the top companies in the country. Its headquarters is located in the most luxurious business district of the imperial capital, and it owns a building of its own. There is a small square with a fountain below the company building, with a huge logo standing in the middle. The skyscraper soars straight up into the sky, looking very imposing. Nan peepers herself up and enters with a confident stride. The reception area on the first floor of Chengzhou Group is also very stylishly designed. Several coffee shops have opened downstairs, presumably for the convenience of employees. Following the guidance of the receptionist, Nanny went to the Human Resources Department on the 18th floor. She had arrived very early, but she didn't expect there to be someone even earlier. There were quite a few people sitting in the interview waiting room, all of them well-dressed, either in suits or skirts. These people were all university students, all of them leaders in their fields, and now they were competing for the same position. As soon as Nanny entered, everyone subconsciously looked up, and a look of surprise flashed in everyone's eyes. She sat down in the chair in the corner, placed her resume on her lap, and waited quietly. Because there were more people interviewing, the waiting time would be a bit long. Voices gradually began to be heard in the room. Hey, look, who do you think is prettier, these two? What's the use of being pretty? Do you think you can eat with your face? This is the Chengzhou Group, you have to rely on your abilities. With a face like that, it would be convenient for you to do anything, right? Women are good, as long as they look good, there will be men willing to support them. And she's a high achiever. Her horizons are still so narrow. She's just jealous because she can't have the grapes. Nanny muttered to herself, glanced over to the side, and noticed that the other girl they were discussing was sitting quietly to her left. The girl had long, straight black hair, a smooth face, a pure countenance, and a gentle temperament. Noticing Nanny's gaze, she tilted her head slightly and smiled, even comforting Nanny. Don't listen to their nonsense, they're just trying to mess with your mind. Nanny instantly felt a good impression and returned a smile. Thank you, and you too. Just being able to enter this interview room speaks volumes about our strength. The threshold for the Chengzhou Group is not low, and screening resumes will eliminate a large number of people. The girl who went in for the interview first also said to Nanny gently before leaving, "Good luck." There was a faint air of confidence in her eyes. Nanny received a message from Yuzhou, which was simple and to the point. "Good luck, I'll be waiting for you to be my colleague." Nanny suddenly felt full of strength. When it was her turn, she happened to be interviewed at the same time as those gossiping boys. There were 5 interviewers in total, 2 from the personnel department and 3 from the business department. The interview process was very straightforward, without any dragging out of the process, and the questions were all very professional, even tricky. Under such pressure, all the interviewees were sweating. It was no wonder that this was a big company, the interview was not at all watered down. Nanny always smiled at the crowd, answered the questions clearly and thoroughly, and was able to respond well to even the trickiest questions. In contrast, the performance of the boys seemed inadequate. Nanny used her own strength to slap those boys in the face. After the interviewer said that the results would be announced within 3 days, and they should go home and wait for the news. Nanny had just walked downstairs when she received another call from Yuzhou. It's over? Well, now go back. Go upstairs and come home with me tonight. Yuzhou's tone was unmistakable. Huh? If I go straight up, I'll be turned away by the security guard, right? Nanny was worried. I'll tell Zhou Xing to go down and pick you up, and you can take the private elevator straight up. The big boss gave orders like he was giving an order, and wouldn't allow Nanny to refuse. It so happened that Nanny also really wanted to know what the serious-minded Yuzhou was like, so she agreed. Chapter 46, Always Thinking of His Good Deeds. In order to avoid being discovered, Nanny asked Zhou Xing to pick her up in the underground garage, and the two of them took the elevator directly to the top floor. Nanny was originally worried that if she went in so openly, she might be seen by Yuzhou's secretary or other employees. Later, Nanny realized that she had worried for nothing. Not to mention that the top floor only had Yuzhou's office and a few meeting rooms, there would be no chance of meeting other employees. Yuzhou's private elevator actually leads directly to his office. The big boss, what a hole. Mr. C, I've brought your wife, I'll go down first. After Zhou Xing left, Yuzhou, sitting behind his desk, got up, smiled at his young wife, and pulled her into his arms. What are you looking at with your big eyes? I'm looking at where you work. I knew that the Chengzhu group was big and the C family was rich, and that they were the richest people in Asia. But it wasn't until this moment that Nanny had a real sense of it. During the interview, she had already felt that the company's interior decoration was clean and fashionable, and it was obvious that it had been done with a large sum of money. But compared to Yuzhou's office, it was like a small village compared to a big city. Yuzhou's office was larger than an ordinary apartment in the imperial capital, and it showed a fashionable sense of technology everywhere. There were a bunch of smart devices in the room, and there was also a cute robot that was blinking its big eyes and curiously looking at her. That's right. After taking over the C family, Yuzhou has led the company to the forefront of technology, leaving other countries far behind. Yuzhou took Nanny's hand and sat down, instructing the robot to get snacks. How was the interview? I think it went pretty well. They asked very professional questions, and I was able to answer most of them. I just don't know if there were any more impressive people among the interviewees. Nanny pursed her lips, looking a little worried. Yuzhou smiled gently and gave her a little nudge on the nose. Yesterday you were so confident, weren't you? I am very confident, but I also have to admit that there are always people better than me. It's okay, I believe you can do it. Even if there are people better than you, you still have me, right? Yuzhou said. Nanny's heart felt like it had been scratched by a kitten. It didn't hurt, but it was itchy. After all, Yuzhou still had a job to do, so Nanny told him to go ahead and she sat on the sofa and played with her phone. There was also a cabinet full of books in the room, or she could tease the robot. She had got up early in the morning and was a little tired at the moment, so Nanny didn't take long to fall asleep on the sofa. Yuzhou had been paying attention to the movements on this side, and when he saw Nanny sleeping soundly, he put down his pen, his eyes full of tenderness. He used his gaze to depict the figure of his young wife. Nanny was wearing a white skirt with a workplace style today, which wrapped around her plump buttocks and thighs, and her slender, straight calves. She was wearing a light green silk blouse, and probably because her body had grown cold while she slept, she had shrunk her shoulders. Yuzhou immediately got up and carried her to the restroom. Nanny woke up for a moment, saw that it was Yuzhou, moved a little and fell asleep again. When she woke up, it was already afternoon, and Nanny found herself lying in bed. The robot Yuan was by her side, with a cute and childish voice. Dear President's wife, you're awake. Who taught him to say that? Zhou Xing, I won't say. Mr. C has ordered lunch for you. He told me, man is iron, food is steel. His baby needs to be healthy. When you wake up, you must eat. The round belly mechanically opens, and inside is a hot meal. Nanny walks out and doesn't see Yuzhou. Where is Yuzhou? President C went to a meeting. He told me to tell you to always think of his good deeds, and that your love will never fail. But he'll be back soon, so don't miss him too much. Who taught you to say such corny things? Nanny can't help but ask. Yuan, no one taught me. Yuan is just a robot with a highly developed sense of language. Okay, this gadget is quite fun. Nanny finished eating, and Yuzhou returned. Have you woken up? Have you eaten? The first thing Yuzhou did when he entered the room was to hug his wife and kiss her. Nanny blushed and said, I have eaten. What about you? I have also eaten. I will take you out for Japanese food tonight. Will you be bored waiting here? Nanny shook her head and said, No, I won't be bored. It's fine if you are busy, I will wait for you. She wasn't bored at all, but rather enjoyed watching Yuzhou work seriously. When he was engrossed in his work, his demeanor was unprecedentedly confident, as if he were the god in control of everything. Especially when he wore a shirt with the sleeves rolled up to the elbow, revealing his strong forearms. Paired with that handsome face, he really had the air of an ascetic CEO. Mrs. C, if you keep looking like this, I might not be able to resist achieving work exhaustion in the office early. Yuzhou didn't even look up, as if he had eyes in the back of his head, and Nanny immediately withdrew her gaze. After thinking about it, she felt that something was wrong with what the man had said. What did he mean by realize early? Did he really have this intention? And was he planning to implement it? Yuzhou seemed to have seen through Nanny's thoughts, and spoke without haste. Let me prepare you mentally first, I will have you here sooner or later. This was Yuzhou's long-planned idea. This big lecture. But when Yuzhou said this, he was full of manliness, and when Nanny heard it, she felt like her ears were going to get pregnant. Nanny turned her head away in shame and anger, and she no longer paid any attention to the man. On this road of lust, she could never compare to Yuzhou. Before leaving work, Yuzhou received a phone call, and he didn't know what was said on the other end, so he just grunted. The interview results are in. Chapter 47, Get It Back. Nanny's heart skipped a beat. She asked softly, How did it go? Nanny looked at Yuzhou, her fingers clutching the corner of the book, still a little nervous and apprehensive. Of course she wanted to get into C's, apart from the fact that the starting point of the platform was high and she could learn a lot. Nanny also had a hidden thought. She wanted to work in the same company as Yuzhou. She didn't know why this thought had come to her, but it was indeed what she had been hoping for. Yuzhou's face showed no expression, and it looked like the result was unsatisfactory, so Nanny couldn't help but panic. Did I fail? Ha, it seems that there really are people better than me. Nanny smiled awkwardly and laughed. Congratulations, Mrs. C, on joining your husband's company. Yuzhou relaxed and smiled, watching Nanny's expression change from confused shock to happy excitement. Really? Is it true? Nanny ran over and asked, chasing after Yuzhou. Of course it's true, can I lie to you? That's great. Nanny happily hugged Yuzhou, her arms around his neck, too excited to speak. Yuzhou looked down at his excited little wife, his eyes full of laughter. You didn't pull any strings, did you? Nanny calmed down a bit. No. Yuzhou kissed the tip of Nanny's nose and sat on the sofa with his arms around her. I asked the HR department to let me know the results in advance, and they said that the awards on your resume are already very impressive. The interview process was also very confident, and you performed very well, which was very impressive. The HR manager said that the planning manager you are about to join is very satisfied with you and was full of praise after the interview. Nanny was a little smug and couldn't help but brag to Yuzhou, saying, I told you I was awesome, I got in on my own. Yes, my wife is the best. Yuzhou's heart melted. Cute, I want to eat her. Wait a bit longer, now that you're in, there will be plenty of opportunities in the office. I'll treat you to dinner today to celebrate. Nanny happily celebrated, completely unaware of the thoughts of the big bad wolf beside her. Okay, whatever you say. It was only 2 days later that Nanny received a notice from the Human Resources Department. It told her that she had passed the interview and would start work the following Monday. Nanny told her mentor about the news, and he was very happy for her. According to Yuzhou, the planning department had only planned to recruit one person, so Nanny was indeed very capable. Later, he heard that there was another outstanding student among the interviewees who had also been exceptionally accepted, but was temporarily working in another department. Nanny never imagined that the 9-to-5 life she hated would come so soon. But she was quite happy to think that she would be able to commute to work with Yuzhou. In order to avoid being discovered, Nanny would get off the bus one stop early and walk to the company on her own. Yuzhou was quite unhappy with this plan, but he couldn't disobey his wife. So he could only get his revenge on the boat. The small suitcase Han Shuiwei had given him was almost used up by Yuzhou. It can be seen what kind of life Nanny is leading. Yuzhou was quite satisfied, and even opened the door to a new world for him. Yuzhou always understands things at once. He started buying abroad, and it made him crave for more. Later, after hearing that C's company had a partnership with Qihe's company, Yuzhou often sought advice from Qihe. The two great wife-loving monsters gathered together, and I wonder how the unfortunate sisters Nanny and Han Shuiwei are doing. Chapter 48, Intern. Nanny was particularly excited on her first day of work. In the morning, she didn't even need Yuzhou to wake her up with a kiss. She opened her eyes wide all by herself. Then, full of energy, she washed up, put on makeup, changed clothes, and hummed a song as she went downstairs for breakfast. "Madam, you're up. Come have breakfast." Auntie Lee greeted her with a smile. On the white crystal table, there was an exquisite arrangement of food. On the European-style white porcelain plate, there was sliced Italian bread smeared with peanut butter. Next to it was a salad of vegetables and fruit, a hot dog, a cheese milkshake, and a heart-shaped fried egg. Yuzhou was sitting in a chair, reading the financial news on his tablet, when he saw Nanny come downstairs and glanced at the time on his watch. Why did she get up so early today? It was her first day at work, and she couldn't afford to be late. Nanny sat across from him and took a sip of the milky, rich milkshake. "Today is your first day at work, so don't get tired. Try some breakfast to regain your strength." As Lee's wife said this, Yuzhou lifted his eyes and stared at Nanny as she took a bite of the fried egg. "How does it taste, my lady? Is it delicious?" Lee's wife was full of anticipation. Nanny felt like she was being treated like a child again. "It tastes very good, and I'm sorry for the trouble, Lee's wife." "Hey, my lady shouldn't thank me." Mrs. Lee smiled and looked at Yuzhou, saying, "This is all the young master prepared for you this morning, saying that you are starting work for the first time and hoping that it will go smoothly." Nanny was taken aback and looked at Yuzhou, who was pretending to look at the tablet. "Really? You made breakfast?" Yuzhou pretended for the first time, his back straight, and he let out a sound from his nose in response. It seemed to say that it was nothing, not worth mentioning, that the young master had just been in a mood this morning. Nanny couldn't quite put her feelings into words. It was like a heart floating in warm water. It was warm and comfortable. For the first time, someone had taken her so seriously, and on her first day of an ordinary job, had gone to the trouble of surprising her. "Thank you, I will definitely eat them all." Nanny was especially impressed. Yuzhou's eyebrows and eyes had subtly changed, and his face had softened a lot. Auntie Lee had a smile on her face, as if she had seen it all before. She had practically raised Yuzhou. After all these years, it was the first time she had seen the young master so attentive to a woman. He had finally stopped being so cold. Nanny and Yuzhou took the car together, but Yuzhou got out at the intersection before the company. "Work hard, and if you have any questions, you can contact me on WeChat. Wait for me in the garage tonight, we'll leave work together." Yuzhou gave his instructions. The colleague from the Human Resources Department took Nanny upstairs. The planning department was on the 32nd floor. According to her, the one who was exceptionally hired was also a girl, and she was temporarily working in the marketing department. Personnel adjustments would be made later. A colleague teased, "Our company is awesome this year, hiring two pretty girls who are more beautiful than celebrities to be the face of the company." Later, Nanny met that person, who turned out to be the girl who sat next to her during the interview. Her name was Chu Shiha, and she was also a college graduate, studying international trade and marketing. The two of them looked at each other in slight surprise and nodded in response. Then a capable-looking girl came in, wearing a business suit and her hair pinned up with bobby pins. "Hello, I'm Wen-Shu, the secretary of the CEO's office. I'll be responsible for showing you around the company today. If you have any questions in the future, you can contact me." Nanny glanced at the other woman surreptitiously and lowered her head sheepishly. Last time on the business trip, she had even flirted with Yuzhou about the relationship between secretary and boss. In the end, that pervert Yuzhou even played role-playing with her and tossed her around a good bit. Now that she has seen the real secretary, Nanny always feels a bit awkward. But Wen-Shu herself is gentle and generous, and is a capable woman at first glance. After all, the C headquarters is a building, and Nanny spent the morning getting familiar with the environment. "Lunchtime, let's go, I'll take you to our company cafeteria, it's 100 times better than takeaway." Wen-Shu's eyes lit up. Just then, Nanny received a message from Yuzhou, asking if she wanted to go to his office for lunch. Nanny thought, it's the first day at the company, it's better to be a bit more sociable and get along with your colleagues. So she replied, no, Shushu is taking us to the cafeteria. Nanny had originally thought that the cafeteria would be delicious, but then she realized that she had indeed been narrow-minded. The cafeteria had 2 whole floors and was even more dazzling than a university cafeteria. There was food from every country, region and ethnic group, and all of it was prepared by local people. This was the happiest moment for the workers in our company. When Shu sighed with emotion. The 3 of them found a table and sat down, in time for the morning break. The cafeteria was full. The girls got along well, and the 3 of them quickly became friends. They were chatting away when they suddenly felt the decibel level in the cafeteria drop. They looked up, and there was the general manager, actually condescending enough to come and eat in the cafeteria? Everyone became nervous in an instant, and their voices dropped as they wondered what the boss was up to. They all lowered their heads, afraid to make eye contact with Yuzhou. Yuzhou rarely lost his temper, but his aura was so powerful that it made people fear him for no reason, and they would feel awe when they saw him. The only person who could eat with the boss under such great pressure was the part-time worker Zhou Xing. Usually, he would have his young apprentice Li Min with him, but that little white-eyed wolf had abandoned him today. Zhou Xing, I want to cry, but I can't eat. Yuzhou sat diagonally to the right of Nanny, and then sat down and ate as if nothing had happened. Nanny sat with Chu Shiha, with Wenshu's back to them. Wenshu gave a fake smile and said hello, then turned his head and whispered to Nanny and Chu Shiha. What's with Manager C today? Why is he eating in the cafeteria? When something seems unusual, there's usually a catch. Nanny. Wenshu turns around to peek at her whenever she is not busy, and then looks half puzzled and half certain. Why do I feel like the manager is looking at you too? Nanny's heart skips a beat. The more she feels guilty, the more she fears being discovered. She quickly lowers her head, and then hears Wenshu speak again. The company's WeChat group is abuzz with discussions about the 2 little beauties who have come to our company. I never thought that the manager would also be curious and come to watch the fun. I said, why do you have to let me take you 2 to familiarize yourselves with the company today? But I'll give you both some advice, don't put on any filters when it comes to the boss. He's a workaholic pervert. He has a long face and looks like a sex fiend. I've been with him for so long and he's never smiled at a woman. Nanny. Yuzhou probably didn't expect that the time he wanted to spend with his young wife for a lunch break would have such a disastrous effect on his image in the mouth of his secretary. Nanny kept her head down and didn't dare to make eye contact with Yuzhou. However, Chu Shiha curiously looked at him twice, but she didn't dare to look at him for too long because of his imposing aura. She hastily glanced at him twice and then lowered her head. Zhou Xing, who knew everything and had hidden talents, said, Boss, don't look, the whole company will know in a while that you have a crush on the company's new intern. Tomorrow, it will be spread in the gossip group that you want to secretly seduce the young wife. Yuzhou silently withdrew his gaze and frowned at Zhou Xing for a long time. What gossip group? How come I didn't know about it? Zhou Xing. Chapter 49, Make It Up to Me. Nanny quickly became familiar with the content and began to devote herself to her work. During the day, Yuzhou pretended to be a stranger to his subordinate, but at night they were like glue as a married couple. They were constantly cheating on each other, acting like 2 secret agents. Nanny was simple-minded, and every time she went to and from work, she was afraid that her colleagues would find out. When she occasionally encountered Yuzhou at the company, they didn't even exchange glances. Yuzhou was different, he was a pervert. This secretive behavior always gives him away as a cheater, and it feels particularly exciting. When he occasionally inspects the department, he always likes to gather around Nanny. He secretly holds her hand, sneaks up to kiss her in the pantry, or gives her a flying kiss when no one is looking, which scares Nanny. The more she reacts like this, the more excited Yuzhou gets. Other employees think that Yuzhou is becoming more and more perverted, actually checking on the department so frequently. He always had a cold face, and the employees were so afraid of being found goofing off that they worked diligently at their computers, which improved work efficiency. In Nanny's opinion, Yuzhou was becoming more and more perverted, actually seducing her in person. He was no longer the cold and aloof boss, but a big lecherous demon who was ready to mate at any time. The marketing department and the planning department were on the same floor, so Nanny could often see Chu Shiha, and the 2 of them became closer. On Friday night, the relevant department received an email from the company. Yuzhou was going to visit the jewelry company under the C family next week to see how things were going, and he would be accompanied by the heads of the marketing and planning departments. Yuzhou gave a high-sounding explanation, saying that he wanted to give the intern some learning opportunities, so he took Nanny with him. Since Nanny was going, it would be bad if Sihua, who had come in together, didn't go, not to mention that Nanny would be more relaxed with someone familiar with her company. So Yuzhou conveniently took Sihua with him as well. Finally, it's vacation time. On Friday night, as soon as she finished work, Nanny looked left and right to make sure no one was around before getting into Yuzhou's car. Once she got in, she threw herself onto Yuzhou, exhausted. The planning department is the largest department in the company, with a lot of things to do every day, and all of them are important for the company's development. Nanny has been busy as hell this week. Yuzhou catches her, the coldness in his eyes fading, as he gently strokes the top of Nanny's head. So what should we do? Should my husband support you? No. Nanyi raised her head, puffed up her cheeks, like a cute little puffer fish. You know what? Men who say they will support you are the most unreliable kind of promise. I'm not just any man, I have the strength to support you. That's true. The strength is extraordinary, as is the degree of perversion. The driver was driving carefully in front, competently pulling up the gearshift and turning up the music. Yuzhou held the person in his lap, and he felt that this position allowed him to better control the little white rabbit, giving him a greater sense of satisfaction. With his large hands, he rubbed Nanny's narrow waist and the back of her neck, and Nanny enjoyed it as she rested her head on his shoulder. As he rubbed, his tone changed, and Yuzhou spoke in a low, hoarse voice. This week, I haven't been able to enjoy myself because I've been getting up early for work, but you can make it up to me tonight, right? Nanny sat up in shock. You let me have sex every day. What more do you want? Nanny was shocked by the other person's stamina. It's not enough. Yuzhou was serious. You're like this, you're like that. Nanny was like this for a long time, but she didn't say the second half of the sentence. Instead, she blushed and finally whispered. I'm not afraid of being exhausted to death. Yuzhou laughed in a muffled voice, and the sound came from his throat. The two were close to each other. When it reached Nanny's ears, it was seductive and sexy. Are you afraid of affecting your happiness for the rest of your life? Don't worry, my husband will definitely make you happy until you're old. Yuzhou. Nanny was mortified. That was not what she meant. How could this man say such things at any time? When they arrived at the house, Yuzhou told the driver to go home first, but he didn't get out of the car until he had Nanny in his arms. When there was no more movement in the underground garage, Yuzhou began to make his move. The little woman in his arms had already become soft from his kisses, her eyes were dazed, and the corners of her eyes were red, like hooks. Nanny was still shy after all, her voice full of fear, soft and coquettish. But today, the little white rabbit's coquettishness obviously didn't work. Yuzhou lowered his head and caught her lips to kiss, murmuring softly. There's no one here, don't worry, just be good. When he was coaxing someone, he always liked to say, just be good. Because Yuzhou discovered that Nanny could not resist the sentence from him. Sure enough, the hands that Nanny pushed against his chest eased a little. Although she knew that they had already arrived at the villa estate and that there was no one there at all, Nanny still felt inexplicably shy. Seeing that Nanny was still pleading, Yuzhou had a bad idea. He hooked the corner of his lips and leaned in to whisper in Nanny's ear. Nanny opened her hazy eyes, which were glowing with a seductive radiance. She looked at Yuzhou blankly, as if she didn't understand what he meant. When she reacted, she blushed from head to toe. Bastard! There was no deterrent to her coquettishness. Yuzhou was unmoved, but instead wore a smile of absolute determination. Nanny bit her lip and said embarrassedly, Are you serious? Yuzhou shut his mouth and let out a sexy grunt from his throat. Then he sat back leisurely, his hawk-like eyes fixed on Nanny. He saw his young wife struggle with her thoughts for a long time. His eyes dark and frightening, as if he were going to devour someone alive. Yuzhou blocked Nanny's words of complaint, fulfilling his original intention. In the end, Yuzhou took into account his young wife's thin skin and was afraid that it would not end well the next day, so he then hugged her and went upstairs. Deleted very, very much. Chapter 50, Get a divorce now. After what happened that night, Nanny ignored Yuzhou for the whole weekend. A great sense of shame made it impossible for Nanny to let go of the matter, and she felt that she had lost face in front of Yuzhou. More importantly, she felt that she had actually become so lustful. Every time she thought about being alone in the car, Nanny wanted to bang her head against the wall. Not to mention that afterwards. The next day she woke up feeling as if she had been tortured, and there was no good place on her body. Yuzhou was standing by the bed with some ointment in his hand, looking a little ashamed. "You're hurt, let me put some medicine on it." Seeing Yuzhou's contented and refreshed look, Nanny became angry and threw the pillow at him. "I don't need you, I'll put the ointment on myself." Her voice was still a little hoarse, which made Yuzhou think of her uncontrollable voice last night. "Don't be angry, I'll be more careful next time." At this time, Yuzhou still didn't realize the seriousness of the problem. His always cold face only softened slightly when he looked at Nanny. "There won't be a next time." Nanny snatched the ointment, rolled herself into the quilt, and angrily lay back on the bed. Seeing the little rabbit shrink back into its hole, Yuzhou realized that he had seemingly overplayed his hand. Then a series of apologies began. Young Master C had never bowed his head before. He had always snubbed his own father whenever he felt like it. Where had he apologized? It was always the other person who had to please him, and he would think about whether he wanted to be nice or not. If he got annoyed, he would just give a cold face, or even solve the problem violently. But in front of him was his own sweet, soft little bunny, and he couldn't bear to use force against Nanny. This thorny matter had the young master flustered enough. Nanny had made up her mind to ignore Yuzhou, and he couldn't even drag the quilt away. Yuzhou had no choice but to take the quilt and hug Nanny, his face a little embarrassed, as if he didn't know what to say. Finally, he pursed his lips and awkwardly and inexpertly said sorry. Of course, he couldn't expect a response of "it's okay," so Nanny pretended to be dead under the quilt. "I went too far last night, I promise there won't be a next time, I'll do everything according to your wishes from now on, okay? I'll be gentler in the future, it's just that when I see you, I can't control myself, I'm a beast, I'm a scoundrel. Don't be mad at me, why don't you hit me a few times? I absolutely have no complaints, I deserve it." Yuzhou went on, talking a lot, which was hard for the young master, and he had never spoken so much at once. But Nanny still remained buried under the covers without moving. Yuzhou was very depressed, like before a heavy rain, the air was full of suffocation. He had never felt like this before, and before everything was imperative, there was no such uncontrollable situation. For the first time, the tough and cold sea always began to be led by others. Yuzhou looked down at the large silkworm pupa in his arms, sighed helplessly, and his voice was a little pitiful. "Okay, I brought this on myself, but don't ignore me for too long, I'll go crazy." Nanny felt the arm draped over her body disappear, and after a while she heard a slight sound of a door closing. It should be Yuzhou going out. After waiting for a moment, Nanny poked her head out from under the covers. She pouted, hating herself for being so spineless. Just now, after hearing Yuzhou's words, she almost wanted to crawl out and comfort him. This time, Yuzhou really did go a bit too far, and she had to teach him a lesson. Otherwise, in the future, this big lecher would have plenty of ways to torture her. Nanny was previously a pure girl, and was even a bit ignorant of such things. Since meeting Yuzhou, it was like opening the door to a new world, and the world was full of filth. Yuzhou was forced to sleep in the study, and at home, he watched Nanny helplessly, like a big lost dog with its tail hanging down. Nanny forced herself not to look, otherwise she would definitely choose to forgive, which would be unproductive. Then Yuzhou would definitely step up his behavior. Thinking about this made Nanny feel ashamed and angry to death, and she was really afraid that she would one day appear on the social news page. Lisa was quite surprised to notice the change between the two. Hasn't the young master and young lady always been very affectionate? Why has the atmosphere suddenly turned like this? It's not exactly cold, but there is a subtle awkwardness. It seems that the wife is unilaterally cold and violent towards the husband, and the husband, unusually, is not losing his temper, but is instead humbling himself to please her. This is rare, very rare. Lisa feels that since the wife has arrived, the husband has become more and more like a human being. This atmosphere of a quarrel like this cannot last. What if the husband stops being human again? So Lisa worries and speaks well of Yuzhou. "Madam, did the young master make you angry?" Then he must not have meant it. He meant it. He deliberately made himself commit indecent acts in front of her. And he lied to her, saying that if she did that, she would let her off. But she didn't let her off, and instead, she got even more agitated. Lisa continued to encourage her, saying that the young master must have had a good reason for treating her so well, and that he definitely wouldn't do it again. He will. He still has to work in the office. He must still be thinking about being outside. Seeing how angry Yi was, Li Xiao felt that she should just shut up. Why did it feel like the more she talked, the angrier Madame got? Li Xiao turned to see Yuzhou for advice. To win over a woman, you have to be sincere. Young master can tell Madame how he feels, and Madame will understand. So Yuzhou started appearing in front of Nanny all the time. I'll only do this to you. You're special, don't be angry, okay? Yuzhou's sweet talk was full of emotion, but no skill. Nanny was even more angry. Is this place special? Are you the only one you can torment? But when she thought about Yuzhou tormenting other people, Nanny was so angry she wanted to blow up the earth. Frustrated, Yuzhou once again accepted the help of Auntie Li. After all, Madame is a woman, so if you buy her something to please her, she will definitely be softened by the flowers. So the next day, there were 9,999 roses in the house, so beautiful and gorgeous that they were hard to look at. When Nanny went downstairs, she saw this bouquet of flowers that was impossible to ignore, as well as Yuzhou, who was looking very pretentious and smirking, not triumphantly. Nanny couldn't help but sneeze loudly, covering her nose and frowning in resentment as she looked at Yuzhou. Yuzhou, I'm allergic to roses. Are you trying to get rid of me on purpose? If you don't want to live together anymore, just say so, and we'll get a divorce right now. No, Yuzhou was dumbfounded. Why did it suddenly turn to divorce? That's not going to work. Immediately have someone throw out the roses that were airlifted from abroad, as far away as possible. Hurry upstairs to appease the angry and sad little white rabbit. His little white rabbit is so fragrant and soft, he can't let it go. Li Xiao silently retreated into a corner. No more, never again, I dare not speak.